Chapter 1 The First Step in Changing Destiny. What you dundo henfit decreasteth, shall donorizing to destiny, or is there really in a need for contemplation? Of course, one shall fight against it. Yet but do as noted herito the role soft martial virtue, which complicates matters as significantly. In Tianhua City, during the century-old ceremony for accepting disciples into the immortal sect, Theotherial and dignified Master Lingfeng gazed at that 12-year-old girl before him, who appeared lost in thought, and repeated his earlier question. Joan Linger Ario willing to relinquish hours but as a direct disciple to your cousin? Naturally she was soon willing she wasn't foolish, a direct disciple ways a prime candidate for cultivation within the sect, with access to invaluable sources. As Joan Linger met Tilder's expectant gaze, an inexplicable force compelled her to utter the words, I am willing. Immediately she saw Master Lingfeng smile with satisfaction, her raised hand drifted out the 5 sector seat at the highest point of the hall, along with their uncle, mother, cousin, and several unfamiliar faces, the all worry expressions of contentment, while she herself will to kill run down her spine. Once a Guineas girl confined to sick but in the modern world she had exchanged souls with a woman of Tisamine Moho had lamented, nothing can change its dude sparing, just as he teetered on Thebring cough death. Now she found herself in this realm of cultivation. Having gone just absorbed the memory as of this body from 3 lifetimes, Shekwakla learned the meaning of Huiloth heaven is unyielding gond understood with the original owner rad succumbed to spare. Thufshoes how kuchalitkuf opposition that their father had sacrificed a dislefedosicor, nun would willingly part with such an opportunity, yet, the problem was tatse felt tutorly powerless to refuse her but it was completely beyond their control at that critical moment. The original owner had experienced at the same fate spite being reborn 3 times, she could not alter her predetermined destiny, thus, in this life, Joan Linger resolved to give up, tonet struggle and some escape, allowing her to take over this Masai situation. If things continued as they were, she could predict the events that would unfold with uncanny precision. First, her cousin Zhong Yexual petitioned Master Qingqi Sect to accept the Rezain in their disciple. Subsequently, she would follow her cousin Asamir supporting character, highlighting how puritanible Zhong Yexu was, until decades later she inexplicably became a evil and mother demise, having lived less than 100 years. What is this? This is the cultivation world, where lifespans stand be extended indefinitely, even allowing gas and to the immortal realm for to live. Why should you be condemned to levy on lay a few kiddies? No, sheepsolid like could not tread the same path as in her previous relief as he had to change, and the first step toward that change would begin with becoming a direct disciple. As soon as words left their lips, Joan Linger felt the mysterious force controlling air body dissipate. Before Master Lingfeng could speak, she hurriedly knelt before the distant sky and forcefully knocked her head against the ground. Father, I'm sorry, I cannot cultivate to a damaged spiritual root, nor can I fulfill the promise you made with Master Hong Yuan. I feel ashamed before you please take me with you. Tears streamed down Joan Linger's face as suddenly remembered that the ground was a stage especially prepared for the martial arts competition. How painfully hard it was. Today marked the state immortal alliances discipline except on ceremony, wherein it only the 5 major sects Beatles and numerous molars ex and estimed familiars from east state had gathered. The crowd fell silent, watching the daughter of Master Zong with keen interest, sensing that their word shinty did something significant. Thought she had just expressed her willingness, her actions clearly indicate her reluctance, implying that she had been coerced, ho had forced her. What would Master Hong Yuan ho had promised the late Master Zong to accept the race a disciple, dono? It was well known that Master Zong was the only 9th grade Ray Master in East State, known for his amiable nature and willingness to help in 10 years ago, when Qingqi Sect was besieged by malevolent spirits and their protective array was breached. It was Master Zong who risked being turned part with the ghost king to mend their ray, allowing Qingqi Sect to receive aid from other sects and ultimately turning the tide of battle. At the time, Master Hong Yuan had publicly promised Master Zong to accept this daughter, Joan Linger, as a direct disciple. Now that Master Zong had passed away 5 years ago, would the prestigious Qingqi Sect still honor that promise? Master Hong Yuan found himself in a dilemma. When he had agreed to take her as a disciple, Joan Linger had possessed an exceptional water spiritual root, era redolent. Coupled with Master Zong's contributions to Qingqi Sect, he had been willing to grant her a direct disciple position, but now, with her spiritual root destroyed, it would be a waste to bestow such a title upon her. Meanwhile, her cousin possessed a heavenly grade wood spiritual root, and sinus and turtleant. It was Song Famlewa had suggested a swap, benefiting both parties. Now they were remerly going through emotions, yet this could soon expect to display complicated matters as significantly. The crowd observes Master Hong Yuan, Winter Luket to Zhong Zhenhai, the head of Zong family and Joan Linger's uncle, signaling him to resolve the matter within his own family. Seeing Master Hong Yuan's silence, Joan Linger fell too uneasy. As expected, Zhong Zhenhai quickly helped her to her feet, his eyes brimming with tears. Child, I understand Dorsero over your damaged spiritual root. Fear not, our uncle will treat you well and compensate you properly. Pa, your compensation amounts to draining Madria trust you as far as I can throw you. Joan Linger wanted to curse Butan Sagain felt her body slipping from air control. Instead, she found herself saying, Uncle, I just linger holoxti fortunito master hongi wants disciple. I willingly relinquish mispata my cousin I just feel resentful to wish tolerant and cultivate. Joan exigently wiped Joan Linger steers, her 50-year-old feature is exquisite and delicate, evoking sympathy sister, I cannot take our place you should bitte direct disciple, while shall be content to san in ner disciple. The letter off Danshan Pavilion mastery weighing smiled and said, Joan you should be in inner discipline would be a waste of your talent, with the hour would spiritual root, why not join me Danshan Pavilion is a direct disciple? Is a me on stealing my opportunity, Joan Linger sensed that things were a going gore master Hong Yuan would surely not relinquish Joan Yushu her path to becoming a direct disciple simed bleak. Joan Yu's UCS gamed with pride. Before Master Hong Yuan cold respond, she softly interjected, mastery weighing, you flatter I am not worthy of such praise would be grateful to simply an inner disciple. Her words clearly indicate her unwillingness to hoint on Shan Pavilion, prompting Master Yu Yingto's smiley and falsolent. Joan Linger secretly scoffed. Joan Yu's ways indeed ambitious she aspired to be direct discipline Qingqi Sect, believe in gun lithotop sect was worthy offered Shalukidan upanalother sects. Master Han Yuan didn't satisfaction, signaling Master Ling Feng to announce their results. Joan Linger had just declared her willingness to relinquish her position, enough to quell in rumors, they needed to finalize this quickly to avoid further complications. Chapter 2 The Unraveling of Family Secrets. As Joan Linger felt the mysterious force that controlled her dissipate, she sprang into action. With no hope left in Qingqi Sect, she resolved to seize his only benefits for herself. After all, she was like an indomitable cockroach no matter how fierce Lithotestruck, she would resist, and resist again whenever the grip of disdain illusioned. With their sounding thud, Joan Linger knelt before her mother, Lisiru, holding a small famlesial in her hand. Mother, this is the famlesial my father left for me yesterday. You mentioned that he should relinquish me position as a direct disciple my cousin and follow Harent of the sectasen in their disciple. You suggest that the uncle keep the famlesial to ensure my future well-being. I am deeply touched by your concern. After my contemplation, I realized that Alfafeo had married my uncle. His position as the head of the family is not secure. For your sake, I am giving the seal toy, hoping you can revive me with my father's original manus ripped off Yin 64 formation diagram as a keepsake. You and my uncle have already made several copies of this diagram. Mythos become a redundant for you. A wave of astonishment triplet through Tikrot the sways indeed a sensational revelation, prompting numerous murmurs to arise. The Tianyan 64 formation diagram is said to be the culmination of Master Zong's life's work. It should rightfully be passed on to his descendants, entrusted to his wife Emerly for safekeeping. Why must the daughter exchange the family zeal for it? This girl is too young to probably doest comprehend the significance of the family zeal by Gavinjater. Master Zong clearly intended to designate Harris the next head of the family by relinquishing the zeal. She's essentially ceding control of Zong family. What good is the family zeal to her? Her uncle has no zeal, yet they still becometh the acting head of the family. If it weren't for the fierce rivalry with third master of Zong family, he would have a long since list that evil. Speaking of which, Zhong Zhenhai's rises the acting head of the family has much to do with his wife. It is said that till of Master Zong's disciples were expelled from the family otherwise, this little girl might have truly become the head of the family. I suspect Tetharuasama thing amiss. Did the matriarch really allow her daughter to relinquish her direct disciple status to Zettel for being an inner disciple? Is she truly a mother? What does it matter? With her father Guinea and their mother remarried, every own look for themselves, it's just a pity for the poor girl. Have you heard what Qingqi Sect's direct discipline position has become? Can it simply be given away? How cold Zong's wife a certain that Qingqi Sect would agree to this arrangement? Ahem, need I explain, she possesses a venly great wood spiritual rooted talent that a personally on a century, which sect wouldn't be a jerder cruther. The Qingqi Sect already has 4 direct disciples with just onslaught left, who all the arches? Lisara's expression shifted dramatically, a tumulto fangaran shane contorting Hiran's beautiful features. Zhong Zhenhai was momentarily taken aback, but then his face darkened as she stepped forward to pull Zhong Linger aside. Linger, this is a family matter, we shall discuss it to them. Joan Linger, no by in her control, replied, of course, I will ostend to uncle. This time she did not resist but instead away her moment, blinking her eyes as he felt the atmosphere like a excitement. She decided to add to the fire. Once her body argued its autonomy, shedder net their third uncle Zhong Jinue standing with her uncle, it seems a meme with the random Kagiri unwilling to make the exchange. Wu Dayubso can dastage of a methicapa Tianyan 64 formation diagram, I can tradite for the family zeal. These ways a golden opportunity falling from Theski. Zhong Jinai immediately leap adonta Thirana, retrieving gas scroll from Mr. Rejering. If Linger desirous the formation diagram, just say the word, he proclaimed, thrusting the scroll toward her while Ariakin for the family zeal with his other hand. Suddenly, an invisible barrier of spiritual energy obstructed Zhong's Enyashand, preventing him from advancing further. Enraged, he shouted, elder brother, what are you doing? Thesis Linger's voluntary change. Zhong Zhenhe retorted angrily, "Longeris de Liungen naive judge matters should be decided by her mother." Mother, Zhong Zhenhua scoffed, casting gate disdainful glance Siru, sister-in-law no issued say elder sister-in-law no you doti on use will more than your own daughter. If Linger expects you to advocate for her, shemay to swell forget a booty. Ignoring the humiliation he had just inflicted upon his former sister-in-law, Heterneto Zhong Linger with a warm smile, "Linger, you promised said to exchange with our uncle, didn't you?" Zhong Linger found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining, relishing the side offer to Dunkel trampling over her original mother's dignity. She wondered if Lisara could maintain her facade of being a gracious matriarch any longer. As for her Turdunkel's demands, Zhong Linger glanced at Zhong Zhenhai. She did not believe her uncle would allow his brother to he familial, even if it led to a fierce confrontation before a Thegathird crowd. Sure enough, sensing her hesitation, Zhong Zhenhai showed a cold glance at Lisiru, his eyes brimming with unspoken malice. Lisiru flinched, quickly producing Gascroll. "Linger, what is he doyo he for tot kappa diagram, this is your father's original manuscript, I feel desired, your mother will exchange it with you." With that, Shesnechet the family zeal from Zhong Linger Shansan placed the scroll into her grasp, her movements fluid and urgent, as if fearing a change of heart from her daughter. Zhong Zhenhai attempted to intervene, but Zhong Zhenhai blocked him. "That will exchange at blows until it become clear that the situation was irreversible." With a triumphant expression, Zhong Zhenhai struck Zhong Zhenyu down from the arena. Zhong Linger paid no heed to their struggle as she appealed the scroll and examined closely. Indeed, it beareth the handwriting of her late father, yet this was not really a record of T64 formations when all the pages were disassembled and reassembled. It trivia led a grand formation fair exceeding the 9th grade. The Tianyan demon sealing formation waste the lifelong labor of Ajania's formation master. Thickrode buzzed with whispers. Master Zhong had built Zhong family's legacy with his own hands and had always been good to his brothers, yet now in death, Thetwa brothers were embroiled in a feud over inheritance, with Thilder even marrying his brother Sweeto, none of his relative as him to consider the well-being of his precious daughter. Now with Zhong Linger surrendering the family zeal, the Zhong family had entirely fallen into the hands of Zhong Zhenhai. Some observers spawned direct implications of Zhong Linger's unconventional actions, staging such ad romaine public. They wondered what benefits he could possibly gain from these. Zhong Linger smiled inwardly, for how advantages were numerous. First and foremost, her father's formation diagram was priceless. 50 years when the Demon clan invaded, it would be this reformation that Zhong Yugzu would utilize to self demonibus, becoming a survivor in her own right. Secondly, her selfish mother cared only for herself. In her third life, the original owner had unsubtermoth herself, only to be poisoned by her own mother, nearly costing her life. Other tire surly, today's published humiliation served as a measure of retribution for the original owner. Chapter 3. Publicly announcing the broken engagement with a scoundrel. In the end, she was determined to reveal to the world the true nature of the Zhong family, one of the 6 prominent clans. Since her father's passing, the Zhong family had undergone a complete transformation, and today's events were merely a prologue. Her grievances with the Zhong family would one day be avenged. As for the family seal, after her mother married her uncle and expelled several of her father's disciples, it had become nothing more than a mere rock. The original owner had harbored the hope of inheriting the Zhong family with the seal when she came of age, but by then, all the family members had changed. Who would still recognize a mere stone? Moreover, she wished for one last chance. By publicly relinquishing the family seal, the crowd should understand her plight. How could the esteemed Hong Yuan still refuse to fulfill his promise? Hong Yuan averted his gaze from Zhong Linger, understanding her intent, yet he was aware that her spiritual roots were shattered. Merely being an inner disciple was already a great favor, and it was unreasonable for her to claim a direct disciple's spot. Unable to voice his reluctance, he turned to Zhong Zhenhai once more. Indeed, Zhong Zhenhai pulled Zhong Linger aside again, saying, "Linger, you are a good child, do not blame your mother. She is also considering the family's future. With your father gone, someone capable must support the Zhong family. Since you agreed to relinquish your spot to your cousin and are willing to be an inner disciple, your uncle will implore Hong Yuan to accept you, if that pleases you." Feeling the weight of constraint descend upon her, Zhong Linger immediately bit her tongue, causing blood to flow from her mouth, thus making her declaration of "I will heed my uncle's wishes" all the more poignant and accusatory. Numerous voices erupted in anger, condemning Zhong Zhenhai for pushing a child to such extremes, deeming it inhumane. Many were unable to bear the sight. A middle-aged man from the platform rushed to Zhong Linger's side, placing a pill in her mouth and inspecting her wound closely. Finding it merely superficial despite the excessive bleeding, he finally relaxed to Zhong Linger. "Speak your mind without harming yourself," he urged, his eyes filled with compassion, while his gaze towards the Zhong family was laced with disdain. This was the only kindness she had felt since arriving in this world. Perhaps the elixirs of the cultivation realm were exceptionally potent, for Zhong Linger sensed the bleeding had ceased, her tongue slightly numb yet no longer painful, allowing her to speak without hindrance. Expressing her gratitude to the middle-aged man, she glanced at Hong Yuan, realizing that this was insufficient. She needed to stoke the flames further. Zhong Linger had never been one to retreat in the face of adversity. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would never give up, and naturally, she detested engaging in futile efforts and sought to act in her own interest. Thus, she approached a handsome, aloof youth from the Qingqi Sect, presenting him with a red jade pendant. "Brother Mingyu, this is our betrothal pendant, and today I return it to you. I know you confessed to my cousin yesterday, only to be rejected. If we dissolve our engagement, you may pursue her without reservations." Such a private matter, disclosed before the public, caused the young man's face to flush crimson. Ignoring his family's admonitions, Lu Mingyu snatched the pendant from her hand, producing a small box from his storage ring and tossing it back, declaring loudly, "This is your own wish. I did not force you. Do not regret this in the future. From now on, our paths as man and woman shall diverge." With that, he cast a fiery glance at Zhong Yushue, relieved that she would no longer distance herself from him due to their engagement. Zhong Yushue, blushing and bowing her head, endured the strange and mocking stares from those around her, internally cursing Lu Mingyu for his audacity. How could a toad aspire to eat swan meat? The crowd erupted into a clamor, increasingly bewildered by Zhong Linger's actions. She had publicly aired the family's dirty laundry, irreparably damaging their reputation, and now rescinded her engagement, effectively severing all ties with the Qingqi Sect. Was she truly intent on extinguishing every avenue for herself? Zhong Ling opened the box to find a round, wax-sealed elixir, nodding in satisfaction. A man who had changed his heart could not compare to the worth of a ninth-rank resurrection pill. This elixir was indispensable for restoring her spiritual roots. In her previous 2 lives, the original owner had never called off the engagement, receiving not a shred of Lu Mingyu's attention. In her 3rd life, having come to her senses and dissolved the engagement, she reclaimed this betrothal token and aimed to mend her fractured spiritual roots, thus extending her life by an additional 20 years compared to the previous 2. Returning to the center of the arena, she addressed her uncle and mother, saying, "Now, I, Zhong Linger, have returned everything belonging to the Zhong family. The engagement is dissolved, the family seal has been surrendered, and the master my father arranged for me has been given to my cousin. I, Zhong Linger, stand alone, severed from any ties with the Zhong family. With her connection to the Zhong family severed, and with no retreat, she aimed to press Hong Yuan one last time, making a final effort to change her fate." The middle-aged man disapproved, stating, "Little girl, what do you intend to do, alone? Where will you go, forsaking your family?" Tears welling in her eyes, Zhong Linger replied, "I have failed to safeguard the legacy my father left me. I must seek his forgiveness." The middle-aged man, feeling compassion, called out to the higher-ups, "Master Hong Yuan, you must speak." Hong Yuan's displeased voice echoed, "Master Wu Chen, what do you expect me to say? How can I meddle in the affairs of the Zhong family?" Zhong Linger's heart sank. It was evident that Hong Yuan intended to go back on his word. All her schemes had been in vain, and no wonder the original owner had fled. Altering the course of predetermined events was exceedingly difficult. Under Zhong Jinhai's signal, Ling Feng ultimately announced that Zhong Yushue would become a direct disciple of the Qingqi Sect, while Hong Yuan expressed his willingness to compensate Zhong Linger by accepting her as an inner disciple. Voices of envy arose from the crowd. After all, for a waste with shattered spiritual roots, being accepted as the top-ranked inner disciple of the Qingqi Sect was a tremendous stroke of fortune. If not for Zhong Linger having a good father, who among the sects would have deemed her worthy, yet, Zhong Linger pondered, becoming an inner disciple of the Qingqi Sect meant treading the same path once more. Seizing the moment before being ensnared by unknown forces, Zhong Linger declared loudly, "I refuse to join the Qingqi Sect. My father was the only ninth-rank array master in Dongzhou. Many present have benefited from his kindness. I possess the means to restore my spiritual roots. Who among the esteemed masters would take me as a direct disciple?" Zhong Linger believed she could still salvage her situation. As long as she was alive, there remained a possibility for upheaval. What was the worst that could happen? Yet, what if she succeeded? Alas, there was silence among the 5 major sects above, and the other sects on either side remained mute. Zhong Linger inwardly cursed, realizing her father's favors had gone unrecognized. Despite his lifelong generosity and vast friendships, after his passing, not a single person was willing to protect his orphan child. Truly, the warmth of human connection fades, and the hearts of people grow cold. Suddenly, a voice broke through, "Would you be willing to join my Taiqiong Sect?" Chapter 4 of the feeble second brother. Upon seeing the kind-hearted elder, the esteemed Master Wuchan of the Taiqiong Sect, Zhong Linger felt a mixture of gratitude and reluctance. He truly was a good man, yet she was not prepared to acquiesce to his offer, for the Taiqiong Sect was not only impoverished but also in decline. Within 3 years, several of its direct disciples had encountered misfortunes, and soon after, the sect ranked 8th in the grand competition, officially falling out of the ranks of the 5 great sects. A decade later, the entire sect was annihilated by an unknown force, leading to the complete disappearance of a once mighty sect that had endured for a millennium. This fate had befallen 3 successive generations, thus, she resolutely decided against joining. However, this was the only olive branch extended to her, and Zhong Linger could not outright refuse it. With a deliberate roll of her eyes, she feigned curiosity and inquired, "Is it a direct disciple position?" The slots for direct disciples in various sects were limited. during the grand competition, each sect typically sent 5 representatives, all of whom were direct disciples, hence, the allocation was generally capped at 5. The Taiqiong Sect had already filled its quota, and given its downward trajectory, it lacked the resources to support an additional direct disciple. Zhonglinger surmised that Master Wuchan would be unable to grant her such a position, leading her to consider seeking assistance from the Danxiang Pavilion or the Wujiman. To her astonishment, Master Wuchan replied without hesitation, "Of course, it will be a direct disciple. The Taiqiong Sect can have 6 direct disciples without issue." Zhonglinger was left speechless. She could not refuse, yet this was not the outcome she had desired. Although she had painstakingly taken the first step to alter her fate, she realized that if she did not change, she could live to 90, but if she did, she would only survive for 10 years. This was a dire predicament. Hoping to resist further, she was quickly interrupted by Lingfeng Jinren, who, upon seeing her indecision, loudly announced the matter as settled, promptly entrusting Zhonglinger to a young man. The youth captivated Zhonglinger's gaze. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a handsome demeanor, a gentle aura, and clad in pristine white robes that seemed untouched by dust. He truly embodied the elegance of a refined gentleman, except for a slightly gaunt visage, which hinted at a frail constitution. He was utterly flawless. Noticing the admiration and infatuation flickering in Zhonglinger's eyes, he could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "You might want to wipe the drool." Zhonglinger instinctively raised her hand to her lips, only to realize she had fallen for his playful jest and retorted, "Fortunately, it is merely drool and not a nosebleed." The young man was taken aback. Had he just been playfully teased by his little junior sister? Did a 12-year-old girl truly grasp such concepts? A melodic laugh broke through the moment, as a beautiful young woman pulled Zhonglinger aside, introducing herself, "Little junior sister, this is your second brother, Bai Luocheng. I am Yi Qinglan from Danfeng. You may refer to me as Sister Yi." Zhonglinger regarded Bai Luocheng with a tinge of regret, recognizing him as the swordsmanship genius among the Taiqiong Sect's twin prodigies, renowned for his exceptional sword art. It was said that he had achieved the first layer of sword intent by the age of 18, capable of summoning swords like an ocean, and had reached the nascent soul stage by 25. Moreover, he was a rare talent in the realm of cultivation, adept in both sword arrays and individual swordsmanship. Alas, he was a talent marred by misfortune. During his trials, he had sustained an injury to his heart meridian. Though he had managed to cling to life, his cultivation regressed to the mid-stage of golden core, and he had not made any progress since. Bai Luocheng, sensing that Zhonglinger was aware of his past, gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Little junior sister, temper your gaze. The Taiqiong Sect harbors no weaklings, and none require your sympathy. I am as such, and so are you." His tone was calm yet resonated with the weight of a mountain, awakening something profound within Zhonglinger. Indeed, why should she cling to the position of direct disciple in the Lingjian sect, yearning to preserve what she believed was rightfully hers? If fate had decreed that she would lose such opportunities, she ought to seize what was within her grasp. The world was vast, with myriad chances awaiting her. As long as she grew strong, what could destiny do to her? Today, she was weak, pleading for the compassion and pity of others, yet finding herself in vain. This was not the life she envisioned for herself in this foreign world. She yearned to alter her predetermined fate and carve out a path uniquely her own. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over Zhonglinger, and she felt a sense of kinship towards Bai Luocheng, joyfully grasping his sleeve and exclaiming, "Thank you, second brother." The subsequent disciple selection ceremony was notably subdued. In truth, the true talents had already been claimed by various sects long before the ceremony commenced. Those present were either fortunate seekers from afar or individuals drawn by the resources of the larger sections. The Taiqiong Sect admitted only Zhonglinger as a disciple, while the other sects had recruited at least 30 or 40 apprentices each. Of this was not due to a limitation in slots, but rather a reflection of the Taiqiong Sect's declining reputation, which left Zhonglinger increasingly disheartened. It became painfully clear that the sect's impoverishment had permeated the hearts of many, leaving her with a sense of bleak prospects. On the return journey aboard the spirit vessel, Zhonglinger curiously explored her surroundings while internally lamenting. This vessel could accommodate barely a dozen individuals, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the 5 great sects. She glanced at the Tianyu sect, ranked 6th, whose vessel was only slightly smaller than that of the top-ranked Lingjian sect, which truly commanded respect. Master Wuchan sat leisurely at the table, sipping tea as he allowed his little disciple to explore. After a long while, he beckoned her to sit beside him, his expression turning solemn as he said, "Linger, now that you have entered my sect, I shall devote myself to nurturing you. You need not endure the hardships of your past. Cultivation emphasizes freedom and tranquility, a state of mind that is unobstructed. You need not tread as cautiously as before, calculating each step. Do you understand my meaning?" Seeing the affectionate warmth in her master's eyes, devoid of reproach, Zhonglinger understood that he disapproved of her previous cautious tactics during the disciple selection ceremony. She nodded obediently, replying, "Understood, Master. I shall heed your guidance." Master Wuchan smiled and retreated to the bow of the vessel to meditate, leaving Bai Luocheng to take his place at the table. He leaned closer to Zhonglinger and asked softly, "Little junior sister, What do you perceive your master to be like? Master is a good person. Zhong Linger offered her master a heartfelt compliment, though a flicker of skepticism crossed her gaze. What good was being virtuous if it did not ensure longevity? Bai Luochang smiled gently. Master's words hold great wisdom. Little junior sister, you must remember them, but also be discerning of the circumstances. Master is ever benevolent. Even if we err, he will not impose severe penalties. What could this mean? Was the second brother encouraging her to defy her master's intentions? Bai Luochang sipped his tea, noticing the confusion in her eyes, and deftly shifted the topic. You mentioned earlier that you have a method to restore your spiritual roots. Is that true? Zhong Linger nodded. My father left me a cultivation technique. If I diligently practice every day, I can gradually mend my spiritual roots. Bai Luochang sighed in relief, speaking softly. That is good to hear. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhong Linger happily agreed, yet she sensed something peculiar about her second brother, as if there was more beneath the surface than met the eye. In truth, while Zhong Linger found Bai Luochang intriguing, he too felt that this little junior sister was not as simple as she appeared. At 12, she should have been innocent and naive, yet beneath her seemingly obedient exterior lay a complexity that eluded his understanding. Chapter 5. Entering the Taiqiong Sect. As the spiritual vessel descended, a group awaited at the grand entrance, led by a stunning celestial maiden, poised and graceful. She approached and warmly took hold of Zhong Linger, smiling as she said, "So this is Master Zhong's daughter. Truly wise and delightful." The unperturbed master chuckled. "Linger, this is your fourth master uncle, the esteemed celestial maiden Xianghua, the head of Danfeng." Zhong Linger obediently greeted her, and Yi Qinglan also stepped forward to pay her respects to the master. The group joyfully entered the main hall. In comparison to her previous lifetimes, Zhong Linger felt that although the Taiqiong Sect lacked the grandeur of the Lingjian sect, its atmosphere was far more congenial. Despite the few who had come to welcome her, their warmth was palpable. She recalled the scene from her past life when the entire Lingjian sect had come to greet the return of their leader, a spectacle akin to that of an emperor's arrival. She could practically carve out a two-bedroom apartment with her feet from the overwhelming attention. Once seated, the unperturbed master requested celestial maiden Xianghua to examine Zhong Linger's condition. Indeed, the damaged spiritual root caused both of them to frown. Bai Luochang reiterated the words Zhong Linger had shared with him, noting her evident confidence, which finally eased their concerns. Zhong Linger proposed to mend her spiritual root through self-cultivation, to which the unperturbed master readily acquiesced. The Taiqiong Sect, one of the 5 major sects, sprawled across an extensive area with nearly 100 peaks. Among them, the 7 principal peaks included Yunxian Peak, where Zhong Linger presently resided, the sanctuary of the unperturbed master. The 5 slightly shorter peaks nearby belonged to the 5 personal disciples. Currently, apart from Bai Luochang, the others were either on missions or engaged in training outside the peaks, leaving the area sparsely populated. Since Zhong Linger was an unexpected personal disciple, no peak had been prepared for her in advance. Moreover, due to her young age, it was deemed unsuitable for her to reside alone. Thus, the unperturbed master provided her with a small courtyard on his own peak. As for the other peak masters, apart from celestial maiden Xianghua, none were present, as they were reportedly out with their disciples. Consequently, in the vast Taiqiong Sect, only a few elders and inner and outer disciples remained, with merely 2 or 3 core figures present. Early in the morning, Yi Qinglan eagerly took Zhong Linger to the main peak's dining hall for a meal. Subsequently, she procured the identification badge and attire for personal disciples from an elder and collected this month's provisions. Following that, she acted as a guide, leading Zhong Linger on a tour around the various locations atop their celestial cranes, aptly named familiarizing oneself with the environment. Senior Sister Yi, are you genuinely helping me acclimatize to the surroundings, or are you merely seeking an opportunity to slack off and have fun? Zhong Linger, having grown close to Yi Qinglan, spoke more candidly. Yi Qinglan chuckled shyly, a hint of mischief in her tone as she replied, "You can enjoy this leisure for a few days, while I'm willing to indulge you now. Once your eldest brother returns, you'll surely be swamped with tasks." Zhong Linger, intrigued, asked, "Is my eldest brother truly that formidable?" Yi Qinglan replied earnestly, "It's not just your eldest brother who is daunting. Your second and third brothers are equally intimidating. Your eldest brother motivates with words, your second brother encourages with gentleness, and your third brother offers affection through tender gestures. Alas, with 3 towering mountains above you, you must be strong." Zhong Linger found herself momentarily speechless. Her explanation was rather profound and elusive. Just as she was about to delve deeper into the matter, a gentle voice resonated from behind. "What are the 2 junior sisters discussing? Why would I be fearful?" Yi Qinglan quickly turned, her smile brightening as she replied, "How could second brother be fearful? You must have misheard." She then shot frantic signals to Zhong Linger, who frowned and retorted, "Second brother, eavesdropping on young ladies' conversations will surely leave you without a companion in life." Yi Qinglan paused, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Her younger sister had quite the knack for turning the tables. Bai Luochang, possessing a refined demeanor, appeared momentarily flustered, whether due to the eavesdropping or the finding a companion remark. He seemed slightly awkward. He then shifted the topic, addressing Yi Qinglan. Thank you, Sister Yi. I have already taken up a considerable amount of your cultivation time this morning. Remember to submit your cultivation reflections for this month. If there are any places our junior sister wishes to familiarize herself with next, I shall accompany her. Yi Qinglan rolled her eyes internally and took her leave with the two. Zhong Linger blinked, feeling as though she were being reminded about assignments by a teacher. Have you thought about how you will cultivate, junior sister? Bai Luochang inquired, his smile warm and inviting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Under normal circumstances, a junior sister would seek guidance from her senior brother regarding cultivation methods, and the senior brother would generously impart his knowledge, resulting in a harmonious and joyous exchange. However, Zhong Linger was no ordinary girl. She was a genius, to be precise, a free-spirited genius. Throughout her life, she had always dictated her own learning journey, never subjecting herself to the control of others. With a shy smile, she replied, Senior brother, my situation is rather unique. Master has permitted me to cultivate independently. Bai Luochang furrowed his brow slightly and gently asked, May I take a look at the condition of your spiritual root, junior sister? Noticing the concern in his eyes, Zhong Linger nodded in agreement. Bai Luochang extended his spiritual energy into Zhong Linger's body and was immediately taken aback. A normal person's spiritual root resembles a glowing bud, enveloped in the energies of the 5 elements. However, Zhong Linger's spiritual root appeared as a large, cracked mass, larger than a golden core, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. It was evident that this spiritual root, whatever it once was, had been rendered completely useless. No wonder Master had allowed her to cultivate independently. There was simply nothing for her to do. Maintaining his smile, Bai Luochang said, Since Master has granted you the autonomy to cultivate, then you should strive diligently, junior sister. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform your senior brother. He then produced a jade whistle, infused it with spiritual energy, and handed it to Zhong Linger, saying, The dining hall is located at the main peak. When you require transportation via celestial crane, simply blow this whistle. Zhong Linger accepted the whistle, marveling at her second brother's thoughtfulness. Lacking spiritual energy, she was unable to activate magical artifacts, making her travels quite inconvenient. Moreover, she had yet to master the art of fasting, necessitating her 3 daily meals. The distance between Yunxiong Peak and the dining hall alone would be enough to occupy her for an entire day, so this whistle effectively resolved a significant issue for her. As she watched her second brother's ethereal figure fade into the distance, Zhong Linger endeavored to recall how he had met his demise in her past 3 lives. It seemed to have occurred not long after, within the Tianyuan secret realm, though the details remained vague. In her previous lives, she had been rather transparent, unable to glean any useful information, so she decided not to dwell on it. Instead, Zhong Linger returned to her quarters to begin her cultivation. In truth, even without Bai Luochang's supervision, she would diligently engage in her cultivation, for this body bore significant issues. If she did not exert herself, not only would her ability to cultivate be in jeopardy, but her very survival for several more years was uncertain, as fate seemed intent on extinguishing her life. At the age of 5, the original host's spiritual root had been shattered by a cloaked figure. It was the grayish bead within her consciousness that emitted a white glow, enveloping her dantian and forming a protective mass around the remnants of her spiritual root. In her first 2 lifetimes, this mass had replaced her spiritual root, enabling her to cultivate. However, as she utilized the divine power within the bead to reverse time, the strength contained within it diminished with each use. By her 3rd life, the mass had developed cracks, rendering the original host incapable of cultivation even into her 20s. Chapter 6, Dominating the Realm of Spirit Birds. Fortunately, the original owner had broken off her engagement and retrieved the 9th grade resurrection pill, allowing the fissures in her flesh to mend. The pearl conveyed a thought, stating that it required the power of the 5 elements to restore its essence. The original owner had spent decades accumulating this elemental power, which ultimately enabled her to break through to the golden core stage. But how does one accumulate the power of the 5 elements? It involves cultivating the soul and transferring objects embodying the 5 attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, into the pearl, enabling it to digest and decompose them. While this sounds straightforward, the execution proves to be quite challenging. Cultivation can generally be categorized into 3 paths: cultivating the soul, the body, and techniques, with soul cultivation being the most arduous. Typically, a cultivator's soul grows stronger in tandem with their advancement in realm. However, attempting to cultivate the soul independently is nearly impossible. This is due to the scarcity of such techniques and the fact that a powerful soul requires a robust body to support it. For instance, if a foundation establishment level cultivator were to bear a golden core level soul without a strong physique, the only outcome would be a catastrophic explosion of their body. The pearl had indeed transmitted a soul cultivation technique to the original owner. Thus, Joan Linger devised a training regimen for herself to cultivate her soul while simultaneously gathering the power of the 5 elements, and to refine her body. She could not afford to perish before her spiritual roots were restored. With the memories of the original owner's cultivation methods, grasping the esoteric techniques of soul cultivation was not overly complicated. Moreover, due to Joan Linger possessing a higher intellect than the original owner, she found herself with a deeper understanding. In just 1 hour, she had managed to initially master the art of utilizing her soul. Observing the quilt, pillow, spirit stones, and vase in her room vanish one by one, she eagerly probed her sea of consciousness, allowing her spirit to descend into the pearl. There, she beheld the quilt, pillow, and vase floating within, indicating her success. However, the spirit stones had vanished had they been absorbed and decomposed by the pearl. Though spirit stones lacked any attribute, they were manifestations of spiritual energy, an essential element for cultivation, suggesting that they too were of value to the pearl. Retrieving the quilt and other items from the pearl, Joan Linger felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, an indication of her spirit being overextended. Nevertheless, she pressed on. Her spirit could not rest yet, as it was time to refine her body. But how should she go about this? Gazing at her delicate, pale wrists, she decided to postpone body refinement for the moment and first engage in some physical exercise. Summoning a celestial crane, she instructed it to carry her aloft above the Taiqiong Sect, both to clear her mind and to seek a suitable location for physical training. Upon reaching the main peak, she observed a group of outer disciples engaged in sparring, their sword lights and spells intertwining in a dazzling display. Shaking her head, Joan Linger concluded that this was not the right place. Those disciples were all at least at the 5th level of chi refinement, whereas she would only end up being a punching bag here. Nearby, a few junior disciples practiced against wooden stakes, but that seemed rather foolish. Wooden stakes could not evade attacks, so what could be gained from such practice? Dissatisfied with this locale, she urged the celestial crane to fly away again. When she arrived at Beast God Peak, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She recalled Yi Qinglan mentioning that this peak housed numerous spirit beasts, and the crane beneath her lived among them. At the foot of the mountain lay a spirit bird garden, where the spirit birds required for daily meals were kept. These spirit birds, lacking in awareness, possessed cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to 7th layers of chi gathering, perfect companions for her training. Dismounting the crane, Joan Linger rummaged through her storage ring and retrieved a peachwood sword, nearly a toy crafted by Master Zhong for his daughter. While it was not sharp, it was lightweight and sturdy, ideal for her current petite frame. Recalling the foundational sword techniques from her memories, Joan Linger brimmed with confidence as she leaped into the spirit bird garden, brandishing the peachwood sword and charging towards a red-beaked pheasant that stood half her height. Upon seeing a little girl rush towards it, the red-beaked pheasant, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy from her, instinctively awakened its nature of preying on the weak. Rather than flee, it extended its beak to peck at Joan Linger. With her fingers forming a sword gesture, she swung her sword upward, exuding an aura of confidence as the girl and bird engaged in a fierce clash akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. As the red-beaked pheasant flapped its wings, a tempest swirled around them, leaves dancing in the wind. Though it possessed only the cultivation of the 2nd layer of chi refinement, its ferocity was intimidating. Undeterred, Joan Linger unleashed her sword techniques, meticulously recording the angles, force, speed, and damage of her strikes, while grasping the intricacies within. While the foundational sword techniques were simple, they formed the bedrock of countless sword styles. Truly comprehending and executing them to perfection was no easy feat. Joan Linger chose to begin with these fundamental techniques intentionally, aiming to establish a solid foundation. Initially, the red-beaked pheasant was able to exchange blows with Joan Linger, but by the time she had executed her sword techniques for the 3rd time, it was left with no choice but to evade. After the 4th round, its feathers were in disarray, and it began to emit mournful cries. If it could articulate its thoughts, it would undoubtedly question Joan Linger about the nature of their grudge. Why prolong its suffering when a swift end would suffice? Regrettably, it could voice no complaints. After 300 exchanges, Joan Linger finally struck down the red-beaked pheasant. Indeed, it had been a beating. The peachwood sword lacked a blade, and without spiritual energy, a clean kill was impossible. She could only bludgeon it to death. The pheasant's body lay in tatters, its feathers strewn about, revealing bruised skin, a sight reminiscent of utter destruction, its eyes fixed in a final gaze of disbelief. A glowing white sphere, imbued with a soft luminescence, emerged from the red-beaked pheasant and began to ascend into the air. Joan Linger recognized this as the creature's soul, prompting her to summon her spirit and capture the soul within the pearl. She wished to ascertain whether the soul would be of any use to it. The experiment confirmed that while the pearl could house the soul, it would not decompose it. Thus, Joan Linger released the soul once more. After completing these tasks, she felt a sharp pain in her head, an indication that her soul was too weak to bear the weight of the captured spirit. Inwardly cursing the original owner for her lack of ambition, Joan Linger recalled that the original owner had needed a formidable spirit to support her formation of talismans and arrays. In her second and third lifetimes, she had diligently honed her sea of consciousness, yet in this life, upon realizing her inability to cultivate, she had succumbed to despair, neglecting her training, which led to her current predicament where even a mere soul fragment could overwhelm her spirit. Now, she could only practice gradually observing the feathers scattered on the ground. She surmised that while she could not lift the heavier ones, the lighter ones would suffice. With a flick of her spirit, she drew the feathers into the pearl, watching as they vanished from sight. Zhonglinger rejoiced. Did the feathers also contain the power of the 5 elements? If so, all the feathers in this garden were rightfully hers, and she would dominate the realm of spirit birds. As she rested, she continued to utilize her spirit to transfer feathers, stones, flowers, and any light objects within her view into the pearl, discovering that a significant portion was decomposed by it. As the pain in her head escalated, Zhonglinger paused upon reaching her limit. However, she had regained some strength, prompting her to once again charge at a second red-beaked pheasant with her peachwood sword. Thus, she alternated between pushing her spirit to its limits in battle with the spirit birds and refining her body, ensuring that not a moment of time was wasted. Chapter 7. Infiltrating Qiongshao City, numerous divine consciousnesses swept across, expressing their bewilderment at the sight of the newly appointed disciple engaging in a skirmish with the spirit fowl, even audaciously plucking its feathers. What peculiar behavior was this? As her proficiency increased, Zhonglinger became increasingly adept at dispatching the red-beaked pheasants with remarkable speed. What once required a fierce battle lasting 300 exchanges could now be settled in under 50 strikes within a day. At the entrance of the spirit fowl garden, a heap of red-beaked pheasant corpses lay piled high, while within the enclosure, a throng of trembling pheasants huddled together in fear. Zhonglinger stood before this cluster of frightened red-beaked pheasants, sword in hand, feeling quite vexed. While she could easily handle 2 or 3, confronting a whole group was a different matter altogether. Just then, an irate voice rang out. "Which peak's disciple are you, daring to cause a ruckus here?" Turning around, Zhonglinger recognized a stout middle-aged man, who had been introduced to her by Senior Sister Yi earlier that day, Chef Zhou, responsible for the dining hall. With an innocent smile, Zhonglinger sweetly replied, "Uncle Zhou, I have prepared the ingredients for tonight's dinner for you, no need for thanks. Also, could you help me separate them?" Chef Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the gruesome sight of the featherless corpses nearby, and then at the cluster of red-beaked pheasants pleading for his intervention, his ire surged. Not only had she brutally slaughtered his spirit fowl, but she even had the audacity to claim she was assisting him in preparing ingredients. What audacity this girl possessed! He was determined to teach her a lesson. However, before he could act, a voice echoed in his ear, and Chef Zhou's anger gradually dissipated. He then spoke gently, "Linger, it would suffice for you to slay 10 red-beaked pheasants each day. If you are inclined, deeper within, there are flat-beaked beasts. They are more agile than red-beaked pheasants, yet pose no harm. You may hunt 5 of them daily." Zhonglinger's eyes lit up. Since the afternoon, she had sensed a gaze upon her, and it seemed her intuition was correct. Judging by Chef Zhou's attitude, the observer must be her master. His lack of opposition signified his approval for her practice here, and her speculation proved accurate. She smiled at Chef Zhou, saying, "Uncle Zhou, 10 red-beaked pheasants, 5 flat-beaked beasts. Anything else? I believe I can handle more." Chef Zhou's lips twitched, but with the sect leader permitting this little troublemaker to wreak havoc in his spirit fowl garden, he couldn't voice his objections. Thus, he pointed out 2 more types of spirit fowl before departing with the pile of corpses. After a day of training, Zhonglinger arrived at the dining hall with an insatiable appetite, ordering an abundance of food. However, as she left, she overheard numerous disciples grumbling about the meat dishes being riddled with bone fragments, making them difficult to chew. That evening, Zhonglinger upheld her commendable habit of studying, heading to the scripture pavilion for self-study. As a direct disciple, she had access to all the texts therein, and she spent the night poring over the tomes on physical cultivation. Eventually, she stumbled upon a celestial tear technique titled Dragon Tendon and Phoenix Marrow tucked away in a corner. Logically, such a high-grade technique should be meticulously safeguarded by the sect, rather than left for anyone to peruse. After reviewing it, Zhonglinger understood that while the technique was powerful, its requirements were exceedingly stringent. Without a rare opportunity, one could not hope to cultivate it, which explained why it lay gathering dust here. This, however, suited Zhonglinger perfectly. While such opportunities might seem daunting to others, they posed no challenge for her, merely a matter of snatching it from her well-regarded cousin. And as for guilt over such thievery, Zhonglinger felt none whatsoever. After committing the technique to memory, she turned her attention to the books on runes and formations. The original owner's memories contained considerable content on these subjects, but Zhonglinger felt the foundation was shaky and lacked depth of understanding. She had many queries that needed answers from the texts. It wasn't until the elder closed the doors of the scripture pavilion that Zhonglinger reluctantly departed. Back in her quarters, she retrieved a heap of feathers and beast fur from her storage ring, transferring them into the sphere with the utmost weight her divine consciousness could bear. Exhausted to the point of a splitting headache, she succumbed to slumber. Zhong Linger began her daily cycle of training, occasionally visited by Yi Qinglan for a chat, or her second senior brother inquiring if she needed anything. Otherwise, she was left undisturbed. And since her master, the unperturbed Zhenren, had ventured out on the third day of his return, she had become a child without supervision, and thus, free. One day, Yi Qinglan rushed over, mysteriously proclaiming her intent to procure something delightful. Observing the mischievous glint in her eyes, Zhong Linger immediately understood of skipping class for a little adventure. The two girls stealthily left the sect, with Yi Qinglan summoning a jade gourd to soar through the air. Zhong Linger, curious, inquired, "Senior Sister Yi, where are we headed? Why the secrecy?" Yi Qinglan chuckled, "Little junior sister, do you really need to ask? Of course, it's something that can't be disclosed. The sect's rules state that all disciples must reach the golden core stage before freely venturing outside. I am merely at the third layer of foundation establishment, and well, do you think our masters would feel at ease letting us roam?" Zhong Linger fell silent. The sect's regulations were evidently designed to safeguard the disciples' well-being, and their escapade posed a significant risk. Sensing Zhong Linger's concern, Yi Qinglan reassured her, "Do not fret, little junior sister. We won't stray far. We shall simply visit Qiongxiao City for a leisurely stroll. That city is managed by our sect, and we shall be safe there." Zhong Linger patted her chest, declaring, "Senior Sister Yi, why didn't you say so earlier? Since there's no danger, let us hasten our pace." The two giggled and chattered, swiftly making their way into the city. In Dongzhou, there are 5 major sects, each governing a grand city, along with Tianji Academy overseeing Tianhua City, totaling 6 major cities. Qiongxiao City is one of these 6, bustling with activity. As the two girls wandered through the city, their eyes widened with wonder at everything they encountered, thoroughly enjoying their outing. Yi Qinglan had a purpose for her visit. She skillfully led Zhong Linger to Tianji Trading House, where she sold some elixirs, netting 1,000 spirit stones. With her newfound wealth, she eagerly purchased 2 palm-sized jade slips, delighting in her acquisition. Upon arriving at the tavern and taking a seat, Yi Qinglan presented a jade tablet to Zhong Linger. After a flurry of explanations, Zhong Linger quickly grasped that this was a mobile device of a cultivator's version, albeit still in its rudimentary 1.0 iteration. Its primary function was to send messages, lacking the capability for one-on-one conversations, as well as the transmission of sound and imagery. However, what set this device apart was a forum-like feature where various tasks and announcements were posted. Yi Qinglan was particularly enamored with this functionality and immediately began to explore it, subsequently exclaiming in excitement as she pointed it out to Zhong Linger. "Wow, did you see that? They are discussing senior brother. He has slain a 5th-level demon beast in the secret realm with his sword, surpassing 4 minor realms. It's utterly remarkable. Look, it mentions the esteemed Ling Qingyu of the Spirit Sword Sect, a paragon of ice spiritual roots. It is said that merely approaching him within 3 feet could result in frostbite." Zhong Linger's gossip-loving spirit ignited as she lowered her voice conspiratorially, remarking, "He does this intentionally. It's his way of driving people away. However, when he encounters his beloved, he becomes more reserved." Chapter 8 The Cunning Senior Siblings. Yi Qinglan exclaimed, "Does he have someone he fancies?" Zhong Linger pondered, "Not yet, I suppose. At this moment, he is with several disciples from various sects undergoing trials in the secret realm, so he likely hasn't encountered his cousin. Indeed, Ouyang Ruoqing is formidable, having earned the title of the foremost among his peers. However, in the Taiqiong Sect, he is perhaps the only one capable of upholding their reputation." A voice emanated from a nearby table, where a young man had set down a jade slip, his expression rife with indignation. Yi Qinglan turned to look, then quickly returned her gaze and pressed Zhong Linger's head down, whispering, "Do not make a sound. Those are members of the Tianyu sect, and we cannot afford to provoke them." Zhong Linger gazed in astonishment, questioning whether Senior Sister Yi was truly so timid. Yi Qinglan pouted slightly, explaining, "They constantly seek to pick on us, and many sect disciples have suffered at their hands. Second senior brother has advised us that if we cannot win, we should avoid confrontation." "It is not shameful." Zhong Linger grasped the situation. This was indeed a survival tactic imparted by second senior brother. Though it felt somewhat cowardly, it at least spared them from harm. The two remained silent, quietly eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 members of Tianyu sect. The rotund fellow remarked, "Brother Zhao, our senior brother is not significantly inferior to Ouyang Ruoqing. Now that one of the Taiqiong twin beauties has fallen, who can say that the other won't soon follow suit?" Brother Zhao chuckled, "Quite right. Ouyang Ruoqing's prominence has drawn the attention of many, and with the Taiqiong sect's decline, who knows how long they can protect him? As long as we secure a top 5 position in the sect competition, the Taiqiong sect will fall from the ranks of the 5 major sections. The twin beauties of Taiqiong are of little consequence. The entire Qiongxiao city will come under our sect's dominion." The portly fellow immediately chimed in, "Brother Zhao speaks the truth. I hear that the sect leader of Taiqiong has taken in a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate as their personal disciple. I wonder what they are thinking during the sect competition. That disciple is bound to fail in the challenge." Brother Zhao snorted, "What I fear is that they won't allow this good-for-nothing to compete at all." The portly fellow lowered his voice and leaned toward Brother Zhao, saying, "The sect leader has stated that she will be compelled to participate. While we cannot touch Ouyang Ruocheng, can we not deal with the regression of Bai Luocheng's cultivation?" His voice was soft, and amidst the clamor of the tavern, Yi Qinglan did not catch the full context. However, Zhonglinger, using her spiritual sense, discerned everything clearly. Was the Tianyu sect plotting against second senior brother in order to triumph in the sect competition? This was not entirely implausible. She recalled that in previous sect competitions, neither the senior brother nor the second senior brother of Taiqiong had been able to compete. Shortly thereafter, the Tianyu sect had supplanted the Taiqiong sect, becoming one of the 5 major sects and the rulers of Qiongxiao city. Seizing the opportunity while the two were engaged in hushed conversation, Zhonglinger discreetly extracted the jade slip that Brother Zhao had left on the table and swiftly transferred it into her orb, fearing it might be disassembled. She then quickly stowed it in her storage ring and tugged at Yi Qinglan to stealthily depart. After meandering through the streets for a while, they were unexpectedly intercepted by Bai Luocheng, who had come searching for them. Just as they were about to head back, a disciple responsible for maintaining order within the city rushed over, reporting that a fight had broken out in the tavern involving a highly skilled individual whom the disciples could not contend with. Bai Luocheng led the two to investigate, only to find the 2 members of Tianyu sect being soundly beaten by a burly middle-aged man. Upon inquiring about the cause, the tavern keeper explained that Zhao Qingfeng's jade slip had gone missing, and since the only person nearby was that man, he was suspected of theft. A disagreement ensued, leading to the brawl. Zhonglinger felt a surge of satisfaction as she watched the middle-aged man pummel Zhao Qingfeng and his companion, while Yi Qinglan nearly applauded in delight. She eagerly recounted the events to Bai Luocheng, detailing the altercation for nearly the duration of a tea break. Only when Zhao Qingfeng and his companion had been thoroughly subdued did she allow Bai Luocheng to approach the 3 combatants. "This gentleman must be Daoist Yuan Jia. Might I implore you to cease hostilities? Combat is prohibited within Qiongxiao city." Bai Luocheng, to their surprise, recognized the burly man and addressed him by name. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Though a rogue cultivator, Yuan Jia was a mid-stage nascent soul expert, known for his formidable prowess, and was a highly sought-after figure among various factions. Upon realizing who the man was, Zhao Qingfeng understood he had bitten off more than he could chew and quickly declared, "Ah, it is indeed Daoist Yuan. I have long admired your reputation. This was merely a misunderstanding on my part. I acted rashly." Yuan Jia retorted angrily, "You think a mere misunderstanding can absolve you of this matter?" Zhao Qingfeng twitched his mouth before producing a storage ring, stating, "That cannot be. Here is a token of my apology. I hope Daoist Yuan will graciously accept it." Yuan Jia took the ring, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and smirked slightly, clearly pleased with the compensation. Suddenly, Zhonglinger interjected, addressing the portly fellow, "What about your apology, Brother Zhao?" The rotund man froze momentarily, and upon noticing Yuan Jia's fierce glare, quickly produced a storage ring and handed it over, casting a fierce glare at the overly talkative Zhonglinger, who promptly hid behind Bai Luocheng in fright. Yuan Jia, having received an additional offering, was in high spirits as he thanked Bai Luocheng and cast a glance at Zhonglinger before turning to leave. Bai Luocheng gently ruffled his little junior sister's hair and addressed Zhao Qingfeng and his companion. "According to the rules of Qiongxiao city, all brawlers are to be expelled. Do you two wish to exit through the city gates, or would you prefer to use the teleportation array?" Zhao Qingfeng's face turned ashen, yet he refused to concede to Bai Luocheng, instead coldly stating, "Bai Luocheng, you have done well. We shall remember this incident. We'll see how it unfolds." With that, he led the way toward the teleportation array. Bai Luocheng, unfazed, leisurely followed behind. It was only when Zhao Qingfeng and his companion stood upon the teleportation array that he squeezed past the disciple in charge and cheerfully addressed them. "The teleportation fee is 200 spirit stones per person. Who will handle the payment?" Zhao Qingfeng smirked coldly, raising his hand to toss 400 spirit stones onto the ground. The surrounding disciples glared at him with indignation, yet his insult, or perhaps provocation, failed to rattle Bai Luocheng, who remained serene as ever. With a gentle wave of his hand, the teleportation array illuminated with brilliance. However, Zhonglinger observed that the spirit stones Zhao Qingfeng had discarded had subtly shifted positions, and under the influence of these spirit stones, the destination of the teleportation array altered, moving at least 3,000 miles away. Could it be they were teleported out of the eastern continent? How delightfully underhanded of second senior brother. This method was quite to her liking. As the two vanished, the teleportation array returned to its original state. Zhong Linger deliberately glanced at the positions of the spirit stones, which, upon losing their spiritual energy, had turned to dust. The little girl beamed innocently, asking, "Second senior brother, did you do something naughty?" Bai Luochang smirked, "Little junior sister, it seems we are both guilty of mischief." Yi Qinglan regarded the oddly smiling duo with a look of utter bewilderment. Upon returning to the sect, the two bid farewell to Yi Qinglan, and Bai Luochang inquired, "Little junior sister, you possess a jade slip, so why did you still take Zhao Qingfeng's?" Zhong Linger replied quizzically, "How did second senior brother know I had his jade slip?" Bai Luochang sighed, "It bore his aura. I sensed it upon seeing you and senior sister Yi, and I had to help you conceal it given your lack of cultivation. The items in your storage ring cannot mask their presence." Chapter 9, The Sword Shocks Second Senior Brother. It was only then that Zhong Linger realized her oversight. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and subsequently produced Zhao Qingfeng's jade slip, requesting Bai Luochang to assist in erasing the lingering aura. After that, she opened it and chuckled mischievously. Her small hands danced swiftly across the jade slip, sending out a flurry of messages that left Bai Luochang utterly dumbfounded beside her. To her master, she expressed, "Thank you, master, for your generous teachings. To repay you, I am willing to adopt any posture." To her senior brother, she confessed, "Junior sister misses you, my heart and arms are filled with thoughts of you." To her second senior brother, she quipped, "A fool, you think you deserve to be my senior brother? Next time, let us sort ourselves by the size of our fists." To her junior sister, she beckoned, "Every night, I think of you, come now, bring your little whip and strike me." To Du Zipeng, she declared, "Let us meet tonight. I am feeling bold." Bai Luochang's face flushed crimson, he could no longer bear to watch and blurted out, "Junior sister, who taught you these things?" Zhong Linger innocently blinked and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot to write the word fist." Consequently, she sent this message to all the other men in the jade slip, omitting the words fist entirely. Bai Luochang, at a loss for words, pondered whether this was truly a 12-year-old child, whose innocent face belied such blush-inducing messages. The atmosphere was undeniably peculiar. As the messages continued to be dispatched, responses soon flooded in. From her master came the message, "You troublemaker, master will take good care of you." From her junior sister, "You are truly despicable, just wait, I'll be right there to skin you alive." From her senior brother, "What is wrong with you, sending such flirtations my way?" From her second senior brother, "Trust me, I will dismantle your rebelliousness piece by piece and feed it to the dogs." From the esteemed heavenly pavilion, "I knew you had a penchant for this. Wash up and wait for me tonight." From the disciples of Lingkong Island, "I am not that kind of person, our paths do not align, there's no need to meet again." From Du Zipeng, "Who are you to steal my jade slip and send such messages? If I catch you, you're finished." Zhong Linger was taken aback. It appeared that Du Zipeng was indeed the chubby fellow by Zhao Qingfeng's side. She was curious to inquire where they had been transmitted. She wondered what kind of friends Zhao Qingfeng had made. As the subsequent messages grew increasingly explicit, naturally, a few individuals inquired about his little brother, and Zhong Linger found herself wide-eyed with astonishment. Bai Luochang, unable to restrain himself any longer, snatched the jade slip from Zhong Linger's hands and crushed it with a rare display of anger. "These messages are not suitable for you. You are still young and must not imitate such behavior. You've played enough for the day, hurry back to your cultivation." Seeing that it was prudent to retreat, Zhong Linger obediently scampered away. Although her second senior brother was somewhat scheming, he was fundamentally a pure-hearted individual. Thereafter, Zhong Linger found no opportunity to cause mischief and could only diligently cultivate. After a month, she felt that the cracks at the base of her spiritual root had healed somewhat. At least the bottom of this fleshy sphere appeared much smoother. While it still paled in comparison to the overall cracks, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. The spiritual avians in the Lingqin garden dwindled rapidly under Zhong Linger's onslaught, and they had developed a peculiar habit. Upon seeing her approach, they would screech in unison and huddle together in a trembling mass. Even if one was isolated and cornered by Zhong Linger, it would not bravely fight back but instead cower, retracting its neck in fear. Should Zhong Linger dare to strike it, it would rather slam itself against a rock, determined to knock itself unconscious rather than perish at her hands. Zhong Linger found this behavior exasperating. With a flicker of her consciousness, she captured the dazed flat-beaked creature within her orb, observing as its feathers disintegrated before releasing it. With a cold snort, she remarked, "Even if I do not take your life, I shall pluck your feathers." The spiritual avians could no longer satisfy Zhong Linger's cultivation needs, so she turned her attention to the spiritual beasts on the mountain. The immortal cranes were off limits as they were her mounts, and the several seven-colored deer seemed to serve no particular purpose. With her cultivation at the 8th level of chi refinement, she believed she could handle them. Zhonglinger identified a smaller seven-colored deer and charged at it. Startled, the deer soon grew enraged and attempted to butt her with its antlers. In response, Zhonglinger unleashed her sword technique, with beams of sword light soaring and accompanied by the faint sounds of wind and thunder, resonating through the sky. After attending to the sex matters, Bai Luochang pinched the bridge of his nose and lifted his head from the desk, only to see an elder from Beast God Peak rushing over with a distressed expression. Luochang, you must rein in your little junior sister. She has wreaked havoc on the spiritual avians and is now setting her sights on the spiritual beasts. Regardless of whether she can defeat them, those beasts are of great use and must not be harmed. Though Bai Luochang had been instructed by his master not to meddle in his junior sister's cultivation, the spiritual beasts left behind by the sect were indeed invaluable, and their cultivation levels were not low. He could not allow harm to come to his junior sister, so he swiftly moved, soaring through the air alongside the elder from Beast God Peak. From a distance, he beheld a flurry of sword energy emanating forth, and Bai Luochang was taken aback. How could his junior sister, devoid of spiritual energy, wield such formidable sword energy? Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that indeed, the sword energy was emanating from her and was being wielded with an ordinary peachwood sword. Though her swordplay was simple, each move was executed with exquisite precision, from the angle of her strikes to the timing of her force application, and the accuracy with which she struck her targets. She achieved an unparalleled level of perfection, leaving no room for flaws. A prodigy indeed, his junior sister was unquestionably a genius in the way of the sword. In merely a month, she had managed to reach such a level of proficiency through her own exploration, having seemingly caught a glimpse of the true essence of swordsmanship. This talent surpassed even that of his senior brother. Bai Luochang gestured to silence the elder who was about to speak, choosing instead to observe in silence as his astonishment deepened. A little girl without spiritual power, wielding a peachwood sword, was able to contend with spiritual beasts at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Her strength lay not only in her swordsmanship but also in her physical prowess. Could it be that his junior sister was destined to pursue the path of physical cultivation? The difference between spiritual beasts and spiritual avians lay in the former having attained spiritual intelligence. Upon witnessing their kin being bullied, the nearby seven-colored deer rallied together, brandishing their antlers in solidarity against Zhonglinger. Unfazed, Zhonglinger prepared to charge forward, only to be lifted into the air by a large hand gripping her collar. Turning around, she saw it was her second senior brother, and instantly retracted her menacing demeanor, transforming into the obedient little junior sister. Second senior brother, what brings you here? It's I who should be asking you that. Is it not enough to wreak havoc among the spiritual avians that you have come to challenge the spiritual beasts? The sect keeps these spiritual beasts for a reason, they must not be harmed. The young man spoke gently, with a hint of indulgence. Zhonglinger gazed longingly at the seven-colored deer, her eyes filled with reluctance, and proposed, then I shall only defeat them, not kill them. Bai Luochang raised an eyebrow, pondering that being thoroughly beaten and left with broken bones would be as good as being killed. Nodding to the elder beside him, Bai Luochang mounted his sword, carrying Zhonglinger as they soared towards the back mountain. They arrived before a stone tablet inscribed with the words Forbidden Area. After performing a series of hand seals, he broke the restriction, and a spatial door opened before them. Chapter 10. A leap to foundation. As the two stepped forward, they were immediately enveloped by a rush of spiritual energy, far denser than anything outside. Before them lay a lush, verdant expanse, an untouched primeval forest. Second senior brother, is it not forbidden to enter the forbidden grounds? Are you certain it's safe for you to bring me here? Zhonglinger inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Bai Luochang replied with a smile, indeed, the forbidden grounds are off limits, but as direct disciples, we are permitted to enter this place, rich in spiritual energy, for cultivation. Zhonglinger quickly grasped the implication. This was indeed a privilege reserved for direct disciples. Noticing the sparkle in her eyes, Bai Luochang continued, though entry here requires one to have established a foundation, as long as you refrain from venturing too deep, you should be fine. Please wait for me here, I will fetch some sparring partners for you. With that, Bai Luochang ventured into the depths of the forest. Before long, the sounds of beasts crashing through the underbrush echoed, as a group of bizarrely shaped demonic beasts were driven out. Just as they were about to charge at Zhonglinger, Bai Luochang appeared, casting several formation bases from his palm, followed by a commanding shout, rise. Radiant multicolored lights erupted as the formation materialized, ensnaring the beasts within its confines. Zhonglinger recognized this as a third-tier trapping formation, more than adequate to contain these chi-refining stage beasts. Indeed, practicing against such ferocious creatures would undoubtedly enhance her skills far more than merely beating on spiritual birds. Her second senior brother had truly considered everything. However, that was not the end of it. Bai Luochang stepped into the formation and deployed several more bases, dividing the area into numerous sections, each containing 1 to 3 beasts, their combined strength not exceeding the foundation level, perfectly within Zhonglinger's capacity to handle. As she observed the young man diligently arranging the formations for her, a mere novice who could not cultivate, Joan Linger felt a surge of gratitude. Though Bai Luocheng appeared gentle and approachable, he was, in essence, quite distant, seldom allowing anyone to penetrate his heart, yet he treated her with genuine kindness. Embedding smaller formations within a larger one, while not exceedingly difficult, was nonetheless labor-intensive. Over the past month, Joan Linger had devoted herself to studying formations, and with the memories from her past life, she comprehended Bai Luocheng's methods thoroughly. She even began to mentally calculate where his next base should be placed and how shifting a few inches could yield a more refined arrangement. In truth, nesting smaller formations within a larger one was rather cumbersome. If the aim was merely to segregate these beasts, a third-tier formation known as the Five Elements Heavenly Prison would be infinitely simpler and more effective, capable of dividing the beasts according to their elemental attributes. If Bai Luocheng were to follow such a design, dismantling 10 bases and adjusting 2 would suffice to transition to that formation. As she mentally navigated the structures of both formations, contemplating how to better harness the forces of nature through the art of formations, Joan Linger unwittingly entered a remarkable state. The surroundings faded away, leaving her alone amidst the vastness of heaven and earth before her. 10 bases continuously rearranged, yielding myriad transformations, ultimately coalescing into a complex and profound mark that inscribed itself upon her brow before vanishing. Emerging from the formation, Bai Luocheng was taken aback to find his junior sister standing there in a daze, her eyes glazed over, surrounded by a familiar aura of Tao. Surprised, he pondered whether she had entered a state of enlightenment. He was certain that the Tao emanating from her was related to formations. Could it be that she had gained insight simply by observing him arrange the formations? What a prodigy she must be! Not daring to interrupt, he stood quietly by, waiting. A remarkable phenomenon occurred. He suddenly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging intensely toward Joan Linger, forming swirling vortices around her. Her aura fluctuated rapidly, layering with energy, until it reached the 9th layer, yet it did not cease. Thunderous roars erupted from above as endless dark clouds rolled in, lightning flashing continuously, a formidable heavenly might announcing the impending arrival of a tribulation. Bai Luocheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the intensity of this foundation-level thunderstorm not a tad excessive? He hastily cast several more bases, managing to create a simple protective formation around Joan Linger, hoping to mitigate some of the thunder's force. In truth, a cultivator's tribulation must be faced alone. External assistance holds little significance. What Bai Luocheng had done could only be deemed marginally helpful. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down, nearly toppling Joan Linger. Just as she regained consciousness from her profound insight, she felt a shift within her body. Before she could fully comprehend the rapid ascent of her realm, another bolt descended upon her, leaving her in a state of utter bewilderment. Junior sister, maintain your focus and concentrate on overcoming the tribulation. Bai Luocheng's voice rang out just in time. Joan Linger snapped back to reality, recalling her past life experiences with tribulations. She hurriedly entered a focused state, yet she couldn't help but wonder why the thunder of the foundation-level tribulation had grown so formidable. After all, it was merely a foundation stage, was it not? But Joan Linger's tribulation was unlike anyone else's, nor was it akin to those of her previous lives. From the outset, it was exceptionally strong, each subsequent bolt more powerful than the last. While most individuals face 2 or 3 strikes, she endured a full 9, as if the heavens bore a grudge against her, mercilessly unleashing their wrath. She could stand through the first bolt, but by the second, she was forced to sit, and by the third, she had to lie down, continuing to roll about under the relentless strikes, as if she were a piece of fried chicken, flipping and turning, determined to emerge crispy and succulent. Was she being targeted? Undoubtedly. Joan Linger speculated that perhaps she had deviated from the will of heaven, altering her predetermined life path, thus inviting the Tao to confront her. However, she was no pushover. She sensed the protective orb within her sea of consciousness shielding her body. Since she was not in danger of death, she decided to engage in some mischief. The orb could absorb spiritual energy. What about the power of thunder? Harnessing her spiritual cultivation techniques, she cunningly siphoned the thunderbolts into the orb, which, true to her expectations, began to absorb and deconstruct the lightning. She could feel the orb's delight in consuming the thunder, ultimately requiring no effort on her part, as it autonomously absorbed the strikes directed at her. Finally, after the 9 bolts of tribulation had fallen, the storm clouds dissipated. Joan Linger, her body charred, expelled a hazy figure resembling a small person before succumbing to unconsciousness. Bai Luocheng hastily scooped up his junior sister and soared out of the forbidden grounds, making his way directly to Dan Peak to seek out Fairy Qianghua. Upon tending to Joan Linger's injuries, Fairy Qianghua was left speechless. How could this girl, with her spiritual roots so severely damaged, still cultivate? Moreover, she had progressed directly to foundation establishment, bypassing the chi-refining stage altogether. Fairy Qianghua was perplexed, and so was Bai Luocheng, his junior sister, with her exceptional swordsmanship talent, had ventured into the path of formations. Upon learning that Zhong Linger had attained enlightenment through formations, Fairy Qianghua appeared to find clarity, smiling knowingly. Linger's father is the only 9th-tier formation master in the eastern province. As the daughter of Master Zhong, it is hardly surprising that she possesses talent in the domain of formations. Since she has embarked on the path of formations, it bodes well for our sect. With that, she nodded firmly, convincing herself that this was indeed the case. Chapter 11. On the return of the senior brother, Bai Luocheng quietly observed Qianghua Fairy as she attempted to persuade him, his gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The notion that one possesses innate talent in the formation path seemed overly simplistic. After all, for cultivators, each level of advancement is typically achieved through years, if not decades, of accumulation. It is only after reaching a certain comprehension of the Tao that one can ascend even a minor realm. As for transcending major realms, that is an arduous journey, often requiring centuries of dedication. The fact that the junior sister had leapt into foundation establishment in such a short time suggested a profound understanding of the Tao, who, aside from those rare prodigies endowed with extraordinary gifts, could possibly achieve such rapid progress? Yet, such innate abilities are generally attributed to beings with unique bloodlines, like the dragon or phoenix clans. As for the human race, such occurrences are seldom heard of. Noticing Bai Luocheng's serious demeanor, Qianghua Fairy gently chided him. Why ponder so deeply? She is merely a 12-year-old child, your junior sister. Since fate has led her to our Taiqiong Sect, we shall do our utmost to protect her. Despite still harboring numerous questions, Bai Luocheng nodded in agreement. You are right, fourth master uncle. Since the junior sister is capable of cultivation and has entered the formation path, I shall personally guide her. Qianghua Fairy nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a fortunate development. Talented individuals in the formation path are exceedingly rare across various sects, and now Taiqiong Sect had gained another, a young genius at that. Zhong Linger, having overheard their conversation, felt a sense of appreciation for the people of Taiqiong Sect. If it weren't for the inexplicable destruction of her family a decade later, it would truly be an ideal place to take refuge. Upon seeing Zhong Linger awaken, Bai Luocheng promptly approached her, offering a healing elixir and instructing her to calm her mind and stabilize her realm. As Zhong Linger examined herself, she noted that the orb had not changed significantly. The tribulation lightning she had absorbed was gone, and the cracks on her spiritual root had diminished somewhat. A faint light now emanated from the base of her spiritual root, but whether it still retained its original water attribute remained uncertain. She sensed a difference compared to her previous 3 lifetimes. Extending her consciousness, she was able to reach beyond a mountain peak to sense the vicinity of Beast God Peak, even hearing the calls of the red-billed pheasants. Indeed, with her cultivation having risen, her spiritual awareness had also been augmented. After undergoing the refining process of the tribulation lightning, Zhong Linger expelled the impurities accumulated during her mortal existence, causing an unpleasant odor to emanate from her body. Bai Luocheng, afflicted by his cleanliness obsession, frantically employed cleansing spells, but it was ultimately Qianghua Fairy who, unable to tolerate the stench, had Ji Qinglan prepare a medicinal bath to invigorate Zhong Linger, thereby saving the noses of those present. In the span of a month, she traversed the 5 years of her previous life's cultivation journey. The butterfly had indeed begun to flap its wings, yet Zhong Linger, focused on solidifying her realm, remained unaware that a whirlwind was quietly forming. The following morning, upon opening her door, Zhong Linger encountered Bai Luocheng, who had been waiting patiently. The young man, clad in white, radiated warmth, and his eyes held a hint of gentleness. Zhong Linger beamed. Good morning, second brother. Bai Luocheng chuckled softly. It is no longer early. The inner disciples have already completed their morning lessons. Starting tomorrow, you will need to rise an hour earlier, as I will come to teach you formation techniques. Zhong Linger's smile faltered momentarily at the overwhelming pressure of his expectations. She had endured enough of such intensity in her previous life. No, I must refuse, she thought. However, Bai Luocheng directly handed her a storage ring, saying, inside are books pertaining to formations. Take a look at them first. I have more to offer once you finish. Scanning the contents with her consciousness, Zhong Linger discovered the ring was filled to the brim with formation texts, no less than 50 volumes. It dawned on her that the scarcity of formation books in the scripture repository was due to their presence with her second brother. After accepting the ring, Zhong Linger playfully tugged at Bai Luocheng's arm. Second brother, I can learn formations at my own pace. If you wish to teach me, why not instruct me in sword techniques instead? You wish to learn swordsmanship? Bai Luocheng responded with surprise, then added, Junior sister, a person's energy is limited. If you enter the Tao through formations, then, second brother. Zhong Linger interjected with a smile, are you not also cultivating both swordsmanship and formations? Bai Luocheng was momentarily speechless. However, reflecting on it, he recognized that his junior sister possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship as well, and perhaps she could indeed master both disciplines. Yet, sword cultivation invariably entailed intense battles. Could she withstand that with her compromised spiritual root? Seeing the concern in by Luocheng's eyes, Zhong Linger led him toward the back mountain, reassuring him, "There is no need for worry, second brother. I value my life greatly, and I aspire to become a sword cultivator. One day, I shall soar through the skies, sweeping across vast distances with my sword." As she gestured with her finger as if wielding a sword, her spirit ablaze with ambition, Bai Luocheng eventually relented, bringing her into the forbidden grounds. The demonic beasts captured the previous day were still present, and Bai Luocheng began to instruct his junior sister in sword techniques. Having practiced basic sword techniques for a month, Zhong Linger was now able to slay spirit birds at the 7th layer of qi refinement with her peachwood sword. Now at the foundation establishment stage, wielding the red-edged sword gifted by Bai Luocheng, she effortlessly dispatched the demonic beasts. Bai Luocheng observed her practice, unable to find a single flaw, and he had to admit that his junior sister was remarkably gifted. Her prowess in sword cultivation would surely be exceptional. Afterward, he captured a few foundation-level demonic beasts and placed them within the formation, beginning to teach Zhong Linger the sect's signature sword technique, the Heavenly Qiong 9 Swords. This technique was the creation of the sect's founding ancestor, renowned for its ability to vanquish the 4 great kings of the demon realm, advocating the philosophy of overcoming all with sheer strength. It was rumored to have the power to rend space and sever the Tao. Zhong Linger grasped the sword moves quickly, but to fully integrate them would require time. After completing his instruction, Bai Luocheng specifically advised her not to rush, urging her to practice each move diligently. As he prepared to leave, Bai Luocheng took the corpses of the demonic beasts with him. Zhong Linger was puzzled by this action, but when she went to the dining hall for lunch, she saw many disciples weeping with joy, exclaiming that today they need not eat bone remnants, and they were even served meat dishes. Now this is truly the life of a human being. Zhong Linger also marveled at how resourceful her second brother was, never wasting a single morsel. She learned much from him. Days of cultivation passed swiftly. Half a month later, the sect suddenly became lively. One morning, Yi Qinglan eagerly arrived to find Zhong Linger, announcing that the senior brother had returned victorious, and the sect master would be returning as well. Indeed, not long after, Zhong Linger beheld the illustrious Ouyang Ruocheng, one of the famed Taiqiong twin beauties, her senior brother, known as the foremost among his peers. He was an extraordinarily handsome young man, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his tall figure exuding an aura that no amount of dark robes could conceal. He resembled a sword, radiating brilliance, with a chilling edge that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. Upon seeing Zhong Linger, Ouyang Ruocheng's eyes softened with warmth as he retrieved a ring from his robe and handed it to her, saying, "Junior sister, this is a token of our reunion." Zhong Linger scanned the ring with her consciousness and found it contained not only 1,000 spirit stones but also numerous spiritual herbs and medicines, far more than what her master had gifted her. While her senior brother might be somewhat aloof, his generosity was indeed remarkable. As Zhong Linger smiled sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother." Meanwhile, Master Wu Chen observed his young disciple with astonishment, exclaiming, "Linger, you have established your foundation?" Chapter 12. Is there a rift between the senior brothers? Bai Luocheng hurriedly stepped forward to recount the events. Ji Wu Chen, the revered master, personally examined Zhong Linger's spiritual root condition. With a smile, he affectionately patted her head and said, "Although I am uncertain how you manage this, it is indeed a fortunate development that your spiritual root can gradually recover. I have procured a 9 transformation golden lotus for you, and I hope it aids in your restoration." After speaking, he handed a jade box to Zhong Linger. Upon opening it, she felt a jolt throughout her being as a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs enveloped her, stirring the pearl in her sea of consciousness. Inside the box lay a golden lotus, its petals radiating strands of spiritual light. This was a 9th-grade spiritual herb, said to be found only in perilous chasms, where high-tier demon beasts roamed and spatial turbulence prevailed, making it a place few dared to tread. Clearly, this lotus had been sought specifically for her. Zhong Linger carefully stowed away the 9 transformation golden lotus. Rather than expressing her gratitude with words, she embraced Ji Wu Chen, her heart genuinely acknowledging him as her master. With the return of her senior brother, Zhong Linger experienced firsthand the motivational words that Yi Qinglan had spoken of. In the afternoon, as she battled a foundation establishment demon beast of the 5th tier within the formation, she heard her senior brother's icy voice, "Are you merely tickling this demon beast? The Qiong 9 swords prevail through strength, demanding total commitment and unwavering resolve. What are you still contemplating? If your heart is not focused on the sword, how can you harness its true potential? Ah, congratulations, you have finally worn out this demon beast." Upon exiting the formation, Zhong Linger saw her senior brother and second senior brother gazing at her. Her senior brother frowned, clearly displeased, while the second senior brother remained calm and gentle, like jade. Ouyang Ruocheng suddenly addressed by Luocheng, "Is this formation of yours? While it protects her from harm, it significantly diminishes the effectiveness of her training. If she truly wishes to become a sword cultivator, she must possess the courage to face danger. Bai Luochang replied nonchalantly, "Little junior sister is merely 12 years old, it's quite commendable that she isn't frightened to tears by these demon beasts." Ouyang Ruochang seemed to recall something and paused for a moment before turning back to Zhong Linger. "Little junior sister, I will personally instruct you over the next few days. If you can defeat a demon beast without relying on the formation, then you may accompany us to the Tianyuan secret realm in 5 days, otherwise, you shall remain here to cultivate alone." Zhong Linger's eyes brightened. The Tianyuan secret realm, there must be many opportunities there. Can I really go? Ouyang Ruochang, somewhat displeased, replied, "Your second senior brother has expressed his intention to take you to broaden your horizons." Zhong Linger paid little heed to his attitude and eagerly inquired, "Who else is going? Is senior brother also attending?" Bai Luochang took over the conversation. "The Tianyuan secret realm has restrictions based on cultivation levels. Only those at the golden core stage or below may enter. Your senior brother cannot go. Only I will take you and junior sister Yi along with 2 inner disciples." Zhong Linger felt elated at the prospect of an outing, yet a shadow loomed in her heart. Her second senior brother had perished in the Tianyuan secret realm in previous lives. Though the reasons were unknown, this trip would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. However, the secret realm contained the essence cleansing spring she required for her physical cultivation, making her determination to go unshakable. But what about her second senior brother? Ouyang Ruochang led Zhong Linger deeper into the forbidden area. Inside, they encountered numerous demon beasts, with the level of danger escalating as they ventured further. Eventually, they halted before a demon beast of the second tier of the nascent soul stage. It was a blazing red flame tiger, towering 5 zhang high, its body pulsating with fiery spiritual energy, radiating a heat akin to the sun, withering the surrounding flora. Ouyang Ruochang addressed Zhong Linger, "Little junior sister, I shall demonstrate the Tianqiong 9 swords once, pay close attention." With that, he drew his sword and charged at the red flame tiger, engaging it in fierce combat. Beside them, Bai Luochang explained, "This is the first stance, the sword raises heaven and earth, it emphasizes the resolve behind the strike, requiring a spirit of creation to wield the sword without fear. This is the second stance, the sword moves across 8 desolations. It focuses on the momentum of the strike." As Bai Luochang elucidated, Zhong Linger watched in awe. The young man in the dark robe moved with profound sword techniques, his aura escalating with each strike until he seemed to transform into a sword himself, dancing amidst the flames spewed by the red flame tiger. The conflagration and sword energy intertwined, resembling a tumultuous sea of fire, echoing like thunderous strikes. The ground trembled under the might of the sword energy, ravaging the plants and trees as if a hurricane of level 10 swept through, continuously encroaching upon their position. Zhong Linger felt breathless, her heart racing with an instinctual urge to flee, yet, her gaze remained glued to the spectacle, compelling her to draw closer to Bai Luochang. Dust swirled around them, broken trees crashing down, and the sword energy carved gaping rifts in the earth, yet all of it halted just 3 feet before Bai Luochang, as if severed by an invisible blade. Beyond that, chaos reigned, while within that small space, tranquility prevailed. Zhong Linger stuck out her tongue, marveling at her senior brother's prowess, and her second senior brother was no slouch either. The title of Tianqiong's twin beauties was not unfounded, yet, such a capable second senior brother had perished in the Tianyuan secret realm. What formidable adversary had he encountered? Ultimately, the red flame tiger, battered and bruised, fell, fulfilling its duty with honor. Zhong Linger gained profound insights into the Tianqiong 9 swords and developed a deeper understanding of her 2 senior brothers' strengths. That night, having just returned from the scripture repository, Zhong Linger was approached stealthily by Yi Qinglan, who claimed to have a thrilling spectacle to share. Zhong Linger was taken aback. The Taiqiong Sect was typically consumed with cultivation, quiet and serene. What sort of spectacle could there be? The 2 of them crept to Bai Luochang's mountaintop, hiding in the grass beside the rocks. They saw the young man in white seated alone at a stone table, sipping tea and perusing a book, the moonlight casting a serene and enchanting glow upon him. If this were a scene of moonlit beauty, she could believe it, but where was the thrilling spectacle? Zhong Linger looked at Yi Qinglan in confusion. Yi Qinglan produced a jade slip and wrote the character for wait. They lingered for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, when suddenly, Ouyang Ruochang appeared on his sword, quietly standing behind Bai Luochang, who seemed oblivious to his presence. Zhong Linger mused, their interaction was rather peculiar. Could there be some underlying tension between the 2 senior brothers? After a considerable time, Ouyang Ruochang finally spoke, "The Tianyuan secret realm is exceedingly perilous. It is already challenging for you to care for 3 inner disciples alone, so why take the little junior sister along? She would only be a burden." Bai Luochang set down his book and turned to face him. "You do not understand little junior sister. She is unlike ordinary children. Moreover, the sect competition is approaching, and I have a premonition that many forces will seek to have her participate, thus we must plan accordingly." Ouyang Ruochang's expression hardened. "If they cannot contend with you and me, they resort to targeting a mere child. they truly are a bunch of cowards. They have sought to expel the Taiqiong Sect from the ranks of the 5 great sects for quite some time. Ouyang Ruochang moved to sit on another stone bench, and Bai Luochang poured him a cup of tea. Chapter 13 I wish to borrow your body. The disciples in the Golden Core stage are not present. Would you like me to summon Junior Brother San to accompany you? I fear he may not return in time, and besides, it is rare for Master San to have the opportunity to guide them in their training. Let's leave it be. With that, the two fell silent. After sipping a couple of cups of tea. Ouyang Ruochang rose, placing 2 storage rings upon the table, and softly remarked, "These are the spoils from our expedition to the secret realm. One should be recorded in the sex accounts, and the other is for you to keep." Having said that, he took to the skies on his sword and departed. Bai Luochang gazed at the rings for a moment, chuckling softly as he tucked them away before resuming his reading. Zhong Linger found it puzzling. Her 2 senior brothers had exchanged a few words, but what kind of performance was this? Casting a glance at Yi Qinglan, she noticed her face flushed, lips tightly pressed together, fists clenched in excitement, as though she were on the verge of a scream. Realizing the situation was becoming precarious, Zhong Linger hurriedly pulled her away, racing back to her dwelling, only to find Yi Qinglan wearing a beaming smile, as if her soul had taken flight. "Senior Sister Yi, what has happened to you? Do you wish for me to summon Master Si to take a look?" Upon hearing the name of her master, Yi Qinglan finally regained her composure, shaking Zhong Linger by the shoulders in fervor. "Little junior sister, did you see? That was Taiqiong's twin beauties, one black, one white, one aloof, one gentle. One possesses an innate sword bone, the other a transparent sword heart. Their harmony is exquisite, and they care for each other so deeply." "And then what?" Ah. Little junior sister, you are still young, you do not comprehend that the most beautiful feelings in this world are not necessarily those of romantic love between men and women, but rather the essence of love itself." Zhong Linger understood. Senior Sister Yi not only admired her 2 senior brothers but was also a seasoned fujoshi, capable of weaving elaborate emotional narratives simply by witnessing them together, moving herself to tears in the process. "Senior Sister Yi, isn't my second senior brother quite formidable? Why does the first senior brother still worry about him?" At Zhong Linger's question, Yi Qinglan sighed sadly. "Little junior sister, do you know that second senior brother possesses a sword heart that is rarely seen in 100 years? Yet, for some unknown reason, his heart has been tainted by demonic energy. Master has said that his sword heart has been corroded beyond recognition, his cultivation has plummeted, and it is uncertain how long he can survive." Zhong Linger was taken aback. Demonic energy, the demon race had been sealed in the abyss of demons. How could second senior brother have been afflicted by such a thing? Moreover, the invasion of demonic energy into one's body was a grave matter, typically leading to death. Aside from being somewhat frail, second senior brother appeared no different from a normal person. Zhong Linger pressed urgently, "Is there any way to save second senior brother?" "Little junior sister, do not fret. The sect leader and the other senior brothers are tirelessly gathering spiritual herbs, and my master has concocted numerous elixirs that can already suppress the spread of the demonic energy." Yi Qinglan comforted Zhong Linger for a moment before adding mysteriously, "Little junior sister, our sect is indeed as impoverished as its name suggests. Do you know why the first senior brother presented 2 rings to second senior brother? It is because he has been secretly aiding the sect. In fact, many of the senior brothers do the same. Every time they return from their training excursions, beyond what they are supposed to contribute to the sect, they will discreetly seek out second senior brother to record a portion of their gains in the sex accounts." Zhong Linger was astounded. Taiqiong Sect had reached such depths of poverty that it relied on its disciples for support. This was a new level of destitution. "Is this why disciples frequently venture out for training?" Zhong Linger questioned, then added, "But that shouldn't be the case. Such a vast city like Qiongshao surely generates considerable revenue each year." Yi Qinglan shook her head. "I cannot say for certain. All I know is that the sect's finances are perpetually in the red. The sect leader and the elders often fret over the lack of spirit stones." Zhong Linger fingered the 1,000 spirit stones within her storage ring, once more grateful to the first senior brother. He had indeed bestowed upon her a considerable fortune. After bidding farewell to Yi Qinglan, Zhong Linger fell into contemplation. From the first senior brother's words, it seemed he too was worried about second senior brother's safety but could not find a suitable companion for him. Given the issues with second senior brother's sword heart, encountering a formidable enemy could indeed be fatal. Alas, if only the first senior brother could enter with him. However, the secret realm imposed restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only those at the Golden Core stage. Even if the first senior brother suppressed his level to the pinnacle of Golden Core, he could not deceive the secret realm, could he? But was it truly impossible to outwit it? The secret realm operated under its own heavenly laws. To deceive it would mean to deceive the heavens. In her previous life, she seemed to have come across a talisman in a forbidden text that was capable of shielding against celestial scrutiny. Joan Linger was a woman of action. Once she conceived an idea, she began her attempts. Over the next few days, she practiced swordsmanship in the mornings under the encouragement of words from the first senior brother, studied formations in the afternoons with the gentle encouragement of the second senior brother, and devoted her evenings entirely to researching runes. With the foundation from her past life and her prodigious intellect, Joan Linger's understanding of runes advanced by leaps and bounds. She thoroughly examined the rune books in the scripture repository. On the 5th day, she once again entered a state of profound comprehension. It was as if she had entered a vividly colored space, where countless runes manifested, each representing a celestial secret. By freely combining these secrets, she could articulate phrases that would resonate with the heavens. She tirelessly organized her thoughts, forming phrases that could harness the powers of the universe, which transformed into ancient marks and embedded themselves between her brows. Runes danced around her, and a multitude of lights swirled by her side. Her hands moved increasingly swiftly, leaving only after images, as one mark after another emerged, eventually coalescing into a chain of great laws that entered her consciousness. Joan Linger's aura began to shift, but it dissipated in an instant. The profound resonance of the Tao encircled her, while spiritual energy coursed through her body, yet it did not linger. Rather, it gradually dispersed. Upon opening her eyes, Joan Linger sighed. She could feel that her realm was on the verge of an elevation, yet the gathered spiritual energy could not settle in her dantian. Her spiritual root was unable to absorb it, leading to her failed advancement. Though her understanding of the Tao might have already reached the Yuan-ing stage, her spiritual root held her back. It seemed she must find a way to mend her spiritual root. During this time, although she had slain a few beastly creatures, the corpses were taken away by the first senior brother, leaving her with nothing but the barest remnants. She could only transfer some flowers, stones, and the like into her orb, causing her progress to be painfully slowed. As for the 9-turn golden lotus and the 9-grade resurrection pill, she could not afford to use them lightly. The golden lotus required careful consideration for medicinal use, while the resurrection pill should only be employed in life-threatening situations. Joan Linger remained undeterred, procuring brushes and talisman paper to practice. She could effortlessly create 1st and 2nd grade talismans with a single stroke, hardly exerting any effort. However, when it came to the 3rd grade, it became somewhat strenuous. As for the talisman that obscured celestial insight, she had devised a method for its design, yet she could not produce it. Typically, she would only manage a couple of strokes before succumbing to pain, with blood streaming from her ears and nose, clearly indicating that the realm required for this talisman was beyond her current foundation in chi refinement. With the departure imminent the following day, Joan Linger gritted her teeth and resolved to seek her master's fortune. Upon seeing his little disciple visit him late at night, Master Wu Chen was taken aback and quickly inquired about the matter at hand. Joan Linger beamed as she urged her master to sit down, mustering her courage to say, "Master, I wish to draw a talisman, but with my current cultivation, I cannot. I seek to borrow your body for this purpose." Chapter 14. The descent of divine punishment. The immortal Wu Chen, startled, rose to his feet and gently patted his little disciple's head. "Linger, dear, you haven't burnt your brain, have you? What is it that you wish to borrow?" Joan Linger pressed him back down into his seat, her expression a mixture of distress and determination. "Master, you did not mishear me. I wish for my soul to enter your body, so that I may draw a talisman." Seeing the furrowed brow of the child before him, Wu Chen felt a pang of sympathy. This child had suffered damage to her spiritual roots. Her path of cultivation was indeed fraught with difficulty. Allowing her to experience a higher realm of cultivation was not out of the question. "Can your soul leave your body?" he inquired, contemplating the feasibility of the endeavor. The most challenging aspect would be ensuring her soul's vitality remained intact while separating it from her corporeal form. Although he could assist her, he still sought clarification. Joan Linger, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded eagerly. "I have practiced the soul separation technique. For the duration of an incense stick, it is possible." Wu Chen waved his hand, summoning the necessary brush, ink, and paper for talisman drawing onto the table. He then addressed Joan Linger, "Then you shall give it a try. If it proves too difficult, inform your master. Do not force yourself." Overjoyed, Joan Linger promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling her energy to facilitate the departure of her soul towards her master's body. She felt her spirit effortlessly penetrate a barrier, entering her master's sea of consciousness. There, beneath a vast expanse of starlit sky, sat a diminutive figure resembling her master, his divine soul. Meanwhile, she strolled beneath a celestial river. So this is the sea of consciousness of a powerful being. It truly is boundless, without discernible limits. As her master's divine essence gradually diminished, Joan Linger sensed her mastery over this new body. A gentle manipulation of her magical power washed over her, evoking a sensation of boundlessness, as if all things were cradled within her grasp, rendering the universe insignificant. Aware that time was of the essence, Joan Linger quickly adjusted to her new form and seized the brush, deciding to practice her technique first. With a flourish, she began to draw, the surrounding spiritual energy converging, shimmering points of light dancing along the stroke of her brush. As the final stroke was completed, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and the 8th grade divine lightning talisman was effortlessly crafted. Her master's body was indeed a formidable vessel, capable of withstanding such high-level talismans. With her heart at ease, Joan Linger commenced the drawing of the talisman designed to obscure celestial secrets. However, after only a few strokes, she began to feel an overwhelming resistance, as if an unseen force sought to hinder her progress. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, refusing to yield to the whims of fate even at the level of integration. Wu Chen sensed an invisible shackle hindering his movements, and his little disciple was clearly affected, her drawing growing increasingly sluggish. Yet the child did not relent. She persevered, painstakingly inching forward, displaying remarkable fortitude without even the slightest tremor of her brush. Recognizing her determination, Wu Chen felt compelled to lend her support, subtly channeling his own power to counteract the resistance. Joan Linger suddenly felt a lightness envelop her, and her hands regained their agility. Seizing the opportunity, she completed the talisman in one breath, and as the spiritual glow flickered on the talisman paper, she promptly returned her soul to her own body. Before she could revel in her success, an ominous aura surged around her. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and she cried out in alarm, rushing to secure the 2 completed talismans before dashing towards the door. Wu Chen, witnessing the seamlessness of her actions, felt a chill in his heart. Just moments ago, she had utilized his body, and now she discarded it as if it were worthless. Could there be no shred of affection for her master? With a swift motion, he followed her outside. By this time, the sky had darkened with ominous storm clouds, and golden dragons flickered within the tempest, coalescing into a formidable golden lightning bolt aimed directly at Wu Chen. The entire Taiqiong Sect was thrown into a state of alarm, all eyes drawn to the spectacle above. Many distant presences swept through with their divine senses, and a shared question echoed in their minds. Golden lightning, what transgression could this benevolent Wu Chen have committed to invoke such divine retribution? 3 bolts of punitive lightning struck down, leaving Wu Chen with a face like a charred skillet, hair resembling a sea urchin, and his robes tattered and torn, his appearance indeed pitiful. Nevertheless, his aura remained steady, unyielding throughout the ordeal. As the storm clouds began to dissipate, Wu Chen changed into a fresh set of robes and cast a couple of cleansing spells, restoring himself to his former state. The crowd gathered around him, and Fairy Qionghua voiced the collective curiosity. Master, what have you done to attract such divine punishment? Wu Chen glanced at his little disciple, huddled in the corner, and chose not to elaborate, instead instructing the others to disperse. He then seized the collar of his little disciple's robe, intent on having a heart-to-heart conversation inside the room. The master and disciple sat facing each other. Speak, child, of what talisman did you draw, and why did it provoke the wrath of the heavens? It was merely a talisman to obscure celestial secrets. I never expected the heavens to be so petty as to send down lightning for this. Given that you sought to obscure celestial knowledge, who else would the heavens strike if not you? What purpose did you intend for this talisman? To aid senior brother, so that he might accompany us into the Tianyuan secret realm. This reasoning took Wu Chen by surprise, softening his tone. Come now, explain to your master your thoughts. Why do you wish for your senior brother to join us? Joan Linger eagerly grasped her master's sleeve, exclaiming, Master, I heard from Sister Yi about second brother's situation. It would be too burdensome for him to take us 4 liabilities with him on his journey. I thought that if senior brother were present, he could lead us, relieving second brother of some of his hardships. Then I recalled a book I saw in the scripture pavilion, which elaborated on the drawing of such talismans. However, I could not replicate the drawing, and thus I sought your guidance. Indeed, the child was correct. Luo Chen was ill-suited for the trials of the outside world, and it was commendable of her to consider her brother's well-being. Wu Chen affectionately ruffled Joan Linger's hair and sighed, Our sex resources are lacking, and it has put you children through much hardship. Taking the 2 talismans from Joan Linger, Wu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. One was an 8th grade divine lightning talisman, and the other an 8th grade talisman of celestial obfuscation. Could it be that his little disciple had the ability to craft such high-tier talismans? Are you truly Joan Linger, and not someone who has usurped her identity? Wu Chen's expression turned wary. Joan Linger stifled the urge to roll her eyes. Master, in this body of mine, who would be foolish enough to usurp me? My father taught me formations and talismans. It's just that I lack spiritual power before, rendering me incapable of anything. In truth, my proficiency in these areas is quite commendable. Seeing Wu Chen finally relax, Zhong Linger couldn't help but boast, "Master, trust me. By accepting me as your disciple, you have certainly stumbled upon a treasure." Wu Chen chuckled, lightly tapping her forehead. "Indeed, the only time in my life I was struck by divine punishment was due to you." With that, he tucked the 2 talismans away. "Very well, return and rest. I shall make arrangements with your senior brother." Zhong Linger gazed in astonishment at the talismans that had been secured. "Master, that divine lightning talisman was meant for my own protection." Chapter 15. Entering the celestial source secret realm with your esteemed senior brother and second brother present, what dangers could possibly befall you? The power of this 8th grade talisman is far too formidable. It is unsafe for you to carry it. The expression of Master Wu Chen was grave, yet he could not suppress the flush that crept onto his face. Ultimately, he waved his hand, sending Zhong Linger back to her quarters. He then held the 2 talismans in his hands, examining them repeatedly. An 8th grade talisman, there are scarcely a handful within the entire realm of cultivation. Each one could easily serve as a treasured heirloom for a small sect. It was a pity that one had to be used merely to enter a secret realm. Did that not seem somewhat extravagant? Zhong Linger, having lost an 8th grade talisman, spent the night in restless slumber until she spotted her senior brother among the departing group, which lifted her spirits somewhat. The younger disciples were all abuzz with excitement at the prospect of accompanying Ouyang Ruocheng, while Bai Luocheng readily relinquished the responsibility of leading the group, thereby enjoying a leisurely experience for himself. Yi Qinglan introduced Zhong Linger to the other 2 companions, Zhao Tianwen from the Talisman Peak and Ning Haoyu from the Sword Peak. Both were inner disciples, just a few years her senior, and were talents that the sect prioritized in their cultivation. Zhao Tianwen bore Zhong Linger's reputation as a waste with relative indifference, but Ning Haoyu was clearly unimpressed, choosing instead to ignore her, though he was careful not to make his disdain too apparent. The 6 of them boarded Yi Qinglan's grand gourd and soared towards the entrance of the celestial source secret realm. After 3 days, they arrived at the entrance, only to find a considerable number of individuals already gathered there. The celestial source secret realm appeared randomly and thus had no ownership by any particular faction. This arrangement allowed for unrestricted entry and exit, but it also meant that the competition was fierce, with a diverse mix of characters present. Ouyang Ruocheng's arrival incited a wave of gasps, instantly making the group of 6 the center of attention. Zhong Linger extended her spiritual sense, absorbing the myriad of voices around her. "Ah! It is Ouyang Ruocheng. How could he possibly be here? Is he here to see off Chapter 16? The corpse all acquired." Zhong Linger blinked and then pulled the senior brother along, continuing in the same direction. Ning Haoyu, in a fit of anger, stamped his foot, while Yi Qinglan coldly remarked beside him, "Your little junior sister only thinks of you when there are benefits. Is this how you treat her?" Ning Haoyu was momentarily taken aback before silently following, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He did not believe he was targeting the little junior sister, he merely wished to guide everyone along a better path. Was that truly a fault? As they advanced further, the group increasingly felt the oppressive heat in the air, the warmth palpable even from a distance. Bai Luocheng observed, "Ahead, the aura of fire elements is dense, there must be some treasures." Zhong Linger cheered and, grasping Yi Qinglan's hand, dashed forward. Ouyang Ruocheng shook his head and leisurely followed. At the edge of the yellow sand lay a vast sea of flowers, each bloom resembling a gigantic sunflower, swaying gracefully in the breeze, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Yi Qinglan exclaimed, "So beautiful," as she reached for one of the flowers, but Zhong Linger swiftly pulled her back. Facing Yi Qinglan's puzzled gaze, Zhong Linger said seriously, "This is a secret realm, fraught with danger. Unless the senior brother says it's safe, we must not touch anything." Ning Haoyu scoffed, "Little junior sister, it's just a flower." What could possibly? His hand reached out, but just as he was about to touch the flower, it suddenly transformed. The once disc-like center morphed into a terrifying human face, opening its wide maw to bite at Ning Haoyu's hand. Bai Luocheng swatted Ning Haoyu's hand away and yanked him back by his collar. Ouyang Ruocheng's cold voice chimed in, "That is a flower-faced beast, known for disguising itself as a plant to consume people or beasts. It is at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, you may use it for practice." Upon hearing this, Zhong Linger wasted no time and charged forward. A Qi refinement stage demon beast was akin to child's play for her. Seeing her bravery, Ning Haoyu was unwilling to lag behind and drew his sword, while Zhao Tianwen produced talismans, trailing behind Zhong Linger as he cast them. Yi Qinglan was a step slower and thus stayed beside Ning Haoyu, occasionally tossing out a few poison pellets. With the addition of the 4 of them, the entire flower sea stirred, and the demon beasts surged towards them, surrounding them in layers. Despite her shock, Zhong Linger grew increasingly composed, wielding her sword as blood splattered in the air. "Little junior sister is progressing rapidly." Ouyang Ruocheng offered a rare compliment. Bai Luocheng smirked, her swordsmanship was honed in actual combat from the start, far more practical than Ning Haoyu's, and her understanding of the sword technique is deeper. Zhao Tianwan is also commendable. Being able to slay 6 demon beasts with talismans is noteworthy. That should suffice, they cannot handle this many. Ouyang Ruocheng prepared to intervene, but Bai Luochang restrained him. Wait a moment, the little junior sister is setting up a formation. Upon closer inspection, Ouyang Ruocheng realized Zhong Linger's movements were indeed remarkable. Though it appeared she was being chased by the demon beasts, her route was clearly premeditated. The other 3 were already dripping with sweat, and Yi Qinglan cried out, "Senior brother, help!" Yet Zhong Linger shouted, "Don't come over. It will be ready soon." Before long, Zhong Linger's palm struck the ground, infusing spiritual power into the formation. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted, accompanied by swirling blades of wind pulling the 3 back from the formation. She watched as the flower-faced beasts were shredded into pieces by the wind blades. Exhausted, she plopped down, gasping, "I'm exhausted, it took so much effort to encircle them. I wonder if these demon beasts are edible." Yi Qinglan gazed at her in astonishment. "Little junior sister, you are incredible." Zhao Tianwan marveled, "Little junior sister, you understand formations too." Ouyang Ruocheng stared at her in shock, "These demon beasts are not edible." Bai Luocheng exclaimed in disbelief, "You set up a 3rd-tier killing formation." Ning Haoyu stared at her in astonishment but remained silent, realizing he had foolishly believed she was worthless. How naive! It was impossible for someone chosen to be a direct disciple to be simple. Zhong Linger selectively absorbed Ouyang Ruocheng's words, her expression turning sour. If these demon beasts were indeed inedible, why had she gone to such lengths to eliminate them? It seemed she was still young and inexperienced. Next time, she must ask for clarification first. However, she couldn't let the effort go to waste. Zhong Linger moved a demon beast's corpse into the orb, only to see it disintegrate, and her spirits lifted. While she might not be able to eat it, she could use it to feed the orb. As she collected the demon beast's remains, Yi Qinglan rushed over to stop her. "Little junior sister, these demon beasts are truly inedible. Let us forget about them." Zhong Linger pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, "Sister Zhong, you are mistaken. While these demon beasts may not be suitable for human consumption, they can be used to feed spiritual birds and beasts. We worked hard to slay them, how can we let them go to waste? Living requires frugality, wastefulness is shameful. I will take all these corpses." The others were taken aback. Not only were they tasked with finding resources for others, but they also had to scavenge for feed for spiritual beasts? Surely the sect was not so lacking in spirit stones. Yet, the little junior sister's reasoning was so sound that they could not refute it. Bai Luocheng chuckled lightly, producing a storage ring, and with a wave of his hand, gathered the corpses inside, then handed it to Zhong Linger with a smile. "Are you satisfied now?" Zhong Linger nodded happily and then began to gather the formation bases from the ground. Suddenly, she felt the earth beneath her feet was exceedingly hot and exclaimed in surprise, "Second brother, come quickly." Bai Luochang, noticing the abnormal heat, flipped his hand and uncovered a large patch of fiery red crystal beneath the surface. Ouyang Ruocheng swiftly erected barriers around them, blocking the aura emanating from the precious stone, his expression betraying his excitement. "This is a 1,000-year-old fire spirit stone, a top-tier material for refining tools. No wonder so many flower-faced beasts are guarding this place, they are absorbing the fire spiritual energy from it." Bai Luochang carefully extracted the large fire spirit stone, storing it in his storage ring. After a moment of consideration, he sealed the leaked fire spiritual energy, handling the ring with caution. Having stumbled upon such a treasure upon entering, the group was elated, allowing Zhong Linger to lead them onward. Along the way, they encountered several mature spiritual herbs. Yi Qinglan explained their medicinal properties while instructing them on how to harvest and preserve them to prevent loss of efficacy, thus paving the way for the trio's future independent endeavors. Naturally, they also encountered many demon beasts, but all were at the golden core stage. Ouyang Ruocheng did not allow them to engage further, dispatching the beasts himself, while Bai Luocheng collected the inner cores and handed the corpses over to Zhong Linger. As night fell, they emerged from this area and entered an ancient forest where the temperature finally dropped. The 4 youngsters, exhausted, could hardly take another step, prompting Bai Luocheng to find a suitable spot to rest for the night. Chapter 17 The ingenious little junior sister. As the campfire crackled to life, Zhong Linger skillfully extracted the flesh of a crimson flame tiger to roast, ensuring that their group of 4, still uninitiated in fasting, would not go hungry. Bai Luocheng, unable to bear the clumsy antics of his companions, took it upon himself to grill the meat, meticulously sprinkling it with seasoning. The delightful aroma wafted through the air, igniting a ravenous craving within Zhong Linger. Yi Qinglan tugged at Zhong Linger's arm, whispering in a tone of exaggerated despair, "Second senior brother is far too considerate. Can I even partake in the meat he grilled with his own hands?" Bai Luocheng caught her words and shot her an exasperated glance before handing a perfectly roasted piece of meat to Zhong Linger. With a teasing smile, Zhonglinger nudged the disappointed Qingqi Sister. Have you never tasted the meat grilled by second senior brother before? Of course not. Second senior brother never ventured into the Tianyuan secret realm in the past. He always sought out places with greater resources. At last, Qingqi received her share of meat and began to eat, addressing the others. While we may consider today's haul satisfactory, to big senior brother and second senior brother, only the 1,000-year-old fire spirit stone would catch their eye. Everything else pales in comparison. In the realms they frequent, spirit herbs abound in vast quantities, and there are even spirit stone mines and spiritual veins. As Bai Luocheng approached Ouyang Ruocheng, who stood gazing into the distance with a piece of grilled meat in hand, Qingqi nudged Zhonglinger and whispered, "Look quickly. Big senior brother has already fasted. He certainly won't accept food from others, but second senior brother might." "Ah, he accepted it, how touching." Zhonglinger mused, observing the camaraderie between the two, which was indeed commendable, yet she couldn't help but wonder if Qingqi was reading too much into it. The spirit of gossip ignited within her, and she extended her consciousness forward, soon catching snippets of their conversation. "This pace is far too slow. We must hasten tomorrow. They are far too relaxed and have not faced any real trials." "You don't actually expect them to confront Golden Core stage beasts, do you? With only 2 sword cultivators, the challenge is insurmountable. Today's path was secluded, with little encounter of others. Tomorrow may not be so fortunate. With you here, who would dare to seize our possessions? You aren't suggesting we split up, are you? I'll take Zhao Tianwen and Qingqi to gather resources from other locations, while you guide the little junior sister and Ninghaoyu to train at a leisurely pace. Doesn't that sound like a perfect plan?" "Agreed, then we shall divide our forces at dawn." Zhonglinger retracted her consciousness, glancing at the excited Qingqi, bemused that it seemed Sister Yu was indulging in fantasies about the two, completely oblivious to the fact that the 2 instructors were merely strategizing on how to hone the skills of their 4 novices. Yet, her intentions to have big senior brother enter the secret realm were solely to ensure second senior brother's safety. If they were to part ways, would not second senior brother remain in peril? Recalling the obstacles faced when crafting the illusion of Heaven's Secrets talisman, she pondered whether second senior brother's demise was also a matter of fate. No matter her efforts, would they inevitably lead to a predetermined outcome? No, Zhonglinger resolutely refused to accept such a notion. Cultivating immortality was inherently an act of defiance against destiny. She would not entertain any notion of conforming to the will of heaven. Her ambition was to ascend alongside the heavens, and such beliefs held no sway over her. If one attempt was insufficient, then she would strive again. If a single endeavor could not yield results, she would effect change incrementally. She refused to believe that any challenge could defeat her. Suddenly, an exclamation broke through her thoughts. "Ouyang, you truly made it in. Goodness, the Taiqiong Sect has truly outdone themselves this time." A figure clad in crimson rushed toward Ouyang Ruocheng, only to be hastily pushed aside by him. Undeterred, the figure called out to Bai Luocheng, "With this aroma, I knew you must be here. It's been too long, let us catch up." The newcomer was a strikingly handsome young man, his alluring peach blossom eyes and vibrant red attire lending him an air of charm. The small white jade fan in his hand seemed a stark contrast to his stature, yet he waved it gracefully, embodying a demeanor that was not merely refined, but also slightly frivolous. As the trio gathered by the fire, Bai Luocheng introduced, "This is Xiao Haotian, the chief of the Wanluo sect. Please extend your greetings." With a knowing wink, Bai Luocheng signaled, and Zhonglinger instantly understood, leading the others in performing the customary greeting, receiving 2 third-grade defensive talismans in return. As Xiao Haotian voraciously devoured the meat, he remarked to Bai Luocheng, "It's evident you brought them along, but don't get too comfortable. Tomorrow I'll bring my own disciples before you." Zhonglinger innocently inquired, "Are Xiao senior brother's disciples the same age as me?" Xiao Haotian fell silent, for his disciples were not fresh initiates but rather seasoned practitioners, lacking the qualifications for such a greeting. Today, he had clearly come out on the losing end. After taking a hearty bite of meat, he questioned Ouyang Ruocheng, "When I entered, the jade slip indicated you used an 8th-grade talisman to access the secret realm." The elders at the entrance nearly lost their minds. What's the story behind that? Ouyang Ruocheng replied nonchalantly, "What's there to explain? I simply used it to enter." Xiao Haotian tossed him a bone. "Stop feigning ignorance. Where did you acquire that 8th-grade talisman?" Ouyang Ruocheng dodged the bone, his patience wearing thin. "Of course, it was given to me by my master." Xiao Haotian's jaw tightened in irritation as he turned to Bai Luocheng, "Chen, don't let him get under your skin. Come, enlighten me." Bai Luocheng, with a warm smile, simply uttered, "I'm not entirely sure." Xiao Haotian immediately found the meat in his mouth less appetizing and responded earnestly, recently, the Qingqi Pavilion auctioned an 8th grade fire spirit talisman for 300,000 spirit stones, drawn by the supreme elder of the Wujiman. The talisman you used concealed heavenly secrets. Do you understand the implications of that? Zhong Linger gasped. That must be worth much more than 300,000 spirit stones. Xiao Haotian fell momentarily silent before softening his tone. Little junior sister, if the Taiqiong Sect possessed an 8th grade talisman master, many matters would indeed change. Zhong Linger blinked in confusion. A talisman master? Master mentioned that this talisman was left over from ages past and would dissipate without spiritual energy. Moreover, it defies heaven. If it were sold and misused, the consequences would be dire, which is why we were allowed to use it. I've never heard of a talisman master, though. You actually know this? Of course, when Master unearthed this talisman, he hesitated for quite some time. When he activated it, he was struck by lightning, and only then did he decide to let us use it in the secret realm. Zhong Linger's explanation was one she had rehearsed with her master, designed to quell the doubts of most, especially when delivered by a child, enhancing its credibility. Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng exchanged glances but said nothing. They had not only witnessed the event but had also privately studied the talisman. Although they were unaware of its origins, the paper and ink were undeniably fresh. Little Junior Sister truly had a knack for weaving tales. Chapter 18 The Brave Battle Against the Giant Python. Upon receiving the desired information, Xiao Haotian felt a sense of relief wash over him. He took a few pieces of roasted meat and departed. Ouyang Ruocheng expressed her intention to part ways the following day, prompting Zhong Linger, with her large, blinking eyes, to inquire, Senior brother, if someone asks about our 8th grade talismans tomorrow, shall we respond in the same manner? With a sigh, she continued, her brow furrowed with concern, there will surely be many inquiries tomorrow. I wonder if they will be as amiable as Senior Brother Xiaodao. I have heard that some individuals have a penchant for soul-searching. I fear we may not withstand such scrutiny. Ouyang Ruocheng's heart skipped a beat as she cast a worried glance at Bai Luocheng. However, Bai Luocheng merely smiled faintly, affectionately ruffling Zhong Linger's hair, saying, Do not worry, second Senior Brother will protect you. Noticing Ouyang Ruocheng deep in thought, Zhong Linger silently sighed, wishing that second Senior Brother would temper his pride and that Senior Brother would remain vigilant. The following morning, the group set off in different directions, with Zhong Linger still clutching Bai Luocheng as they pressed on toward their objective. While she was unaware of the location of the spiritual spring, she reasoned that in this secret realm, the elements were arranged according to the 5 phases, and the water element should not be far from the fire element. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the moisture in the air thickened, and the surrounding mists grew denser. Despite their inability to probe further with their divine senses, the sounds of battle became increasingly apparent, indicating that a considerable number of individuals were present. Upon nearing the source of the commotion, Zhong Linger beheld a small clearing where 3 groups were engaged in fierce combat with 3 gigantic green pythons. The ground was riddled with trenches, soaked in blood, and several corpses lay strewn about, suggesting that the skirmish had been ongoing for some time. The sheer effort exerted by these individuals to combat the demonic beasts hinted at the presence of significant fortune at stake. Zhong Linger scanned the vicinity and noticed that the mist was particularly dense in a certain area, accompanied by a purer aura of spiritual energy. Though obscured from view, it was undoubtedly something of great value. Upon closer inspection of the 3 factions, she recognized 2 of them. Jiyu Yenza from the Wujiman was leading a few junior disciples in their attempt to subdue the python with a bulging head. This particular python was the largest, exuding a terrifying aura, its massive body shaking the ground as it writhed. Yet, under Gu Yenza's careful coordination, the creature was being controlled with the precision of a mere serpent, with 2 individuals restraining its movements while another 2 struck with swords, and 2 others tossed explosive talismans into the fray. It was evident that this python was merely a practice target, its eventual demise merely a matter of time, its struggles utterly futile. The second group comprised members of Tian Yuzong, who were assaulting another sizable dark green python. Among them was Li Sentang, the sect's chief, who had harbored ill intentions toward second Senior Brother at the entrance. With several swift strikes, he sent scales flying from the python, blood splattering in all directions. The remaining disciples, though wildly hacking away, were evidently formidable, and the python was surely nearing its end. The third group was unfamiliar to Zhong Linger, but their attire suggested they were rogue cultivators. Though they were engaged with the smallest of the pythons, each of the 5 bore wounds, and their situation appeared grim. Without hesitation, Zhong Linger dashed forward, calling out to the group, Esteemed friends, may we join in the fray? We seek only the python's flesh, the rest is yours. Her words invigorated the group, for this was a python of peak golden core caliber, the most prized possessions being its inner core and gallbladder, followed by its skin and bones, while the meat itself was of little value. A glance at Bai Luocheng, who trailed behind her, prompted one of the individuals to respond, We shall heed your request, young friend, we kindly ask for your assistance. Zhong Linger glanced at second senior brother, who gently patted her head and said, "Be patient and await your turn." With that, he unsheathed his sword, and an overwhelming sword aura enveloped the area. With 2 swift strokes, the python emitted a deafening hiss, its body trembling from the inflicted wounds. Afterward, Bai Luocheng stepped back and addressed Zhong Linger and Ninghaoyu, "The remainder is yours." The two nodded in understanding and promptly advanced with their swords. Although the python was severely injured and its movements slowed, it was still far from being easily subdued by the 3 of them. Zhong Linger struck the python several times but found her attacks ineffective against its formidable defenses, leaving only faint marks on its scales. The others, too, inflicted minimal damage. How long would it take to defeat it at this rate? Were they expected to tire it out? Shaking her head, Zhong Linger concluded that exhaustion was not the answer. Instead, they could aim to let it bleed out. The wounds left by second senior brother were still oozing blood. If they could widen those wounds, causing it to lose even more blood, perhaps it would succumb. Believing she had found the solution, Zhong Linger focused her attacks on the python's injuries. If she could not break through its scales, she would not believe she could not pierce its flesh. Indeed, with her relentless efforts, the wounds on the python grew larger. Focusing solely on the injuries was somewhat unsporting, as the python had initially targeted the strongest golden core cultivator among them. Its previous nonchalance toward their minor assaults had shifted, and now its cold gaze fixated on Zhong Linger, unleashing a torrent of venom in her direction. "Danger!" Bai Luocheng shouted, rushing to pull Zhong Linger out of harm's way. Startled, she instinctively redirected the venom into her orb, only realizing her actions after being pulled away, wondering if the orb would be poisoned. As Zhong Linger hurried to inspect the orb, discovering that the venom had formed a black water sphere suspended within it. Although it had not been absorbed, it posed no threat to the orb. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. The python, provoked by Zhong Linger, lashed out with its tail, sending several individuals flying, and a green glow enveloped its body, an indication that it was about to unleash its inner core. Without delay, Bai Luocheng unsheathed his sword, and a magnificent arc of swordlight sliced through the air, severing the python's head and sending it flying 10 meters away, the green glow dimming considerably. The simplicity yet elegance of that stroke sent a chill through the hearts of all present. Although Bai Luocheng's cultivation had regressed to the mid-golden core stage, his understanding of sword intent had deepened, rendering him invincible within the golden core realm. Zhong Linger's mind replayed the elegance of Bai Luocheng's strike. It was not merely a sword move but an embodiment of sword intent, exquisite, direct, yet complex, and profound. It seemed as if 7 or 8 strands of swordlight converged into one, each aligned in power, speed, and target. Yet how could it manifest as a singular strike? She unsheathed her sword, eager to replicate such a blow, but was interrupted by Ninghaoyu, who remarked, "Little junior sister, do you not seek the python's flesh? Why are you not moving?" Snapping back to reality, Zhong Linger noticed that the others were already commencing to dissect the python's carcass. She smiled and replied, "No rush, I shall wait until they finish with the remains." Turning her gaze, she saw second senior brother observing Gu Yan's side and decided to join him to watch the spectacle. As one faction concluded their battle, Gu Yanzi cast a spiritual talisman, summoning a spiritual iron fist that crashed down upon the python's head, resulting in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The massive body of the python thudded heavily against the ground. Gu Yanzi brushed off his robes, casting a glance at the slain python, and addressed his junior disciples, "It seems it falls to me to take action, eh? Enough of this idle watching. We have gallbladders, skins, and inner cores to collect. I trust you do not require further instruction on this matter?" Chapter 19 The embryo of sword intent. Zhong Linger's melodious voice rang out, "Wow, senior brother Gu is quite impressive." Gu Yanji looked over with satisfaction, only to hear Zhong Linger say to Bai Luocheng, "But senior brother Er is better. He shows off his might only to outsiders and is always affable to his junior siblings, never domineering among us." Gu Yanji's expression soured, while the other disciples stifled their laughter, finding this little junior sister to be quite amiable and easy to get along with. Bai Luocheng smiled faintly and, feigning seriousness, inquired, "When have I ever shown off to outsiders?" Zhong Linger quickly corrected herself, "Senior brother Er never flaunts his prowess, his mere presence is sufficient to command respect." Bai Luocheng chuckled, pinching her cheek gently, and whispered, "You can keep the snake meat for yourself, since your senior brother Gu has no interest in it." With great delight, Zhong Linger busied herself collecting her spoils, while Gu Yanji sighed, "Why don't I have a little junior sister who is so articulate?" Bai Luocheng shot him a sidelong glance, his gaze drifting toward the misty area ahead. Gu Yanji transmitted a message, "That is the washing marrow spiritual spring. Those scattered cultivators may be unaware, but the disciples from Qingqi Sect are surely after it. They've delayed for so long. They must be harboring intentions of monopolizing it." Bai Luocheng's eyes grew distant as he responded, "As per our usual practice, let us join forces and split the spoils evenly." The 5 men of the Golden Core stage, having sustained considerable injuries, felt satisfied with their acquisitions of inner cores and other treasures, and soon took their leave. Zhonglinger meticulously gathered the remaining spoils from the 2 giant pythons, then proceeded forward with the disciples of Wujiman, ignoring the sinister glances cast from behind. The few junior disciples quickly walked together, clearing a path, while Bai Luochang and Gu Yanjie leisurely followed, intentionally separating their junior siblings from the disciples of Tianyu Sect who were trailing behind. Beyond the hillside lay a verdant expanse, teeming with unknown flora, where broad leaves concealed the very earth beneath. Suddenly, a loud croak resonated as someone inadvertently stepped on something, causing a toad, its skin covered in green protrusions and its belly snow-white, to emerge from beneath the leaves, its cheeks puffed out as it flicked its tongue. Bai Luochang's voice rang out, "Jade leaf toad, equivalent to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, and toxic." Upon hearing this, Zhonglinger recognized it as a worthy opponent. Without hesitation, she drew her sword, eager to test the insights she had gleaned from observing her second senior brother's swordsmanship. Gu Yanjie remarked, "Your little junior sister is truly courageous, she surpasses my own juniors by far." Quack, the toad croaked loudly, opening its mouth wide and spraying a stream of venom toward Zhonglinger's face. She swiftly dodged, the venom sizzling upon contact with the ground, releasing a wisp of black smoke. "Such malice, it cannot be allowed to persist," Zhonglinger exclaimed, raising her sword and striking down upon the toad's back before delivering a kick that flipped it over, then plunging her sword into its pristine belly. "This is hardly a worthy adversary," Zhonglinger complained, just as Bai Luochang's voice reached her ears. "I almost forgot to mention, these toads are social creatures, there is one beneath every leaf." As his words fell, a cacophony of croaking erupted, and the ground seemed to stir, revealing a multitude of jade leaf toads emerging from their hiding spots, enough to induce a sense of claustrophobia. Zhonglinger felt her scalp tingle as the incessant croaking gave her a headache. She had boasted too soon. While one was manageable, the collective might of the swarm was overwhelming, and she felt the urge to flee. Yet, before she could turn away, Bai Luochang unleashed a gust of wind that tossed her and Ninghaoyu into the writhing mass of toads, his gentle yet firm voice echoing, "I shall not intervene. You either perish here or fight your way out." Gu Yanjie followed suit, throwing his 6 junior brothers into the fray while issuing a stern warning, "If you can't even handle a little girl, you'd better return and train 3 times harder." Cries of despair filled the air, with Zhonglinger's voice rising above the others. "What manner of devilry is this second senior brother? It feels as though the first senior brother's spirit has possessed him. Surely they possess some hidden agenda." The toads relied on venom or their tongues to ensnare and devour their prey, both methods utterly repugnant. The foul stench permeated the air, with venom raining down like droplets, accompanied by the sight of forked tongues. Stimulated by the grotesque scene, Zhonglinger let out a piercing scream, her sword igniting with brilliance as she unleashed intricate techniques seemingly without thought, sending the surrounding toads flying, lifeless upon impact. Gu Yanjie collided with Bai Luochang, his astonishment rendering him speechless. "Sword intent? Is that the nascent form of sword intent? How can this be? Am I imagining things?" Bai Luochang's gaze deepened as he softly replied, "What it is does not matter. Close your mouth." Gu Yanjie gaped for a while before finally shutting his mouth. In the realm of cultivation, there were countless sword cultivators, yet few could comprehend sword intent. It was not merely a matter of high cultivation but required an extraordinary understanding of the sword path to manifest such intent. Bai Luochang and Ouyang Ruochang were renowned as the twin beauties of Taiqiong not only for their exceptional sword hearts and innate sword bones but also because they both grasped sword intent during the early stages of Golden Core, becoming the acknowledged sword prodigies of their generation. However, as the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Bai Luochang and Ouyang Ruochang had faced countless underhanded schemes behind their backs, and Gu Yanjie was well aware of it. He vividly remembered when Bai Luochang's sword heart suffered damage and his cultivation regressed. How many rejoiced at that misfortune? Zhonglinger danced amidst the chaos. Aside from her first strike being dazzling, she seemed startled, shrieking as she darted through the mountains, ultimately becoming ensnared within the encircling jade leaf toads. The remaining disciples, anxious and sweating profusely, unleashed their sword techniques and talismans as if they were free, desperately attempting to rescue Zhonglinger. Gu Yanjie looked at Bai Luochang in astonishment once more, bewildered by his little junior sister's capabilities. How could her cultivation be so extraordinary? Just as Bai Luochang was about to act, he sensed an aura approaching from behind, swiftly pulling Gu Yanjie forward 3 feet. Turning, they discovered the disciples of Tianyu Sect standing where he had just been. If you can't handle a few beasts, perhaps it would be better for my Tianyu Sect to step in and clear a path," Li Senteng remarked, seemingly inquiring but offering no opportunity for response, immediately signaling his disciples to advance. Gu Yanjie illuminated 2 talismans, blocking the advancing disciples. Do you not understand the rules? We've already engaged. These beasts are ours. If you wish to seize them, you must first ask my permission. Gu Yanjie stepped forward, directly confronting Li Senteng, having long harbored disdain for the Tianyu Sect and their aspirations to join the 5 major sects. "Absurd, we have no interest in your beasts. If you desire them, you may have them once they are slain. However, the washing marrow spiritual spring in the back is not for you. Be wise and step aside. From within the ranks of Qingqi Sect, a young man with a hooked nose stepped forward, disdain evident in his gaze as he positioned himself in front of the others. Chapter 20. All drained. Gu Yanzi's eyes darkened momentarily. Cheng Xian, the second-ranked direct disciple of Tian Yuzong, was also a prodigy of the sword path, having entered the Golden Core realm at the tender age of 18 and cultivated his sword intent. Among his peers, he ranked within the top 5, and it was likely that he had now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Indeed, Gu Yanzi was uncertain if he could contend with him. However, what were the intentions of Tian Yuzong? To deploy 2 direct disciples to the Tianyuan secret realm suggested ulterior motives. Li Sentang smirked mockingly. Gu Yanzi, even with the half damaged by Luocheng by your side, you cannot withstand us. Should you find yourselves begging for mercy, it would be quite the disgrace. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his disciples to charge into the battlefield. Gu Yanzi attempted to intervene, but Cheng Xian struck down his talisman. From the moment Cheng Xian appeared, Bai Luocheng discerned that Li Sentang had deliberately sought confrontation. The battle today was inevitable, so he had prepared himself accordingly. After Gu Yanzi's talisman fell, his sword met the incoming disciples, halting their advance. Almost simultaneously, both Cheng Xian and Li Sentang made their moves. Cheng Xian unleashed a blade of sword aura aimed directly at Gu Yanzi, shattering his protective diamond talisman and forcing him to retreat several steps. Li Sentang brandished his sword toward Bai Luocheng, channeling his technique as a fierce tiger phantom materialized behind him, lunging forth with its gaping maw. Zhonglinger sensed the approach of Tian Yuzong's disciples and grew concerned that they might target the Shisui spiritual spring. Thus, she stealthily moved closer to the spring, using the cover of the jade-leaf toad. Soon enough, the sounds of battle reached her ears. It appeared that Tian Yuzong and her senior brothers had engaged in combat. With Gu Yanzi present, she was not overly worried about her second brother's safety, but the night was long, and thus, it would be prudent to secure the spring assassins sooner rather than later. Emerging from the fray to reach the spring, Zhonglinger was taken aback by the sight before her. The water, thin as a strand of hair, barely filled a basin-sized pool. Could this truly be called a spring? Were it not for the dense spiritual energy emanating from it, who would believe that this was a source of spiritual essence? Time was of the essence, leaving no room for her to voice her grievances. Zhonglinger produced a dozen jade vials and began filling them with the spring water. Fearing that her storage ring might obscure the spring's fragrance, she first tested one vial in the orb, finding that it remained intact before proceeding to place the rest inside. With half of the spring water collected, Zhonglinger nodded in satisfaction, thinking of her thoughtfulness and leaving a portion for her senior brothers. Turning back to observe the battle, she realized the situation had taken a dire turn. A formidable opponent from Tian Yuzong had emerged, pushing Gu Yanzi into retreat. Oh no, her second brother was also in a precarious position. Li Sentang was ruthless, each strike fierce, and a single fireball he hurled transformed the ground into a sea of flames, roasting several toads and sending the others fleeing in terror. Her second brother appeared to be struggling, as if he were holding back, possibly hindered by an old injury. She considered seeking assistance from Ninghaoyu but quickly realized that their fellow disciples fared even worse, being driven into a panic by Tian Yuzong's forces, leaving her with no hope of support. Abandon the spiritual spring, and I shall spare your lives, Li Sentang declared, yet he showed no mercy in his actions. Another fireball crashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground, barely missing Bai Luocheng as he leaped into the air to evade it. Zhonglinger glared fiercely at the Shisui spiritual spring, vowing that she would not leave a single drop for them, daring to bully her second brother. She began to transfer the spring water into the orb, the liquid visibly diminishing at an alarming rate, leaving behind a white luminescent orb. After absorption, Zhonglinger had no time to ponder the nature of this orb. A severe headache assaulted her, inducing a desire to succumb to slumber, but she could not afford to do so. So much spiritual essence remained uncollected, and her second brother was still fighting. She could not allow herself to be a liability. With only a small amount of spring water left, it became increasingly difficult to carry. As she heard a gust of wind behind her, she turned to see Cheng Xian charging at her with his sword, his fury palpable. "You wretched girl, how dare you!" The flash of his sword aura shot toward Zhonglinger, who, in her state of terror, stumbled and fell headlong into the spring. Gu Yanzi, rushing to her aid, managed only to intercept the blade's intent, unable to divert his attention to anything else as he watched Zhonglinger plunge into the pool. Little Junior Sister. Bai Luocheng's previously composed demeanor vanished, replaced by an icy glare and crimson eyes. His sword pointed skyward, resonating with a clarion call that sent tremors through the weapons of all present, as if responding to his summons. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the ground in an oppressive aura that caused the surrounding foliage to bow beneath its weight. This was a terrifying maneuver. Li Sentang's expression grew grave, his combat spirit intensifying. "Come forth, though your cultivation has waned, Many still believe your strength remains on par with mine, placing you among the top 5 of your generation. Today, I shall decisively defeat you, silencing all doubters. I will demonstrate to everyone that the legacy of Taiqiong's dual brilliance is a thing of the past. The sword and blade of Tian Yuzong reign supreme. Second junior brother, I am here. A resounding voice pierced the air, and a flash of white light streaked through like lightning, raising the hairs on the backs of their necks as instinctively they leapt into the air. The earth split apart, a chasm forming where Chang Xian had stood. A shadowy figure appeared, grasping by Luocheng's sword hand and propelling him toward Gu Yanzi, then swung a sword toward Li Sentang. The ensuing sword energy dispersed, extinguishing the surrounding sparks and encasing the ground in frost. Ouyang Ruocheng, what are you doing here? Li Sentang retreated hastily, while Chang Xian advanced rapidly. The two joined forces to parry the strike, yet this was not the end. A second sword followed swiftly, this one more ferocious, faster, and imbued with greater force. By Luocheng and Gu Yanzi hurried forth to rescue Zhong Linger, but contrary to their expectations, the sight that met them was not their struggling little sister but rather a large toad at the bottom of the spring, absorbing the water. Were it not for the lingering spiritual energy affirming this was indeed the spring, one might easily mistake the clearly visible rock bottom, its patterns vivid and distinct, for a place that had ever held water. Had they truly drained it all? Zhong Linger raised her head, her nose dusted with ash, cheeks puffed out, and lips tightly sealed, clearly on the verge of spilling the water if she relaxed even slightly. Upon seeing her second brother, she opened her arms, signaling for him to lift her out, her entire being taut with tension, afraid to move. By Luocheng's expression was one of utter exasperation as he lightly waved his sleeve, drawing Zhong Linger onto solid ground. The battle ahead was nearing its conclusion. Li Sentang lay on the ground, bloodied, while Chang Xian's hairpin had been severed, his hair cascading down as he knelt before Ouyang Ruocheng's sword. Stop! We concede. Do you truly wish to kill us? Li Sentang's eyes flashed with resentment and hatred, yet faced with Ouyang Ruocheng, he had no choice but to yield. Here stood the undisputed number one among their peers, the sole individual to ascend to the nascent soul stage, already positioned on a higher plane than they. Chapter 21 Unconventional Style. Upon encountering Zhong Linger, Ouyang Ruocheng was momentarily taken aback, his sword instinctively retracting. His junior sister's belly was noticeably round, and her lips were pouted like a frog's. Could it be as he feared? Li Sentang and Chang Xian also glanced over, their mouths twitching, as any thoughts of the cleansing spirit spring vanished from their minds. Just before departing, Li Sentang could not resist inquiring of Ouyang Ruocheng, "Isn't this place only accessible to those with the golden core? How did you manage to enter?" This question piqued Gu Yanzi's curiosity as well. They had entered without any knowledge of the 8th grade talisman. Ouyang Ruocheng shot them a frosty glance and coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" As Li Sentang led his disciples away, his expression swiftly returned to calm. Ouyang Ruocheng's unexpected appearance had taken him by surprise, but he had also retained a measure of control. Such a minor setback was inconsequential. Only those who could emerge alive from the secret realm would be deemed victors. Yi Qinglan rushed over, startled by Zhong Linger's appearance, and grasped her hand, inquiring what had transpired. Zhong Linger gestured a couple of times, but as her senior sister remained perplexed, her panic caused her facial muscles to slacken, and a trickle of liquid streamed from the corner of her mouth. Bai Luocheng turned his face away, as Ouyang Ruocheng's icy voice reached their ears. "Junior sister has ingested the cleansing spirit spring." The disciples were taken aback. Such a feat was indeed remarkable, explaining why the Qingqi Sect had departed so decisively. Realizing this was no solution, Zhong Linger sought help from her second senior brother to find a container for water, reaching out to tug at his sleeve, only to have him evade her grasp. Zhong Linger stood frozen, still intent on pulling him, when Yi Qinglan hastily interjected, "Junior sister, the second senior brother has a cleanliness obsession." Zhong Linger was left in shock, feeling rejected. Was the cherished bond of brotherly affection already dissipating? Bai Luocheng rubbed his nose, suggesting, "Let us first leave this bloody place." Zhong Linger felt a pang of bitterness. Was there no one to address her inability to speak? She waddled forward, acutely aware of the sloshing water in her belly. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a multitude of fallen jade leaf toads. Placing one into the orb, it could decompose, which would be quite a treasure to waste. Spotting Gu Yanzi passing by, Zhong Linger hurriedly retrieved her storage ring, signaling for his assistance in collecting the corpses. Gu Yanzi chuckled lightly, "Junior sister truly knows how to make the most of life." With a sweeping gesture, several toads were promptly stored within the confines of her ring. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gu Yanzi realized that with his powers, he should have been able to collect more than just a few. A sweep of his consciousness revealed an array of beastly corpses filling the ring to the brim. Observing Zhong Linger still rummaging through her storage ring, he produced a spirit beast pouch, swiftly stashing all the toad corpses, both frozen and roasted, inside before handing it to her. "From now on, whether living or dead, place all beast remains here." This pouch is far more spacious. Elated, Joan Linger accepted it, eager to inquire whether it would leak. As they exited the gruesome locale, Bai Luocheng exhaled deeply, feeling revitalized. Jiu Yenza prepared to bid farewell to his disciples as well. With Ouyang Ruocheng's arrival, there was little within the secret realm that could pose a challenge to him. Remaining alongside the Taiqiong Sect, with their numbers overwhelming and resources scarce, was not advantageous. Joan Linger struggled to swallow the liquid in her mouth and called out to a few of them, "Gu Senior Brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your presence earlier. The spirit liquid ought to be shared with you." Gu Yenza glanced at Joan Linger, who was diligently swallowing to prevent any spillage, and politely smiled. "There is no need for that, Junior Sister. You should keep it for yourself." He then communicated telepathically with Bai Luocheng, "Your junior sister possesses a rather unique flair, do take care of her." Unique flair. Bai Luocheng glanced at his hiccuping junior sister, his expression involuntarily twisting before he regained his composure. Joan Linger realized that the orb was gradually absorbing the spirit liquid within her, which brought her a sense of relief. She gazed at Gu Yenza's retreating figure and mused, "Gu Senior Brother is truly a good person." She retrieved 6 jade bottles containing the cleansing liquid and handed them to her second senior brother, stating, "If Gu Senior Brother does not wish to take them, let us surrender them to the sect." Bai Luocheng was momentarily taken aback. "Were you referring to this when you mentioned sharing with them? What else could it be? Am I to regurgitate it for them?" Upon finishing her statement, Joan Linger too was momentarily stunned. Surely they did not genuinely perceive her in such a manner. A soft chuckle erupted from Ouyang Ruocheng, who, typically cold, could not help but laugh, patting Joan Linger's head. "Junior Sister is quite the talent." Joan Linger raised an eyebrow, interpreting this as praise from her eldest senior brother, was it not? Bai Luocheng cast several cleansing spells upon Joan Linger, deeming her somewhat swollen yet at least clean, which made her less of an eyesore. He then felt at ease and joined Ouyang Ruocheng in meditation to restore their energy. The 4 junior disciples huddled together, sharing tales of their experiences apart. After hearing Ning Haoyu's account, they turned their gazes towards Joan Linger, their eyes filled with admiration. "Junior Sister, you are truly formidable. You drained the cleansing spirit spring in one gulp, leaving not a drop for the Tianyu sect. How incredible!" "Nonsense, did she not fill several bottles? Yet, who could have guessed that her belly could hold so much? What does the spirit spring taste like? Is it delicious?" "The liquid is typically used for soaking or in medicine. I've never heard of anyone drinking it." Joan Linger felt her carefully cultivated image of being demure begin to crumble, swiftly changing the subject to inquire about Yi Qinglan and the others' whereabouts. Yi Qinglan, with an air of mystery, lowered her voice conspiratorially, "We did not venture far, we've been following closely behind you all along. The eldest senior brother saw you encounter Gu's senior brother, which prompted him to take us on a detour to the wood attribute area before returning here. Just in time to witness the second senior brother's confrontation with someone, he tossed us aside and charged right in. The eldest senior brother is always so concerned for your safety," she added, winking playfully. Joan Linger exchanged a knowing smile with her, and they shared a moment of mutual understanding, both wearing expressions akin to that of an amused ant, leaving the others bewildered. Ouyang Ruocheng sensed Bai Luocheng's breath falter for an instant and communicated, "I do not doubt your abilities, I merely wish to take this opportunity to teach the Tianyu sect a lesson for the grievances they have caused our junior brothers." Bai Luocheng replied nonchalantly, "Ah, but it is fortunate you are here. Who would have anticipated they would send 2 disciples into the secret realm? Yet they are both overt and covert, one cannot discern their true intentions. If the secret realm lacks particularly valuable resources, it is possible they are targeting me." "Why do you say that?" "With the upcoming sect competition, we have 6 direct disciples. If I am unable to compete, Junior Sister will undoubtedly take my place. No matter how skilled you are, 3 disciples in the foundation establishment stage could easily overwhelm you." "Ha, are you suggesting their goal is to push our sect out of the top 5? They possess quite the ambition." Chapter 22 The emergence of the man in the black robe. After a brief respite, the group chose not to part ways again and resumed their journey. The metallic region was populated with numerous stone creatures, which piqued Joan Linger's curiosity. Bai Luocheng elucidated that there exists a multitude of life forms in the world. Aside from humanity, they can be classified into 4 categories: demons, monsters, spirits, and ghosts. Animals and plants, upon absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and awakening their intelligence through cultivation, can transform into humanoid beings, collectively referred to as monsters. Of course, monsters are further divided into innate and acquired types, with the former being a rarity from ancient times. As for demons, their origin is undeniable, they are born from demonic energy and inherently malevolent. In ancient times, a great battle ensued between immortals and demons, and a millennium ago, a conflict arose between humans and demons. Eventually, a formidable being managed to separate the two factions, confining demons within the abyss of demons, with only a few surviving in the realm of cultivation, either hiding in fear or living under suppression. Ghosts are the souls of deceased humans and monsters, often residing in the underworld, where they too can cultivate. In the mortal realm, some individuals practice soul cultivation, known as evil cultivators. As for the stone creatures, they resemble the stones themselves, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. They possess a modicum of magical power and mobility, yet their magical prowess remains feeble, and their intelligence is undeveloped, acting solely on instinct. Joan Linger, intrigued, inquired, "What about the spiritual beasts of Beast God Peak? Are they tamed monsters?" Bai Luocheng chuckled softly. "Taming a monster is a formidable task, one I have yet to hear of anyone succeeding. Spiritual beasts are birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, inherently drawn to humanity, unlike monsters. Yi Qinglan leaned closer to Joan Linger and whispered, "In truth, besides monsters and spiritual beasts, there are also auspicious beasts. They have the ability to bond with humans and bestow their offspring with extraordinary bloodlines." With a wink at Joan Linger, who looked puzzled, Yi Qinglan laughed heartily. "You will understand in due time." Ouyang Ruocheng's cold voice broke through, "If you've finished talking, let us take action. We must eradicate these minor creatures before nightfall. We shall rest here tonight." Joan Linger, having patted her stomach and feeling better, brandished her sword and charged forth. The earlier skirmish had invigorated her. She yearned to grow stronger, to crush everything in her path, and to no longer endure discomfort in her belly. The stone creatures were not particularly difficult to slay. While vanquishing them, Joan Linger also attempted to transfer their remains into her orb. Observing the stones disintegrate into dust brought her joy. Being in the metallic region, the stones likely contained golden elements, an uncommon find indeed. She had gathered little of this precious element, so she resolved to collect every last bit available. Noticing his junior sister both battling and collecting stones, Bai Luocheng sighed and resignedly produced a larger storage ring, placing the stones and the remains of the stone creatures inside. His earlier actions may have inadvertently hurt his junior sister's feelings, and he felt it necessary to appease her. Meanwhile, Ouyang Ruocheng was on the lookout for nearby ores, which served as excellent materials for forging. The sect was in urgent need of such resources, and he aimed to gather as much as possible. After clearing the creatures, it was deep into the night. Exhausted from the day's endeavors and having received an apology gift from his second senior brother, Joan Linger drifted into a peaceful slumber. With her considerate second senior brother back and her first senior brother present, she felt enveloped in a profound sense of security. However, as she slept, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her, as if a whirlwind of spiritual essence had swept through. Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng watched as their junior sister murmured in her sleep, and in that moment, she advanced to the second level of foundation establishment. "Indeed, my junior sister's aura is quite peculiar," Bai Luocheng recalled Gu Yanjie's words. Ouyang Ruocheng nodded, his perceptions of his junior sister once again profoundly reshaped. As dawn broke, they were left with only one Earth attribute region yet to explore, and the group set forth towards it, battling along the way. They encountered numerous individuals, yet upon seeing Ouyang Ruocheng, most chose to avoid them, and none dared to contest them for their possessions, making their journey exceedingly smooth. However, as the number of people dwindled, Joan Linger felt a growing sense of unease. The Earth attribute region was laced with a faint earthy scent, and aside from some low shrubs, there were no trees or other obstructions in sight, allowing for an unobstructed view to the horizon. Even the presence of monsters was scarce. What dangers might lie ahead? Joan Linger approached Bai Luocheng, grasping his sleeve. "What's wrong? Do you sense something amiss?" Bai Luocheng inquired gently. Seeing her shake her head, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ouyang Ruocheng. Ouyang Ruocheng stepped forward, standing amidst the heavens and earth, extending his consciousness to carefully sense his surroundings. Suddenly, 5 beams of light shot up from the ground, and a powerful shockwave surged outward. The light columns encircled Ouyang Ruocheng, trapping him at the center, resembling a prison. No, it was not merely a prison, but rather a colossal hand. The 5 beams of light coiled upward, constricting and revealing the shape of a hand, within which a vortex emerged, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy and drawing Ouyang Ruocheng closer to its center. Ouyang Ruocheng unleashed several sword energies, yet they failed to sever the 5 fingers encasing him. He struggled against the pull, attempting to distance himself from the vortex, but the hand continued to shrink, leaving him with no escape. This hand felt eerily familiar to Joan Linger. Did not the 5th elder of the Qingqi Sect possess a magical artifact known as the 5 prison hands? It was said to harness the forces of heaven and earth to confine an individual for an entire hour, rendering even a transformation god powerless to escape. And since it was an artifact, it must be controlled by someone. Where could that individual be? Bai Luocheng did not rush to rescue him but instead erected a protective barrier, shielding the 4 junior disciples within. Only then did he extend his consciousness to search for the enemy's location. A beam of light shot forth, and almost simultaneously, Bai Luocheng leaped to intercept a black-robed figure's sword, forcing him back several steps. He then struck out with a palm, deflecting an attack aimed at shattering the protective barrier, sending another black-robed figure flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong Linger burst forth from the protective barrier and dashed beneath the hand, plunging her sword into the ground. As the sword struck, yet another black-robed figure erupted from the earth, raising his palm to strike at Zhong Linger. She swiftly unleashed a series of spiritual talismans. A second-tier talisman converged and exploded, its power rivaling that of a third-tier talisman, creating a deep crater in the ground. The black-robed figure faltered momentarily, causing the brilliance of the hand in the sky to diminish slightly. Seeing this effect, Zhong Linger wasted no time and flung another talisman, which promptly vanished from sight. A row of earthen spikes erupted from where she had just stood. Observing that Zhong Linger had evaded, the figure drew forth a long sword, unleashing a mystical sword style. As the long sword spun, whirlwinds manifested in the air, imbued with a chilling murderous intent, ensnaring Zhong Linger within. Zhong Linger attentively sensed her surroundings. The whirlwinds appeared chaotic, yet their positions were cunningly calculated, sealing off the space around her and leaving her with no means of retreat. These whirlwinds resembled rotating gears, exuding an inexorable murderous aura, poised to shred her to pieces upon close proximity. This was the sword technique of the Qingqi Sect, yet why would its practitioners target her senior brothers? Chapter 23 Save the second senior brother. As the Vajra talismans shattered one after another, Zhong Linger dared not dwell on her predicament. She unleashed several more spiritual talismans, the explosive force causing the vortex to disintegrate further. Yet another sword was already descending upon her. This sword technique was imbued with the oppressive aura of the golden core stage, rendering Zhong Linger nearly immobile. Anger surged within her. How dare this person play so ruthlessly, pressing her with his cultivation level? Two more Vajra talismans shattered, her recently acquired defensive artifact was exhausted, and then there was nothing left. With all her defenses depleted, only her wits remained. Succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, Zhong Linger knelt and rolled to evade the descending sword's path. The cloaked figure paused momentarily, taken aback by the cunning of this seemingly insignificant girl. With merely a second-level foundation, she had managed to withstand his onslaught for so long. A rarity indeed. However, she had exhausted all her talismans, and the next strike would surely spell her doom. Lying on the ground, Zhong Linger watched helplessly as another sword swept towards her. Devoid of the strength to evade, she called out desperately, "Senior brother, help me." The cloaked figure sneered coldly, "He cannot save you. Prepare to die." Yet, in that instant, a flash of sword light appeared, and the cloaked man felt a chilling sensation at his neck, blood gushing forth. It was then he recalled that in his fervor to slay this girl, he had unleashed the profound sword technique, inadvertently relaxing his control over the Qianquan 5 prison hand. Presumably, that was when Ouyang Ruocheng had emerged. Ouyang Ruocheng pivoted towards another battlefield while Zhong Linger scrambled to her feet. Noticing a luminous orb rising beside the cloaked figure, she realized it was his soul. After a moment's thought, she captured the soul and stored it within a sphere, then stowed the cloaked man's lifeless body into her spirit beast pouch. By Luocheng, striving to maintain the protective barrier while fending off two other cloaked assailants, suffered a gash from a sword, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Ouyang Ruocheng soon emerged, diverting one of the cloaked figures, leaving Bai Luocheng to contend with the remaining foe. Yet, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, the sword slipped from his grip, and in that moment of distraction, the cloaked figure's palm struck towards his chest. He sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy compressing against him, but he could not muster the strength to retaliate. Only attempting to retreat. However, his movements were no match for the speed of that hand. Just as he braced for impact, several flashes of light erupted, the remnants of the shattered Vajra talismans. With that brief respite, he finally gathered his spiritual energy, instinctively striking out with his palm, colliding perfectly with his opponent's. The force of that strike was as swift as lightning, catching both combatants off guard. Bai Luocheng stumbled back 2 steps, while the cloaked figure was sent reeling. Bai Luocheng summoned his sword to continue the fight, but Ouyang Ruocheng intercepted him, encircling the 2 cloaked figures with his own sword. The clash of blades and the radiance of spiritual energy carved deep trenches into the ground. Ouyang Ruocheng, at the nascent soul stage, was an invincible presence within this realm of the highest golden core cultivators. The cloaked figures quickly faltered, and with a sharp whistle, they retreated in unison. However, Ouyang Ruocheng was fueled by rage and pursued them relentlessly. "Danger, do not follow." Zhong Linger shouted for her senior brother to return, fearing for his safety. Bai Luocheng dismissed the protective barrier and released 3 junior disciples. Soon after, he felt a pang of pain in his heart and sat down to meditate. As Zhong Linger, unable to match her senior brother's speed, ran a few steps but lost sight of him and turned back. However, when she encountered her second senior brother and the others again, she was utterly stunned. The previously silent Zhao Tianwen suddenly affixed 2 talismans to Yi Qinglan and Ninghaoyu, causing them to collapse to the ground. He then approached the meditating second senior brother, pressing a finger to his chest. A dense black demonic aura swirled about his fingertip, quickly locking onto the second senior brother's form, as if attempting to invade his body. Yet the external spiritual energy acted as a barrier, preventing its entry. Zhonglinger extended her consciousness and overheard Zhao Tianwen speaking, "Your sword heart has been corroded by demonic energy for the most part. Cease your resistance, you are the ideal candidate for the Demon King. Come with me. If you do, I will not harm your junior disciples, otherwise, they will all perish. I can also promise not to assault your sect. Otherwise, the Taiqiong Sect will face annihilation." As he spoke, Zhao Tianwen's other hand seized Yi Qinglan's body, tightening his grip around her neck. A mere flick of his wrist would spell her demise. Zhonglinger sensed a shift in the second senior brother's aura, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Then, his spiritual energy dissipated, and the demonic aura began to seep into his body. Zhao Tianwen revealed a sinister grin, casting Yi Qinglan aside. With his other hand, he hurled a dark orb into the air. It spun and enlarged, quickly revealing a passageway in the void. Zhao Tianwen reached out to grasp by Luo Chang, intent on departing. Zhonglinger had no time to ponder, her talismans exhausted, but there were plenty of stones. Scanning her surroundings, she tossed out a storage ring, and a cascade of stones rained down upon Zhao Tianwen, catching him off guard. She then employed her soul technique to shift the second senior brother into the orb. A searing pain shot through her consciousness, clearly indicating that moving the second senior brother exceeded her limits. Yet, she had no better method to save him and gritted her teeth to persevere. Even as blood streamed from her ears and nose, she refused to relent. As the barrage of stones was flung aside, Zhao Tianwen's distorted form re-emerged, but Bai Luochang had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Zhao Tianwen's lips moved, yet the voice did not seem to originate from him. Zhonglinger stumbled back in fear, witnessing Zhao Tianwen's body, twisted and crushed by the stones, his face half collapsed. He should have been dead, yet a soul within him seemed to sustain his broken shell. This sight reminded her of horror films, where malevolent spirits possessed the corpses of the deceased. Zhao Tianwen raised a hand towards Zhonglinger but suddenly let it drop, glaring at her with malevolence. Then, a dark soul detached from Zhao Tianwen's body, drifting towards the void passageway. Ouyang Ruoqing charged forward, just in time to see a demonic shadow escape through the void, while his younger disciple rushed towards that same passage. As it shrank into a small orb, she gripped it tightly. "How dare you!" a furious roar echoed, then the passage vanished, causing the young disciple to plummet. Ouyang Ruoqing hurriedly dashed forward to catch her, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If he was not mistaken, that had been a fragment of the demon lord's essence, and his little disciple had audaciously attempted to seize it. Gazing at the gleaming black orb in her hand, he pondered how she had managed to acquire such a treasure. Looking around anxiously, Ouyang Ruoqing asked, "Where is your second senior brother? What happened? What transpired?" Zhonglinger held her head, rolling on the ground twice. "Wait, let me catch my breath." As she calmed the pain in her consciousness, she began to assess the situation. Chapter 24. The little junior sister is normal within the orb. The second senior brother hangs unconscious in midair, his body exuding a continuous stream of demonic energy, which coalesces into a sphere of white light that gradually dims, becoming a murky gray. For reasons unknown, this gray mist imparts an ancient and weighty sensation. Since it cannot be dissipated and appears to pose no immediate danger, it is best to leave it be for now. Nearby, the venom expelled by the colossal serpent still hovers, alongside the soul of the masked figure from the Spirit Sword Sect. Ouyang Ruoqing produces a pill and places it in Zhonglinger's mouth. Once she begins to regain her senses, she comprehends the events that transpired during his absence. Naturally, Zhonglinger refrains from mentioning that she had contained the second senior brother within the orb, instead claiming that, in a moment of desperation, she had placed him into the spirit beast pouch. Ouyang Ruoqing is at a loss for words once more. The act of putting him into the pouch is indeed quite absurd, yet she undeniably rescued him from the demon lord's grasp. Zhonglinger carefully extracts the second senior brother, and Ouyang Ruoqing conducts a thorough examination. Though he remains unconscious, his breathing is steady, providing some relief. Their gazes then shift towards Zhao Tianwen. "What is that black substance, and why is it present on senior brother Zhao?" At the inquiry from the little junior sister, Ouyang Ruoqing hesitates for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Unlike ordinary children, she has already faced the demon lord, and concealing the truth would only endanger her. "Your second senior brother and I once confronted the demon lord, who planted a trace of demonic energy within him, seeking to lure him into darkness. Fortunately, Master intervened and saved him. This realm permits only those of the golden core stage to enter. The demon lord cannot breach it and thus can only manifest a fragment of his demonic soul to be brought within. It is unclear when he managed to exert control over Zhao Shidi, nearly allowing him to fall into his trap." Zhonglinger clutches her chest in fear, yet inwardly contemplates that it seems the second senior brother did not perish in the secret realm in past lives, but was instead taken away by the demon lord into darkness. The Taiqiong Sect's claim of his death was merely a cover-up. The legendary demon king who resembled the second senior brother was not merely similar in appearance, he was indeed the second senior brother himself. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Ruoqing solemnly advises, the matter regarding the demon lord must remain undisclosed, simply state that it was the black-robed man's accomplices. As for Zhao Tianwen, he was also killed by him. Moreover, you must ensure that your second senior brother remains unaware that he was placed within the spirit beast pouch and kept company with those corpses. Remember, it is imperative that he does not find out. Zhonglinger obediently nods. Understood. The second senior brother is quite particular about cleanliness. Ouyang Ruoqing is speechless, gently ruffling the little junior sister's hair. Even without a cleanliness obsession, no ordinary person would wish to discover that they had been placed into a pouch meant for spirit beasts, especially alongside a pile of beast corpses. Zhonglinger takes offense at this remark, asserting, elder brother, when it comes to survival, one cannot afford to be so particular. In dire situations, one must be prepared to drink horse urine or consume cow dung. One must be pragmatic when necessary. Ouyang Ruoqing opens his mouth, ultimately conceding, you speak truly, little junior sister, yet trust me, you would not wish to witness your second senior brother descend into madness. So, be good and heed your elder brother's advice. Afterward, Ouyang Ruoqing collects the scattered stones from the ground and hands them back to Zhonglinger, who immediately acquiesces without objection, nodding obediently. Having settled the little junior sister, Ouyang Ruoqing awakens Yi Qinglan and Ning Haoyu, merely informing them that they were ambushed. Zhao Tianwen is deceased, and Bai Luochang was injured while returning to drive the assailants away and save a few. The two do not harbor any suspicions, only feeling sorrow for the loss of a fellow disciple. Bai Luochang regains consciousness during the night, while the three younger disciples have already fallen asleep. Ouyang Ruoqing uses his spiritual voice to relay Zhonglinger's account, altering the part where he was placed into the spirit beast pouch to suggest he was merely covered with stones. After reflecting on the situation, Bai Luochang believes most of the details align, but one aspect seems off. Originally, a trace of demonic energy resided within him, having been compelled to allow it entry under duress. In such circumstances, there was no alternative but to succumb to darkness, yet now he feels not a trace of demonic energy within him. There must be something behind this. Demonic energy is notoriously difficult to eradicate, clinging like a parasite. Previously, the Taiqiong Sect had to exert their collective strength merely to suppress it, so it is evident that some extraordinary means must have been employed to extract all traces of demonic energy from his being. He questions Ouyang Ruoqing, who shakes his head in ignorance but expresses joy that Bai Luochang has finally managed to break free from the grip of demonic energy. Seeing that he cannot extract further information, Bai Luochang inquires about the corpse of the deceased black-robed man. At that moment, Zhonglinger conveniently awakens. Upon hearing the second senior brother's inquiry about the corpse, she retrieves it from the spirit beast pouch. The two brothers look at the little junior sister with peculiar expressions. Bai Luochang diplomatically remarks, little junior sister, the elders of the beast god peak would not approve of using human corpses to feed spirit beasts, and spirit beasts do not consume human remains. Zhonglinger feels as though she has been struck by a thunderbolt. How has she, a perfectly charming and obedient young lady, transformed into something so unseemly in the eyes of her brothers? Second brother, do you think it is possible that I merely wish to uncover the truth while preserving evidence? Bai Luochang rubs his nose in apology, silently repeating to himself that the little junior sister is indeed normal, before removing the mask from the corpse. A plain, youthful face emerges, unremarkable yet pale. He has no recollection of who this person is. However, Zhonglinger recognizes him as He Wei, a registered disciple of the fifth elder of the Spirit Sword sect, who once pursued the original host. Among the three, one should be Chang Xian. Although he has switched to using a sword, in a moment of urgency, he displayed blade intent. Could it be that this is yet another scheme by the Tianyu sect? Ouyang Ruoqing articulates his speculation, while Zhonglinger's focus shifts to another matter. When did the demon lord's soul appear? When we arrived here, I had spoken with Zhao Shidi, and he exhibited no abnormalities. It was only after I burst through the protective barrier and saw him again that he seemed to have transformed into another person. Bai Luochang ponders for a moment. When I upheld the protective barrier, I did not sense any demonic energy. However, after you, elder brother, dispersed a black-robed man, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. That moment likely marked the onset of the demon lord's influence. Is it possible that the fragment of demonic soul was brought in by the three black-robed men, and they specifically targeted the second senior brother? Zhonglinger's words cause a shift in the expressions of both men. The three black-robed individuals utilized spiritual energy, and one was likely a direct disciple of the Tianyu sect. If they brought the demonic soul inside, it implies that the Tianyu sect may be colluding with the demon clan. Given the gravity of the situation, the two refrain from further discussion. Bai Luochang beams gently at Zhonglinger. I must thank you, little junior sister. The protective talisman you stealthily affixed saved the second senior brother's life. No one is permitted to approach him easily, save for the little junior sister who enjoys tugging at his sleeve. It is certain that the protective talisman was her doing. There is no need for thanks, although the second senior brother may sometimes find me bothersome. I have always kept him in my thoughts, Zhonglinger replies with a feigned look of grievance, evoking a hint of guilt in by Luochang. Chapter 25 of The Master comes to retrieve them. Ouyang Ruoqing felt even more aggrieved than Zhonglinger, exclaiming, "So it turns out that the junior sister only cares for the second junior brother. The second senior brother asked me to pull his sleeve, but the eldest senior brother wouldn't allow it," Zhonglinger retorted with a look of accusation, as if to say, "How can you blame me for not daring to approach when you keep everyone at arm's length?" Seeing the two of them more pitiful than the other, Bai Luochang couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled Zhonglinger aside and said, "Do not mind your eldest senior brother, his cultivation is not suited for the diamond talisman. Go take a rest, tomorrow we will finish exploring the remaining area, and then we shall depart," he added. With that, Zhonglinger was ushered off to sleep. Afterward, she paid no attention to whatever the two senior brothers discussed. Having overexerted her spiritual consciousness several times today, she was indeed fatigued. In the midst of her slumber, Zhonglinger suddenly felt a wave of refreshment wash over her, as the previous headache and fatigue vanished in an instant. Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luochang, upon discovering that their junior sister had fallen asleep, were left in utter astonishment. To break through a realm merely by taking a nap, was it they who were abnormal, or was the world itself simply mad? After the few of them finished exploring this area, they found that many had passed through here, resulting in a rather meager harvest. They then departed the secret realm. Upon exiting, the five were startled to see the exit crowded with people. Upon spotting Ouyang Ruoqing, someone shouted, "Heavens, Ouyang Ruoqing truly entered!" Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal hand descended from the sky, whisking them away directly onto a spirit vessel. When Zhonglinger focused her gaze, she realized it was none other than her master, the untroubled true person. "Master, you have come to fetch us," was Zhonglinger's immediate reaction. "Master, what has happened?" Ouyang Ruoqing inquired with concern. "Master, where are you taking us?" It was Bai Luochang who pinpointed the crux of the matter. The untroubled true person wore a solemn expression, tinged with a hint of excitement. "The Sword Ancestors' Legacy Estate is about to open again. The Celestial Mechanism Academy has agreed to grant each sect 10 slots, so it is fortunate that you all emerged in time. Otherwise, you would have missed the opportunity." Zhonglinger mused inwardly. "Here it comes. This is my cousin's first chance at fortune." In her past lives, after joining the Spirit Sword Sect, she had accompanied her cousin to the Sword Ancestors' estate at this very moment. Clearly, that Sanyu divine sword had been aimed at her, yet she had handed it over to her cousin. With the sword's formidable power, her cousin quickly rose to prominence in the sect's grand tournament, achieving victory after victory. Now, she could not afford to relinquish that Sanyu divine sword again, but how was she to navigate the whims of fate? "Master, which 10 individuals from our sect will be entering?" Bai Luochang was particularly concerned about the allocation of slots. If the slots were insufficient, he would withdraw, as his sword heart had been compromised, making further advancement in the sword path nearly impossible. He had already resolved to specialize in array formations instead. The untroubled true person seemed to grasp his disciple's thoughts, hastily replying, "The Celestial Mechanism Academy has only permitted disciples to enter, perfectly aligning with your 6 direct disciples, plus 4 disciples from the Sword Peak. Oh, and Hao Yu is also included in the quota." With exactly 4 key disciples being cultivated from the Sword Peak, Bai Luochang chose not to pursue the matter further. Yi Qinglan suddenly became quite animated. "Master, will the sect leader and the third master be coming as well?" The untroubled true person nodded with a smile. "Indeed, they have already arrived and are merely awaiting your presence." He then turned to observe his little disciple, only to be taken aback. "Is this the third layer of foundation establishment already? How is it possible for your cultivation to advance so rapidly in just a few days within the secret realm? Have you encountered some fortuitous event?" Bai Luochang surmised what had astonished his master and conveyed a brief account of their experiences in the secret realm, including the junior sister's rapid comprehension of sword intent and her remarkable feat of drinking the entire essence of the washing marrow spirit spring, speculating that her swift breakthrough was likely related to the spring. Of course, they also recounted the dangers they had faced and how he had dispelled the demonic energy, yet remained oblivious to who had aided him in doing so. The untroubled true person listened, his eyes widening. He waved his hand, signaling the others to hold their tongues as he needed a moment to process. His little disciple was astonishing, having encountered a prodigy capable of inscribing 8th-tier talismans. He would believe it if someone claimed she was a reincarnation of a great being. Thus, it was entirely plausible that in such perilous circumstances, she could save others and comprehend sword intent. There must be great secrets surrounding Linger, yet she bore no ill will toward the sect, so there was no need to overthink her situation, doing so would only cause unnecessary torment. His thoughts then turned to his second disciple. It had been a close call with the demon sovereign. Thankfully, Linger and Ruocheng had been present, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire had the demon sovereign's demonic soul been brought into the secret realm by those three cloaked figures. If one among them was indeed from the Tianyu sect, did that imply a collusion with the demonic clan? The artifact that had bound Ruocheng bore a striking resemblance to Elder Wu of the Spirit Sword Sect's Qianquan 5 prison hand. Was there a connection to the Spirit Sword Sect in this matter? One question after another surfaced in the untroubled true person's mind, making his head spin. Lacking any evidence other than a nameless corpse, pondering further was futile. He would have to investigate gradually later on. He summoned his little disciple to his side and earnestly instructed, "From now on, you must not attempt to seize anything from the demon sovereign. I cannot match him in strength and fear. I may not be able to protect you. Additionally, you cannot consume everything indiscriminately. Fortunately, the essence of that spirit spring did not harm your body. Otherwise, even a great Luo golden immortal would be unable to save you." Zhong Linger obediently nodded, while Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng exchanged glances, thinking that after much contemplation, was this all their master had to say? Why could he not delve deeper into the essence of their junior sister's character, perhaps her audacity, her overly frugal tendencies, or the fact that she acted without consulting her senior brothers beforehand would be worth mentioning. Once the matter concerning his little disciple was settled, the untroubled true person turned his attention to Ouyang Ruocheng. Satisfied that this disciple posed no issues, he led his second disciple into a room for a thorough examination of his condition, while also inquiring about various details. After a day's flight, the members of the Taiqiong Sect arrived at Tianhua City, located in the heart of the eastern province, and entered the inn they had rented in advance. The Sword Peak's master, Wu Feng, personally welcomed them at the entrance, and after exchanging pleasantries, Yi Qinglan became curious as to why the other three direct disciples were absent. Wu Feng's chiseled features furrowed slightly, and after a long pause, he finally replied, "They have gone out for some business." Zhong Linger and Yi Qinglan exchanged glances, fully aware that he was not being truthful. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Upon entering the main hall, the untroubled true person took his seat at the head inside. "Third junior brother, do enlighten us. What trouble have those youngsters stirred up this time?" Wu Feng snorted, "One is locked up, another is bound, and the third has run off. You can ask them yourself, they are your disciples to teach." Having said that, he cast a glance at Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng before sighing once more, if only all disciples were as worry-free as those two. The untroubled true person rubbed his forehead, seemingly troubled by his disciples' antics. Zhong Linger subtly tugged at Yi Qinglan's sleeve, inquiring with her eyes about the situation. "They must have fought again," Yi Qinglan whispered, before quietly leading Zhong Linger outside. The two made their way outdoors, where Yi Qinglan skillfully navigated toward a small courtyard, stopping before a locked room. Chapter 26: The Gathering of Six Disciples. "Little junior brother, we have come to see you." Yi Qinglan rapped sharply on the door, and soon, a small face peeked through the crack, accompanied by a clear, bright voice of a boy. "Stop knocking." Just from that voice, I knew it was you. And now tell me, what is the situation? Did third uncle report me? My master hasn't mentioned how I should be punished, has he? Third uncle didn't report you. He left it to the sect leader to handle. What on earth did you do to make someone so furious? Yi Qinglan's tone brimmed with curiosity, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude, clearly indicating that this was neither the first nor the last time such a situation had arisen. "Oh, this is your newly arrived junior sister, Zhong Linger." Yi Qinglan suddenly remembered Zhong Linger beside her and introduced her briefly, adding, "Inside is your fifth senior brother, Qi Haoren. He is part of our group." Zhong Linger was taken aback. Was there really a distinction between groups? Qi Haoren peered through the crack at his junior sister, noting she was a well-behaved little girl, and he quickly diverted his attention to recounting his own illustrious exploits. Zhong Linger understood that fifth senior brother disapproved of fourth senior brother's adherence to rules and courteous demeanor, and had been seeking to provoke him throughout their journey. Naturally, third uncle favored the rule-abiding fourth senior brother, which ignited fifth senior brother's rebellious spirit, prompting him to deliberately do what he was told not to do. "Well, I didn't intend to cause trouble. I just wanted to see how furious Yu Chengpeng would get, so I snatched his belongings. He surprisingly endured it all the way, but who would have thought he would come looking for a fight in the end?" "So, it was because of the fight that third uncle put you both under confinement?" Yi Qinglan pondered the scene and confidently concluded, based on past experiences, that she was close to the truth. To her astonishment, Qi Haoren's expression contorted, and he spat out in frustration. If only it were that simple. Third senior brother, in a fit of madness, insisted that as the older brother, he should discipline us for fighting, and disregarding third uncle's objections, he gave both Yu Chengpeng and me a good beating. Yi Qinglan was taken aback, and after a moment, she asked, "Since third senior brother has already beaten you and given you a lesson, why are you still in confinement?" Qi Haoran's voice faltered and his bravado diminished. "I was just so infuriated that when third senior brother turned to leave, I kicked him in the backside." Zhong Linger twitched her lips. He was undeniably a troublesome child. She wondered if the heavens would intervene in the affairs of such children. "You even dared to provoke third junior brother, he must have gone easy on you." Bai Luocheng's voice rang out from behind them as he produced a key and unlocked the door, freeing Qi Haoran from his restraints, and gestured for everyone to follow him. It was then that Zhong Linger beheld the true visage of fifth senior brother. At around 14 or 15 years old, his handsome face bore bruises, one eye was blackened, yet, despite this, the dimples on his cheeks rendered him endearingly charming. Upon seeing second senior brother, Qi Haoran was eager to lament third senior brother's tyranny, rushing to tug at his sleeve, only to be deftly avoided. This was evidently a common occurrence, and he paid it no mind, pouting pitifully, "Second senior brother, look at my eye. They say you should hit where it counts," but third senior brother, his lament abruptly halted as his gaze fell upon the delicate hand emerging from second senior brother's sleeve. Following that hand, he discovered the new junior sister walking obediently beside second senior brother, her eyes glinting with a mix of mockery and provocation. It turned out that second senior brother was not avoiding the tugging of sleeves altogether, but simply that he would not entertain Qi Haoran's attempts. Bai Luocheng paid no heed to fifth junior brother's complaints, noting that the new junior sister was pulling at his sleeve. When he looked over in inquiry, she responded with an innocent smile that nearly melted his heart, prompting him to affectionately ruffle her hair. The affectionate interaction among the siblings stung Qi Haoran deeply. Of the four senior brothers, only second senior brother had ever shown him any sympathy, and now that bond seemed to be usurped by this new junior sister, it felt as if second senior brother's affections had shifted entirely away from him. A pang of sorrow surged through the young boy, his eyes reddening, and he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Zhong Linger, noticing his state, smirked slightly and grasped Yi Qinglan's hand, suggesting they venture into the city that evening. Bai Luocheng led them to another courtyard, knocking on an unlocked door. It was quickly opened by a robust youth with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a sense of righteousness. Bai Luocheng introduced him as Zhong Linger as fourth senior brother, Yu Chengpeng. The two exchanged greetings, with Yu Chengpeng presenting a token of respect, his every gesture impeccably refined. However, Zhong Linger found it peculiar. Though fourth senior brother bore his own share of bruises and appeared somewhat mature for his age, she felt something was amiss, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Reflecting on her previous lives, she realized she had no recollection of this fourth senior brother, nor had she heard of any particular incidents involving him, thus she refrained from probing further. Upon returning to the main hall, Zhong Linger immediately spotted a figure clad in red standing at the center. As the figure turned, it radiated an overwhelming brilliance. The beauty was beyond words, something that even ink could scarcely describe. Zhong Linger had always considered second senior brother to be an exceptionally handsome man, and while she had encountered the exquisite Lin Muling in her past life, even she paled in comparison to this individual. This was the epitome of earthly beauty. "Little junior sister, wipe the drool," came second senior brother's teasing voice, prompting Zhong Linger to tug at his sleeve, her gaze unwilling to waver, and dreamily inquired, "Second senior brother, who is this beautiful sister? She is so stunning." Laughter erupted around them, but the beauty's expression darkened. Only then did Zhong Linger sense something amiss. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the figure's chest was flat, and he was clad in male attire, standing significantly taller than the average woman. This was a man? Little junior sister, this sister before you is actually your third senior brother, Zhou Yizhua, who is indeed more beautiful than many women. Ouch! Qi Haoran, chuckling, suddenly found himself on the receiving end of a playful smack from Zhou Yizhua on the head, causing him to tear up from the sting. Zhong Linger awkwardly called out, "Third senior brother," only to receive a disdainful huff and a dismissive glare in return. The six siblings had gathered together, yet the atmosphere was far from pleasant. The master, Wu Chen, showed little interest in their affairs, offering only a few criticisms before transitioning to the topic of the upcoming expedition into the Sword Ancestors' heritage. This Sword Ancestors' heritage is the abode of the first ascendant sword cultivator of the immortal realm, Li Xuanyi. Within it lies nearly 10,000 sword intents he left behind. To comprehend even one is an immense fortune. Upon reaching the central area, you will encounter the Xuanyi Sword Monument, which encapsulates all sword intents. Li Xuanyi's insights into the sword path are preserved there, allowing anyone to sit beneath the monument and contemplate the sword way. Of course, if you fail to comprehend anything, that is also acceptable. The abundant spiritual energy there makes it a splendid place for cultivation. Zhong Linger instantly grasped the implication. Acquiring fortunes within would be challenging, but if they could not attain them, simply absorbing some spiritual energy would suffice. Chapter 27. Mugged in the street. Master, you seem quite knowledgeable about the situation inside. Have you been there yourself? Upon hearing the question from his young disciple, Master Wu Chen softened his tone, reminiscing, "When I was about the same age as your second senior brother, I ventured inside as well. Back then, the Sword Ancestors' ruins were freely accessible to all sword cultivators, allowing them to seek their own fortunes. Some found their sword intent there, others obtained spiritual swords, and some even made breakthroughs by 2 levels. That place is considered a sacred ground in the hearts of all sword cultivators. When you enter, you must earnestly seek enlightenment and not squander this opportunity." Zhong Linger detected a discrepancy. "Master, in earlier years, the Sword Ancestors' ruins were open to everyone. Why are there now restrictions on the number of entrants?" Master Wu Chen paused, and a displeased voice interjected from Master Wu Feng. "In those earlier times, the Sword Ancestors' ruins manifested randomly. However, ever since it appeared behind the Tianji Academy, it has been fixed there, becoming the exclusive property of the Academy. Since then, anyone wishing to enter must obtain permission from Tianji Academy." Zhong Linger widened her eyes, realizing the implications. "Master, does it mean that in the realm of cultivation, any unclaimed object belongs to whoever seizes it? For example, if we, the Taiqiong Sect, were to acquire the Tianyuan secret realm, it would belong to us, correct?" Master Wu Chen lightly tapped his disciple's forehead. "You have a fanciful imagination. The Tianyuan secret realm is a concealed world within space, nourished by the heavens and protected by the Tao of Heaven. Acquiring it is not something a single sect can accomplish. Typically, it requires the collaboration of 5 or more sections. As for the Sword Ancestors' ruins, that is a private space of the Sword Ancestor. The Tianji Academy enlisted the help of powerful experts in spatial techniques, expending countless resources to secure this ruins. Although they have restricted the number of entrants, they have also preserved it in the eastern state, making it difficult to discern whether this is good or bad. Just focus on seeking your fortunes and do not overthink the rest." "Oh, I just heard that the entry time for the Sword Ancestors' ruins has been postponed to 5 days later." Zhou Yizhuo suddenly spoke up, his tone languid and dismissive. Noticing the puzzled look from his master, he smirked. "Is master unaware? The Tianji Academy stated that they would wait for the disciples from the Qingqi Sect and Tianyu Sect to return from the Tianyuan secret realm before allowing entry, hence the delay." Master Wu Chen's expression darkened, but he ultimately said nothing, instructing his disciples to return to their cultivation while he confined himself and Master Wu Feng within their quarters. After a few emerged, Bai Luochang seized Zhou Yizhuo's arm as he attempted to leave, his expression serious. "Speak up, what just transpired?" Zhou Yizhuo shrugged off his hand, adjusting his robe as he replied, "What else could it be?" Master approached the Tianji Academy representatives to discuss the situation, but they refused to delay the entry despite his pleas, which is why he hastened to the entrance to meet you all. Little did he know, it wasn't that the Tianji Academy couldn't postpone it. Rather, it was that his influence wasn't substantial enough. The Qingqi Sect and Tianyu Sect merely sent their elders, and the Academy readily agreed. Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng's expression soured, while the younger disciples were indignant, believing the Tianji Academy was being unfair and looked down upon the Taiqiong Sect. Zhong Linger, however, remained composed. This was a classic case of a weak nation lacking diplomatic leverage. The Taiqiong Sect had no higher cultivators than her master, who was only at the integration stage, unlike other sects that had more powerful elders in residence. The few peak masters lacked significant renown, and among the disciples, only the Taiqiong twin beauties had the audacity to speak up, yet one of them had already fallen. Only the eldest senior brother, the strongest among their peers, could uphold any semblance of prestige. Among the 5 major sects, the Taiqiong Sect had the fewest disciples, while the other 4 sects boasted at least 50 to 60,000 members combined. The Taiqiong Sect, on the other hand, had only 5 to 6,000 disciples, most of whom wandered outside to gather resources, earning a notorious reputation as the poorest sect, which inevitably led to their being looked down upon. Many were already questioning the Taiqiong Sect's strength as one of the 5 major sects, making the upcoming sect competition a critical juncture. After all, it concerned the distribution of benefits among the 12 major sects of the eastern state. In previous generations, the Taiqiong Sect failed to secure valuable resources and ultimately fell into decline, leading to their extinction. However, the disciples could only voice their grievances for a time before setting off to attend to their own affairs. Yi Qinglan took Zhong Linger and Qi Haoran out for a stroll, but the trio was far from harmonious. Qi Haoran ignored Zhong Linger entirely, while she too was reluctant to grow close to her 5th senior brother, allowing Yi Qinglan to keep the atmosphere lively, though it felt rather awkward. "Little Linger, is that really you?" A gentle and warm voice called from behind, causing Zhong Linger to tense up, her instincts urging her to flee. Turning stiffly, she found her cousin, Zhong Yushua, approaching. Having not seen her for a few days, Zhong Yushua appeared even more beautiful and confident, her aura significantly stronger, likely nearing the golden core stage. A glance at those accompanying her confirmed her suspicions. Lu Mingyu walked beside her, while Qin Dongxu and Lang Qingyu followed closely behind. 3 of the 4 devoted admirers were present, explaining her newfound warmth and pride. How have you been, little sister? I imagine you faced quite a bit of hardship. Look, you've lost weight. Zhong Yushue reached out to caress her, but Zhong Linger quickly evaded her touch. Zhong Daoyu, I have severed ties with the Zhong family. Please refrain from calling me sister in the future, and do not touch me, we are not familiar. Zhong Yushue's hand froze for a moment before she lowered it in disappointment, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to suppress her sorrow. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? You are still so young, what will you do without family? You cannot continue like this, you should leave the Taiqiong Sect and join me at the Qingqi Sect. Master has promised to accept you as an inner disciple. Be good and stay with me, and I will take good care of you. Zhong Yushue firmly grasped Zhong Linger, pulling her toward herself, her nails digging into Zhong Linger's flesh without her noticing. Zhong Linger initially felt pain, but soon the sensation of being trapped resurfaced, compelling her feet to move toward Zhong Yushue despite her internal screams of no. Seeing his junior sister being so effortlessly drawn away by her cousin, Shi Haoran could no longer stand idly by. He grabbed Zhong Linger with one hand, pulling her back forcefully. Zhong Linger, what is your intent? If you wish to leave the Taiqiong Sect, at least state your reasons clearly. You cannot simply walk away like this. Yi Qinglan also reacted, stepping forward to block Zhong Yushue. You cannot take my junior sister away. She is a disciple of the Taiqiong Sect. Lu Mingyu impatiently pushed Yi Qinglan aside. Do not meddle, this is a matter between sisters. Qin Dongxu stepped forward to separate the group, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that Zhong Yushue intended to take her sister back to the sect, he chuckled lightly. I thought it was something significant. As long as Linger wishes to join my Qingqi sect, we will naturally welcome her. Chapter 28. The descent of spiritual essence. He suddenly turned his head towards Lu Mingyu and smiled. I have heard that Sister Linger is your fiancée. In that case, you are indeed reunited. How could this be considered a reunion? They had publicly annulled their engagement. The third senior brother was undoubtedly intent on making a fool of him in front of Sister Yushue, and he could never acknowledge such a thing. I have no relationship with her. We have long clarified that marriage is a matter of mutual consent between man and woman. As Lu Mingyu refuted, he kept a watchful eye on Zhong Yushue's expression. Noticing she had no response, he finally felt relieved and took 2 steps back, deliberately distancing himself from Zhong Linger. Zhong Linger, bound and unable to speak, was aware that if she did not act soon, she would be taken away. She truly could not fathom what it was about her that made Zhong Yushue so unwilling to part with her, wanting her by her side at all times. The spiritual energy could not be mobilized, and her consciousness proved useless. This binding turned her into a mere puppet, leaving her with no autonomy whatsoever. Lang Qingyu stepped closer, the air around them seemingly dropping by 8 degrees, chilling their limbs. Let her decide for herself whom she wishes to follow. He proposed succinctly, prompting Yi Qinglan and Shi Haoran to turn their gazes towards Zhong Linger. After struggling in vain for a long time, despair filled Zhong Linger's heart. Since we are allowing the junior sister to make her own decision, then let her go free for the time being. A gentle voice echoed, and Zhong Linger was almost moved to tears. Her second senior brother had finally come to rescue her. 2 figures approached, by Luochang and Ouyang Ruochang. Upon seeing Zhong Linger's wrist punctured and bleeding from Zhong Yushue's nails, Ouyang Ruochang's expression turned cold. Drawing his sword, he pointed it at Zhong Yushue, commanding, release her, or you shall lose your hand. No one expected Ouyang Ruochang to draw his weapon so straightforwardly. Startled, Zhong Yushue immediately let go. Bai Luochang grasped the hand of his junior sister, observing the gruesome marks left by the nails, and snorted coldly, is this what you call sisterly affection? I was merely acting out of desperation. It was not intentional. Tears streamed down Zhong Yushue's face as she regretfully sought refuge beside her senior brother, Lang Qingyu. Avoiding the tip of Ouyang Ruochang's sword, Lang Qingyu stood opposite Ouyang Ruochang, their gazes locked in a clash of intent. Bai Luochang sensed something was off with his junior sister. She appeared dazed, not uttering a single word, a stark contrast to her usual self. He positioned himself in front of Zhong Linger, shielding her from everyone's view, his aura enveloping her as he attempted to probe her condition with his consciousness. Feeling the binding on her begin to loosen, Zhong Linger seized the opportunity to grasp Bai Luochang's hand, urging, let us return to see Master, quickly. Seemingly sensing her urgency, Bai Luochang wasted no time, scooping Zhong Linger up and declaring, let us go, as he dashed off. Zhong Yushue attempted to pursue, but upon noticing Leng Qingyu's unmoving stance, she begrudgingly halted. With the main characters gone, the remaining individuals felt no need to stay. Leng Qingyu left behind the words "we shall meet at the inheritance," and led his junior brothers and sisters away. Qi Haoren, feeling abandoned by his second senior brother, turned to leave, only to be seized by Ouyang Ruocheng by the collar. "Focus on your training these days and refrain from causing trouble." His words were directed at Yi Qinglan as well. With no desire for leisure, Yi Qinglan obediently followed her senior brother, while Qi Haoren, unwillingly held by Ouyang Ruocheng, returned to the inn. After listening to the accounts from several disciples, Master Wucheng examined Zhong Linger, finding only a few minor cuts on her wrist with no serious issues. He then instructed the other disciples to leave and pondered for a while, gently stroking his little disciple's head. "I understand that there are some things you cannot speak of, nor should you, for it may endanger those who hear it. Therefore, I will not inquire further. As long as you are willing to stay and accept me as your master, you shall be my disciple." Zhong Linger threw herself into her master's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. "Master, I am willing. I will always be your disciple." Master Wucheng patted her shoulder. "Good child, is there anything I can assist you with?" Zhong Linger lifted her head, nodding earnestly. "Yes, master, I wish to possess your body." Master Wucheng immediately tensed, cautiously asking, "Do you need to draw talismans?" Although the previous thunder punishment had not been severe, he had exhausted his consciousness and slept for 3 days to recover. Subsequently, a throng of individuals had pursued him with inquiries regarding the 8th grade talismans. He had only just managed to quell the matter. Zhong Linger smiled sweetly. "Master, do not worry, there should be no thunder punishment this time." Although she would be drawing a talisman of her own creation, it did not violate the heavenly laws, so it should not bring about further punishment upon her master. Master Wucheng relaxed slightly, contemplating before presenting a request for Zhong Linger to draw an 8th grade Divine Thunder talisman. Zhong Linger was speechless. Her master was asking for assistance while also demanding payment. She had initially intended to draw a talisman for her own protection. Once again in control of her master's body, Zhong Linger effortlessly drew the Divine Thunder talisman. Next, she wished to create a talisman for avoidance, aptly named, as she sought to maintain a tenjiang distance from Zhong Yushu, keeping her far enough away that she could avoid unnecessary conflict. Such a talisman had never been drawn before. Typically, one either ignored those they disliked or outright eliminated them, who would go through the trouble of maintaining distance. Only in Zhong Linger's uniquely peculiar situation would such a need arise. Having mentally rehearsed the talisman's design, Zhong Linger let her brush flow gracefully, yet, halfway through, she felt that familiar sense of obstruction return, her brush tip progressing only inch by inch, as if the heavens themselves forbade her from continuing, as though the heavenly laws opposed the emergence of such a talisman. Master Wucheng had anticipated this situation, and as he had done previously, he assisted his little disciple by shattering the inexplicable binding, allowing Zhong Linger's hands to move freely. At last, with the final stroke, spiritual light flickered, and Zhong Linger returned to her own body. Before she could say anything, a wondrous sensation abruptly enveloped her. A beam of sacred light descended upon Master Wucheng's head, and a gentle rain of spiritual essence began to fall around them. The droplets, upon touching her, felt like a deft hand massaging her meridians, healing the hidden injuries within her body, bringing waves of refreshing sensations that surged into her consciousness, even elevating her very spirit. This was spiritual essence, a divine blessing from the heavens, bestowed upon those who had made breakthroughs in their understanding of the Tao or contributed to it. Thus, it seemed that the heavenly laws recognized her creation of the avoidance talisman. However, if the heavenly laws deemed the emergence of this new talisman to be a contribution to the talisman path, why then did they still impede her from continuing to draw it? Zhong Linger could not comprehend, yet the invigorating sensation reminded her that this heavenly essence, which she could acquire by simply approaching her master, was indeed a precious boon. She dashed out of the room and rushed to her second senior brother's chamber, pulling him back with her, uncertain of whether the essence would be of benefit to him, given his sword's damage, but knowing they had to give it a try regardless. Chapter 29 The Master breaks through to the Great Ascension. As the ethereal presence of Master Wucheng enveloped the surroundings, he became aware when Zhong Linger sought out by Luocheng. He hastily transmitted a message, summoning his disciples. Such an opportunity was one that might not present itself for a century, or even a millennium. Even merely absorbing the surging spiritual essence from the periphery would be advantageous. Zhong Linger pushed her second senior brother forward, compelling him to lean against Master Wucheng, only to discover that he bore a bashful expression, having donned nothing but an undergarment. With a playful whistle, she widened her eyes and scrutinized him intently. The pristine undergarment clung to her second senior brother's form, bestowing upon him an unintentional, delicate beauty. Bai Luocheng glared at his younger sister in annoyance, hastily retrieving an outer robe to wear, just as the other disciples rushed in, shattering the awkward atmosphere. The spiritual essence primarily descended upon Master Wuchen, with only a limited area of overflow, thus the crowd clustered around him. Positioned at the outermost edge, Master Wufeng was busy gathering the drifting spiritual essence while loudly inquiring, "Master, what has transpired to bring about such a fortuitous event?" Master Wuchen smiled in silence, not out of pretentiousness, but rather because he had yet to devise a suitable explanation. "Just now, Master imparted wisdom to me, speaking of how the Tao is not merely born of heaven and earth, but is derived from the sentient being's comprehension of all things. Therefore, the methods of the Tao are not immutable. One need not solely follow the paths of predecessors but must cultivate one's own understanding. The Tao also requires continual refinement by future generations, and it was at this juncture that the spiritual essence manifested." Zhong Linger chimed in cheerfully, catching 2 drops of spiritual essence in her hand, thus aptly addressing the crowd's curiosity. Master Wufeng marveled, "The eldest brother's comprehension of the Tao has deepened. I am in awe, junior brother." Master Wuchen smiled once more, this time not out of uncertainty but as he endeavored to suppress the surging spiritual energy within him. The influx of spiritual essence shattered the stagnation of his cultivation. He recognized that a breakthrough loomed, a significant ascension, yet he could not allow it to happen just yet. If he were to break through, the spiritual essence would cease, and such an opportunity must not be squandered. Thus, he struggled to contain the impending eruption of energy, finding it arduous even to articulate words for half an hour. As the spiritual essence fell, many onlookers were drawn to the radiant column descending from the heavens, eager to acquire a portion of the essence, yet they found no space to position themselves. When inquiries arose, Master Wufeng responded as Zhong Linger had, though some remained skeptical, rendered speechless by the fact that those who had benefited were unwilling to divulge their secrets. As the spiritual essence dissipated, Master Wuchen uttered the words, "I shall go transcend." Before vanishing from sight, Master Wufeng was momentarily stunned before erupting in joy, entrusting the disciples to Ouyang Ruoqing and pursuing after him. Ouyang Ruoqing dismissed the onlookers, instructing the junior disciples to rest. Before joining by Luocheng in Zhong Linger's chamber, Zhong Linger had just transferred a few drops of spiritual essence into a round orb, only to find that the essence had been absorbed by a grayish light mass, which had become more solidified. Just as her curiosity about the transformation was piqued, she noticed her 2 senior brothers' arrival and quickly inquired about her second senior brother's condition. Bai Luocheng chuckled softly, "There has been some effect. My breathing is much smoother, yet the gaping wound cannot be mended by mere spiritual essence." Noting the disappointment in his elder brother and younger sister, he pivoted the conversation. "Little sister, what transpired earlier? You need not deceive us. Master has never imparted the Tao, and those words you spoke are not his." Zhong Linger was taken aback. How could the esteemed sect leader not impart the Tao? A powerful being in the harmonization stage, who would dare believe such a statement? "Elder brother, second brother, if you wish to know, you should ask Master, I cannot speak of it." Unable to conjure a rationale, she simply shifted the burden to her master, leaving the troublesome matter for him to resolve. The 2 exchanged glances, confirming that their master was indeed concealing something, yet they refrained from pressing further. Ouyang Ruoqing hesitated before speaking. "Little sister, what your sister said, elder brother, Zhang Yushui is not my sister. I have no connection to her, her words are nothing but nonsense." Zhong Linger interrupted her elder brother, turning to her second brother with earnestness. "Second brother, you saved me tonight, truly, please continue to do so in the future." Seeing her solemnity, both brothers understood her intentions, and with hearts eased, they took their leave. The endearing little sister had already nestled into their hearts, making it difficult to part. Ouyang Ruoqing kept a watchful eye on the junior disciples, imposing a strict regimen of study, forbidding any leisure activities, ensuring all remained dutifully within their quarters. 2 days later, Master Wuchen returned, supported by Master Wufeng. Though gravely injured, both bore expressions of uncontainable joy, for Master Wuchen had successfully ascended to the Great Ascension Realm. In the ensuing days, individuals from the Tianyuan secret realm gradually arrived, as the Tianji Academy announced the specifics of the Sword Ancestors' estate's opening. Prior to departing, Master Wuchen discreetly summoned Zhong Linger, bestowing upon her a retreat charm, saying, "Linger, Master wishes to express gratitude. Thanks to you, Master has received the spiritual essence and achieved a breakthrough to the Great Ascension Realm." Zhong Linger clapped her hands in delight. "So, to show appreciation, Master intends to gift me that divine thunder talisman?" Master Wuchen twitched his lips. This child, what talk of a divine thunder talisman? That was an 8th grade talisman, not something to be given away lightly. Upon our return, Master will teach you a set of movement techniques, a true mastery of mine. Master Wuchen shattered his little disciple's fantasies, gently ruffling her hair before turning to the front of the line. The Tianji Academy's plaza was expansive, and by the time the group from Taiqiong Sect arrived, many had already gathered there. "Ha, Master Wuchen, it has been a while. I heard you recently received the heavenly spiritual essence." Truly, what good fortune! A venerable elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, approached with a warm smile. Ha, Director Tianxian, you flatter me, this was merely a coincidental insight. Master Wuchen greeted the crowd, and after exchanging pleasantries, Director Tianxian suddenly shifted the topic, speaking softly, Master Wuchen, you must allow Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng entry into the Sword Ancestors' estate. Have they not already grasped the sword intent? Indeed, what significance is there in their entry once they have comprehended the sword intent? It would be better to relinquish 2 spots for others. A deep voice interjected, and Zhonglinger looked up to see Ming Yuan, the leader of Tianyu Sect. Master Wuchen's smile faded. The Sword Ancestors' estate holds myriad opportunities. Even without understanding sword intent, can one not acquire other treasures? Do you truly expect them to obtain that Sanyu divine sword? When the opportunity arises, who can say for certain? As their discourse grew increasingly tense, more individuals gathered around, prompting Director Tianxian to interject, Gentlemen, there is no need for contention. In my view, allowing Ouyang Ruocheng entry into the estate would benefit all. In this passage, the sword energy is rampant. Those younger disciples will find it difficult to navigate. With his assistance, everyone can rest assured regarding their disciples' safety. Chapter 30. The request for assistance from the trumpet Jinren Mingyuan had nothing to say, turning his head away in a huff, while Jinren Wuchen snorted. Feeling victorious, however, Zhonglinger sensed something amiss. Why should her senior brother be obliged to pave the way for everyone simply because of one utterance? Was her senior brother to be treated as free labor? But senior brother is injured, taking care of us is already quite taxing. He cannot assist everyone. Zhonglinger's feeble voice pierced the silence, drawing the gaze of the crowd towards Ouyang Ruocheng. Ouyang Ruocheng's face froze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. His junior sister's sudden remark caught him completely unprepared. What was he to do? Lie on the ground? Zhonglinger promptly leaped into Ouyang Ruocheng's embrace, her hand stealthily twisting at his waist beneath his sleeve, causing him to hiss in pain. Senior brother, I'm sorry, did I press on your wound? She exclaimed, quickly stepping back as if in a fluster, nearly on the verge of tears. It seems he has indeed been injured. How curious, who could have harmed him? Upon hearing Jinren Mingyuan's inquiry, Zhonglinger stamped her foot in indignation. We too are unaware of who it was. Within the Tianyuan secret realm, a hand suddenly emerged, ensnaring senior brother and attempting to pull him into a whirlpool while seeking our lives as well. Fortunately, senior brother is formidable, breaking free to save us, yet he himself sustained considerable injuries. Oh, Jinren Mingyuan, do not doubt me. I possess evidence, she declared, producing a fist-shaped artifact from her bosom, which bore a sword mark that had severed 2 of her fingers. She then retrieved a corpse clad in black robes from her spirit beast pouch, discarding it onto the ground. Everyone, behold. This is the individual who harmed my senior brother. Along with the artifact, please aid us in identifying who sought to harm him. Whispers erupted among the crowd, many eyes turning toward Lingfeng Jinren, who had led the group from the Spirit Sword Sect. Few recognized the corpse, yet some were familiar with the artifact. Lingfeng Jinren, confronted with this person and object, felt utterly bewildered, but instinct warned him against acknowledgement, admitting it could lead to significant trouble. Jinren Wuchen, esteemed friends, I am unclear as to why this is so. This is merely an outer sect disciple who accompanied his brothers into the secret realm for training. Why would there be a conflict with those from the Taiqiong Sect? Zhonglinger pressed eagerly, was he with the senior brothers? Which individuals were present? There were several black-robed figures who attacked us. Oh, my senior sister even recorded it with a recording stone. Evidence. Lingfeng Jinren dared not speak further nor disclose which disciples had accompanied them, hastily shifting his strategy. I must return to the sect to investigate this matter thoroughly before providing a satisfactory explanation to the Taiqiong Sect. Of course, if it truly turns out that one of our disciples acted recklessly, we at the Spirit Sword Sect shall certainly come to apologize. Dean Tianxian interjected, Jinren Wuchen, since Lingfeng Jinren is also in the dark about this matter, and he has promised to provide an explanation, why not set this aside for now? All sects have gathered, let us discuss our approach to entering the Sword Ancestors' legacy. Suppressing his anger, Jinren Wuchen conferred with the various sect leaders and elders. Meanwhile, Xiao Haotian approached with several disciples from the Wanluo sect. Ouyang, Aiken, it seems you have encountered quite a bit during your time in the secret realm. Do share. Ouyang Ruocheng glanced at his junior disciples behind him, curling his lips into a smirk. I am injured. Xiao Haotian let out a light scoff, tapping Ouyang Ruocheng's chest with his jade fan. Come now, you were injured by your little junior sister, wasn't he it? I know you too well. What do you know about my senior brother? Ouyang Ruocheng retorted, seeing Zhonglinger gazing up at him with wide eyes. Xiao Haotian leaned down, covering his mouth with the jade fan as he whispered, I know that in the Tianyuan secret realm, with your cultivation suppressed to golden core, no one could harm you and your senior brother, not even with the most formidable artifacts. He was indeed perceptive, though he remained unaware of the existence of the fragment of the demon sovereign's soul. Xiao Haotian called over his junior disciples, placing a hand on Ouyang Ruochang's shoulder. You've met my third junior brother Li Qingyao and fourth junior brother Lei Fengming, the rest are new disciples, none yet at golden core. When my two junior brothers can't manage, you'll need to lend a hand. Xiao Shixiang, my senior brother is injured, Zhong Linger chimed in with a smile, but I still have my second senior brother. We just lack a few artifacts. Xiao Haotian was taken aback, looking at Ouyang Ruochang and Bai Luochang with disbelief. Wait, what kind of relationship do we have that necessitates this? Zhong Linger, undeterred by the puzzled gazes of her two senior brothers, nodded firmly. Carrying a small trumpet was indeed a tiring endeavor. Senior brothers may not want it, but I do. Bai Luochang chuckled, giving her head a gentle pat. So, you're selling your second senior brother, then? Ouyang Ruochang simply extended his hand. Forget about your two junior brothers. For the remaining 8, each should provide one artifact without delay. Don't keep my little junior sister waiting. Xiao Haotian was left speechless, yet what could he do? He tossed over a storage ring, feeling a sense of relief. Once the payment is received, you must fulfill your end of the bargain. The sword energy barrier out front is yours to handle. Ouyang Ruochang glanced at the storage ring, nodded slightly, and then handed it to his little junior sister. Upon receiving the items, Zhong Linger beamed with joy, while Bai Luochang affectionately pinched her cheek, his fondness evident, which only served to stab Qi Haoran's eyes with jealousy. This troublesome girl knew how to feign innocence and charm her senior brother and second senior brother into indulging her every whim. She could ask for anything, whereas he could not even tug on his second senior brother's sleeve. After all, the second senior brother had only ever doted on him. Xiao Haotian arranged for caretakers for his junior disciples and left in high spirits, while a few disciples curiously observed the Taiqiong Sect S group. Wow, the twin beauties of Taiqiong truly rival the elegance of our senior brother. Is that the little waste who can't cultivate? I never expected her to be so favored. Who is that beauty in red? How can someone be so stunning? A few junior disciples whispered amongst themselves, while the haughty Li Qingyao glared at them before turning away. Meanwhile, Lei Fengming looked curiously at Yu Chengpang and suddenly proposed, I heard you've also reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. Shall we compare who attains golden core first? Yu Chengpang, puzzled, looked up. He barely knew this Lei Fengming and had never spoken to him, unsure of where this notion had sprung from. My senior brother said that among the direct disciples, Warjiman, Danxiang Pavilion, and Tianyu Sect have all reached golden core, while only the new little junior sister of the Spirit Sword Sect has not. In my Wanluo Sect, only I and my little junior brother have yet to reach golden core, but my little junior brother is a body cultivator, so he cannot be compared. The rest is Taiqiong Sect. You have 3 who have not reached golden core, and you and I are both ranked 4th, being sword cultivators, making us the most comparable. How about it? Shall we have a contest? Chapter 31. The legacy of the sword ancestor. As the battle intent surged within Lei Fengming, he believed that if circumstances permitted, he would relish the opportunity to engage in a duel. Yu Chengpeng furrowed his brow, stating, the pursuit of the Tao is rooted in the heart of the cultivator, how can one compare? Lei Fengming had anticipated rejection, yet he was unprepared for such a dismissal, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was he confronting a peer or a master? If you lack the courage to compete, then why cloak your refusal in such grandiloquence? A mocking voice interjected, revealing a handsome yet disdainful visage among the crowd. Gu Yanjia nudged him playfully and then greeted the disciples of Taiqiong Sect with a smile. Bai Luochang glanced at Gu Yanjia's disciple and chuckled lightly, you come seeking something, do you not? What need is there to seek anything? We are beyond such formalities, are we not? Gu Yanjia replied with a cheerful demeanor, presenting a storage ring to Zhong Linger, this is a talisman drawn by my senior brother, a gift for my little junior sister to enjoy. Zhong Linger, delighted by Gu Yanjia's generosity, beamed and patted her chest, assuring him, fear not, senior brother Gu. Your junior brothers are under the protection of my elder brother. Just as Gu Yanjia was about to respond, the disdainful voice resurfaced, I require none of this, do not include me. Second junior brother. Gu Yanjia interjected awkwardly, feeling helpless in the face of his unruly disciple. Indeed, Master Lu Bin's cultivation does not necessitate our concern, but what of Master Feng? Bai Luochang continued with his usual good-natured smile, inquiring about another disciple from Warjiman. Feng Ziyang smiled as he addressed Zhong Linger. If I too require no protection, would you return a few talismans? Zhong Linger shook her head. Once the talismans were in her pocket, they were hers to keep. Feng Ziyang shrugged. Brother Ouyang, it seems we are at an impasse. Your little junior sister has accepted her reward, and thus you must fulfill your obligations. Gu Yanjia playfully tapped his little brother's head, lamenting to Bai Luochang, none of my junior brothers seem capable of bringing me peace of mind. Bai Luochang glanced at the trio of junior brothers with a sympathetic look and patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Zhao Qingfeng rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Luochang, exclaiming, Bai Luochang, tell me, were those deeds you're doing? Bai Luochang remained unfazed. What deeds? Be more specific. Zhao Qingfeng's hand trembled, yet he could not articulate a single word. Whether it was the incident of being teleported to the Shangqiu Huanqing Pavilion, nearly failing to return, or enduring inhumane treatment due to the malicious rumors, all were unspeakable. Li Sentang approached, grabbing his fourth junior brother and casting a malicious glance at the members of Taiqiong Sect, snorting coldly before leading his group away. Zhong Linger, grinning, noted that Zhao Qingfeng couldn't even disclose his whereabouts after being teleported. It seemed an amusing incident was afoot and news arrived about the queue to enter the Sword Ancestor's legacy, prompting Zhong Linger to pull her elder brother to the back of the line. The others, regardless of their willingness, had no choice but to follow suit. Seizing the opportunity while waiting to enter, Zhong Linger arranged the disciples of the three sects into a formation akin to arrows, with her elder brother at the forefront, her second brother at the rear, the direct disciples flanking either side, and the less experienced disciples positioned in the center. Observing this arrangement, many onlookers, including sect leaders and elders, changed their expressions. The alliance of Taiqiong Sect, Wojiman, and Wanluozong would undoubtedly wield significant advantage, especially with Ouyang Ruochen leading the charge, ensuring a smooth passage for the others. Why had they not thought to ally with other sects? The head of Tianxian Academy opened a spatial portal on the back mountain of the academy, and the disciples entered in a steady stream. Upon stepping through the portal, they found themselves in a darkened space, where countless silver lights flitted about, and sword chi crisscrossed violently. To eye in the distance, another white light door could be seen. This was the trial that almost faced to enter the Sword Ancestor's legacy. Each person had to simultaneously fend off the onslaught of sword chi while advancing toward the light door, marking the true entrance to the Sword Ancestor's domain. This trial was no easy feat. The closer one approached the light door, the more intense the sword chi became, culminating in a barrage of countless sword strikes. Only the most talented swordsman could prevail. The threshold to the Sword Ancestor was exceedingly high, with those lacking sufficient talent or cultivation barred from entry. It was said that a certain swordsman, through formidable strength, shielded two junior brothers to successfully pass this trial, opening new avenues of thought. If someone could withstand the sword chi's assault, others might follow through. Thus, various sects began to enlist stronger disciples to escort those with potential yet lesser strength, maximizing the cultivation of talent within their ranks. Enveloped in the midst of the queue, Zhong Linger observed her surroundings as they progressed. Apart from their relatively large group, the other teams moved slowly forward, typically led by a senior brother with 10 disciples. Initially, the sword chi was sparse and manageable, but as it increased in number and ferocity, the leading senior brother struggled to maintain order. The once cohesive formation began to falter, with some disciples sustaining injuries from the sword chi, either collapsing or retreating to avoid burdening the team. Their group advanced with remarkable steadiness. Their elder brother wielded a long sword, slicing through and deflecting the silver-white sword chi, allowing those behind him to remain largely unscathed. The surrounding disciples exhibited commendable prowess, particularly Lu Bin of Wujiman, whose sword technique embodied a tempestuous might, already hinting at the nascent form of sword intent. Feng Ziyang also performed admirably, intertwining sword chi with techniques to seal off the area around him, ensuring that not a single junior disciple fell victim to the sword chi. Li Qingyao of Wanluozong displayed a bold and aggressive sword style, growing bolder with each strike. It seemed to yearn for a fierce confrontation with the sword chi. On several occasions, he nearly charged into the fray, only to be pulled back by the cries of his junior disciples. The disciples of Wanluozong certainly possessed a combative spirit, yet Lei Fengming could not quite measure up to Li Qingyao, given their disparity in cultivation levels. Nevertheless, despite being battered by the sword chi, he remained tenaciously engaged, occasionally shielding his sect's disciples, proving himself a person of responsibility. As for her three senior brothers, Zhong Linger had no comments to offer. The third brother trailed behind the second brother, occasionally swinging his sword, mostly coasting along, for with the second brother present, his efforts were rendered unnecessary. The fourth and fifth brothers, too, followed behind the elder brother, having no opportunity to showcase their skills. Just as she was idly observing their surroundings. As half a day passed, many teams had already dispersed, with one or two golden core disciples struggling to escort a single junior disciple forward, while others were left to fend for themselves. Scanning the scene, only the teams from Taiqiong Sect, Qingqi Sect, and Tianyu Sect remained relatively intact. Within Qingqi Sect, Zhong Linger spotted Zhong Yushui, protected by Ling Qingyu, indicating that she was quite valued and had garnered his favor. Otherwise, that cold individual would not singularly attend to her needs. Chapter 32. A dog in the way. As for the heavily imperial sect, Zhong Linger had to concede that this sect indeed possessed formidable strength, boasting an entirely uniform assembly of golden core disciples, a configuration unmatched by other sections. This was not to suggest that other sects lacked an equivalent number of golden core sword cultivators, rather, it indicated that most of those present were promising newcomers meticulously nurtured by their respective sections. This underscored the fact that the disciples recruited by the heavily imperial sect exhibited superior talent compared to those of other sects. As the distance continued to diminish, the moment of trial finally approached. Zhong Linger suddenly felt an agonizing sensation akin to needles pricking at her soles, as if countless entities were attempting to burrow into her body from beneath. As a sword cultivator, she was acutely aware of what this was. It was sword chi, lurking underground before the luminous gate, teeming with countless strands of sword energy, poised to assail anyone daring to step into the sword ancestor's legacy. Be cautious of your footing. With Zhong Linger as warning, the others became aware of the peril beneath them. Countless sword chi surged forth, resembling predatory beasts lurking in ambush, ready to strike with lethal precision. The chilling aura of impending death rendered the junior disciples paralyzed with fear. They could neither advance nor retreat. Having endured great hardships, they had finally arrived before the gate, mere steps away from triumph, yet unwilling to relinquish their hard-won progress. They stood frozen, while the members of the Spirit Sword Sect and the Heavenly Imperial Sect pressed onward. Ling Qingyu gestured with his hand, and a powerful sword intent radiated from his being, enveloping the surroundings in a brilliant glow. Amidst the radiant light, the silhouette of a colossal azure dragon emerged, lifting the members of the Spirit Sword Sect and Heavenly Imperial Sect towards the luminous gate. This is the manifestation of sword intent. Li Qingyao exclaimed, while Zhong Linger felt a weight in her heart. The manifestation of sword intent represented the second tier of sword mastery, a realm only achieved by Han Yuan, the sect leader of the Spirit Sword Sect in Eastern State. Clearly, he had left behind a strand of sword intent to assist his disciples in traversing this final stretch. Yet, why were the Spirit Sword Sect disciples accompanying the Heavenly Imperial Sect? Countless strands of sword chi erupted in a frenzy, seemingly incited by the Azure Dragon. Launching an assault against it, the surrounding sword chi, drawn by the Azure Dragon, grew increasingly ferocious, determined to tear apart this intruder. The Azure Dragon roared forward. Despite being shredded by the sword chi, it still managed to deliver its passengers to the threshold of the luminous gate before dispersing into shimmering motes of light. The disciples rushed towards the gate, their figures flickering before vanishing within, while the Azure Dragon let out a final cry, dissolving into a cascade of glimmering lights. However, one figure remained before the luminous gate. The expressions of many turned grave. The manifestation of sword intent had been shattered by the frenzied sword chi, revealing the sheer ferocity of the sword energy they faced in this final stretch. Many were already contemplating retreat, yet Zhong Linger's attention was fixed on the figure lingering at the gate, resembling Li Sentang. What was he doing there, blocking the entrance to prevent others from entering? Such a despicable act was certainly within his character. He needed only to delay them long enough to scatter their group, ensuring that half would be unable to gain entry, rendering his actions worthwhile. Ouyang Ruoqing evidently shared this realization, his brow furrowing. Sensing his hesitation, Zhong Linger squeezed closer and inquired, "Senior brother, do you have a way to deal with the sword chi below?" "I can give it a try, but it may not be easy to enter." Zhong Linger smirked cunningly. "Rest assured, senior brother, I shall handle that obstructive cur." Ouyang Ruoqing detected the confidence in his junior sister's words, and with a surge of sword intent, the sound of swords resonated around him as the sword chi, seemingly summoned, buzzed and bowed before him. Suddenly, the sword chi underground fell eerily silent, as if an overwhelming pressure rendered it incapable of surfacing. Before a sovereign, it could only momentarily submit. With a mighty shout of "Move!" Ouyang Ruoqing led the group forward. Several disciples gasped in awe. Is this the first tier of sword intent, the summoning of a sea of swords? It truly appears as though there is a vast ocean of swords before us. Heavens, so this is how senior brother Ouyang can command the submission of these sword intents to its remarkable. Lubin suddenly exclaimed, "Hurry, we must move quickly, he cannot maintain this for long." Panic ensued, and they hastened their pace. However, as they approached the luminous gate, about 10 zhang away, Li Sentang stood with his arms crossed, firmly blocking the passage you wish to enter. "By all means, crawl through my legs, otherwise, this door shall not be so easily breached." "What do you mean by this? The Heavenly Imperial Sect should not be so overbearing. Step aside, this is not your home. Who are you to dictate access?" "Li Sentang, if you continue this way, we will inform the sect leader." The crowd erupted in shouts and curses, but Li Sentang remained unfazed, his demeanor annoyingly nonchalant. "Curse away, feel free." The opportunities within the sword ancestors' legacy are none of your concern. You may all return whence you came. The ocean of swords before them rippled ominously, and the crowd gasped. They turned to Ouyang Ruoqing, noticing the veins on his forehead bulging with strain, indicating that maintaining control over such a vast swath of sword chi was taking a considerable toll. Another surge of sword intent layered upon the existing energy, stabilizing the sea of swords, all the sword chi aligning in the air, trembling slightly, yet tightly bound by two strands of sword intent that refused to yield. Oh, I almost forgot. You still have Bai Luocheng among you. I wonder how long he can endure. I've heard his sword heart is damaged, yet he is still capable of manipulating sword intent. A deep-seated jealousy flickered in Li Senteng's eyes. He had studied swordsmanship longer than Bai Luocheng and had access to more sect resources, yet his progress in cultivation had not matched Bai Luocheng's rapid ascent. He still had yet to touch the realm of sword intent. Why should a mere disciple, who could not master what he, the chief disciple of the heavenly imperial sect, could not grasp, overshadow him? Originally, he stood alongside Ouyang Ruoqing and Leng Qingyu as the three chief disciples, yet now he found himself eclipsed by Bai Luocheng's brilliance. Zhong Linger realized that her second senior brother could not hold out for much longer and thus cried out, "Obstructive cur, will you let us pass or not? If not, I shall take action against you." Upon hearing obstructive cur, Li Senteng's anger flared, his gaze turning seethingly fierce as he glared at Zhong Linger, coldly declaring, "Not a chance." "Oh, so you admit to being an obstructive cur, very well, I shan't hold back my ultimate move." With that, Zhong Linger produced the corpse of a jade-leaf toad from her storage ring and hurled it fiercely at him. Li Senteng swung his sword, cleaving the corpse in two, blood splattering across him. Upon realizing it was merely a toad, his expression contorted in disgust. This creature bore no lethal threat but was undeniably revolting. Raising his gaze, he was met with a deluge of toad corpses raining down upon him. Despite feeling nauseated, he steeled himself, refusing to yield his position at the gate. He unleashed both sword techniques and spells, striving to push the toad remains away to a more distant spot. Zhong Linger distributed the toad corpses among those nearby, urging them to join her in combating the obstruction. She hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to toss in some snake venom, when a clear voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Is there any more? I'd like to join in the fun." Turning to look, she found it was her fifth senior brother, Shi Haoran. Chapter 33 Face-to-face engagement. Zhong Linger chuckled. "Fifth senior brother, throwing a toad is beneath your dignity. I have something far more suitable for you." She handed over a storage ring with a smile, adding, "You'll need to put in some effort for this, fifth senior brother. Your strength is adequate, isn't it? Remove the word perhaps, and just watch," Shi Haoran replied as he scanned the storage ring with his spiritual sense. A stone? Upon examination, he realized it was no ordinary stone. In fact, it was the corpse of a stone creature, weighing 10 times more than a typical stone. If this were to strike someone, the effect would be nothing short of devastating. Shi Haoran's spirit soared as he hefted the stone and aimed for an opening, launching it forth. He watched as it sped through the bodies of the toads, swiftly approaching Li Senteng's face, only to be deflected by Li Senteng's sword. However, Li Senteng clearly hadn't anticipated the weight of the projectile. His sword wobbled slightly, causing a toad to hurtle toward his chest, prompting him to hastily slash it down, resulting in a spatter of blood that splashed across him, some even hitting his face, inducing a wave of nausea. Though he regretted not landing a hit, there was a small victory to be had. Shi Haoran seized 3 more stones and hurled them sequentially. This time, Li Senteng had learned his lesson and fortified his defenses, knocking each stone out of the air. Zhong Linger tugged at Lu Bin's sleeve and smiled as she presented a glob of black liquid enveloped in spiritual energy. "What is this?" "Snake venom. Can you aim it well?" Lu Bin gasped in surprise, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he carefully accepted it. "Little junior sister, you have quite the ruthless heart. I like it." He then calculated Shi Haoran's stone-throwing rhythm, preparing to launch the venom concealed within a stone at the opportune moment. Li Senteng, meanwhile, was calculating the timing. The sword storm was about to unleash again. Ouyang Ruoqing and Bai Luocheng could only hold on for a brief moment longer. When the sword energy erupted, they would be too preoccupied to fend for themselves. He was determined to observe how these individuals would perish, especially that insufferable little girl. She must die today. 3 more stones came hurtling toward him. Li Senteng dared not underestimate them. Their weight could easily break bones. He struck down the first 2 with his sword, cleaving the third. The stone shattered and flew apart. But what was that black liquid behind it? Was it the blood of a toad? Caught off guard, Li Senteng was splattered once more. This time, he felt no revulsion. He was nearing the end, and a simple cleansing spell would suffice to remedy the situation. He thought little of it, but then a strange pain began to throb throughout his body. Something was amiss. Glancing down, he discovered that his clothing was corroded in large patches, and his skin was oozing blisters. This was not blood, it was poison, a highly potent one. He wanted to roar, to scream, but in his moment of distraction, a white object suddenly appeared before him. Zhong Linger and the others watched as Li Sentang was drenched in venom, and soon smoke began to rise from his body. His skin beneath the clothing was revealed, and then, out of nowhere, someone hurled a toad half his height, which struck him squarely in the face. Li Sentang staggered backward and fell through the light gate. It worked! We hit him! Right in the face, well done! The crowd erupted in cheers, and even the less involved disciples were ecstatic, jumping with excitement. Though they hadn't been able to counter much of the sword energy upon entry, they had brought down the chief of the Taiqiong Sect. This would surely provide ample bragging rights for half a year. Charge! Zhong Linger shouted. The younger disciples had an inherent trust in her commands. Hearing those words, they acted without hesitation, rushing toward the light gate. The few core disciples quickly grasped that Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng could not hold out much longer, and they urged their fellow disciples forward. Bai Luocheng even scooped up Zhong Linger and hurled her toward the light gate, while the others began tossing their younger peers as well. As Ouyang Ruocheng's sword intent dissipated, the sword energy rampaged toward the remaining individuals. The last image Zhong Linger caught as she entered the light gate was of her second senior brother shielding her first senior brother from 2 strikes of sword energy. The landing point beyond the light gate was random. Zhong Linger found herself in a library, though there were no books to be found, only empty shelves and a few cushions placed beneath them. After the fierce battle, she sought a moment of respite, locating a cushion to sit upon and intending to catch her breath and organize her thoughts before moving on. Yet, she felt something uncomfortable beneath her, compelling her to shift positions. Lifting the cushion to investigate, she found nothing amiss, so she settled down again, only to feel that uncomfortable sensation return. Zhong Linger sensed something was off. She lifted the cushion once more, and upon further inspection, she discovered a formation base hidden beneath it, which was continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, hence her discomfort. She removed the remaining cushions, only to find each concealed a formation base as well. Observing closely, she realized it was a confinement formation, but what was it confining? There was nothing but an empty library here. Though formations posed no challenge for Zhong Linger, the skillful arrangement indicated a masterful array, likely set by an array master of the 7th rank or above, far beyond her capacity to dismantle easily. She couldn't even manage to reveal the formation base. The deeper it was hidden, the more her curiosity was piqued. She knew she would not find peace until she uncovered its secrets. After circling the formation a few times, she concluded that while she might not be able to break it, she could use one formation to counter another. Formations are constructed according to the principles of the 5 elements, shaped by the forces of nature, and since the 5 elements interact with one another, she merely needed to discover a method to disrupt the flow of spiritual energy within the formation or devise a counter-formation to reverse it, thereby breaking the confinement. Zhong Linger knelt down to calculate, even taking out paper and pen to sketch and derive her theories. Time slipped away until she finally rose, stretching her limbs as she stood. Taking out the formation base given to her by her second senior brother, she arranged each piece in the position she had calculated, then channeled her spiritual energy, chanting Rise. A spectrum of colors erupted, followed by a more complex array of patterns that continuously morphed and countered each other, until suddenly all light vanished. On the ground lay a dozen jade formation bases, radiating a soft white glow. Clearly valuable items. However, though the formation had been dismantled, nothing emerged. Had whatever was confined within already escaped? Zhong Linger felt a twinge of disappointment, but at least these bases were worthwhile, so her efforts were not entirely in vain. As she began to collect the formation bases, a voice, aged and raspy, echoed from behind her. Was it you who freed me? Turning around, Zhong Linger beheld the ethereal figure of an old man before her. I dismantled the formation, so I suppose that counts as saving you. But who are you? Chapter 34 of the Enchanted Library. The elder observed Zhong Linger's cautious demeanor and chuckled softly. I am the spirit of this library. You may call me Old G, with G signifying the transmission of knowledge. And how did you become trapped here? What of the books within? I was ensnared by the members of the Qingqi Pavilion. They demand I relinquish the tomes housed here. Alas, all the books were bestowed upon others by my master, leaving me with naught. Who is your master? Is it the sword ancestor? Old G's expression turned nostalgic as he pondered for a moment before replying. It is likely so, but I am but a magical artifact crafted by my master to store various techniques. When my master ascended, I gained but a sliver of sentience, yet I was still unable to manifest. It was only through the passage of countless years that I have evolved into my current form. So, this library is indeed a spiritual artifact, Zhong Linger thought, glancing around at the somewhat humble yet grand structure, which was quite impressive in its own right. You do not have a master now, do you? Would you care to accompany me? I can take you back to my sect, where many books await, ready to fill your shelves. Old G chuckled. Can the tomes of your sect possibly rival those of the Qingqi Pavilion? I have yet to acquiesce to them. Why should I consent to you? The Qingqi Pavilion is vast and unconcerned with a mere artifact, but our Taiqiong Sect is quite impoverished. We would cherish you as a treasure, and our sect is far more lively than this desolate place. Old G nodded thoughtfully. You make a compelling point. Rather than serve as a mere trinket in a grand sect, it is preferable to be a treasure in a smaller one. I am indeed a library, yet I have not housed a single book for centuries. If you can fill me, I shall agree to accompany you. Zhong Linger was elated, finding the spirit of this artifact remarkably easy to persuade. Having already manifested a spirit, it was surely of heavenly grade. Wherever it was placed, it would be a treasure, and now she had the opportunity to claim it. Old G secretly sighed in relief. At last, someone was willing to rescue him from this desolate and lonely abode. He was a vessel devoid of knowledge, merely a jade structure with empty shelves, and now someone sought him. The two reached a mutual understanding, and Old G instructed Zhong Linger to step forth. He then shrank his main body to the size of a palm and slipped into Zhong Linger's sea of consciousness, only to gasp upon seeing a luminous orb. Heavens! The Tsang Hai Pearl, is that not the Tsang Hai Pearl? What is the Tsang Hai Pearl, do you not know? It is an extraordinary item. Old G's tone grew solemn. In ancient times, a sage wielded great power to create the heavens. A fragment of that power coalesced into a pearl, drifting through the annals of time. Thus, the lore of the Tsang Hai Pearl emerged, and the world came to name it so. 10,000 years ago, the celestial realm even dispatched individuals to search for this pearl in the cultivation world, but it is peculiar that Tsang Hai Pearl exists only within the sea of consciousness of those fated to possess it. It seems to have its own will, evading discovery so thoroughly that even those from the celestial realm could not locate it. But why does it appear so damaged? Zhong Linger blinked. I do not know. It has always looked like this since I first encountered it. Her words were not a lie. Indeed, when her soul arrived here, the Tsang Hai Pearl appeared in such a manner. Old G did not press further but instead guided Zhong Linger towards the main hall in search of the Xianyi sword steel. Upon reaching the front of the hall, they beheld a towering stone stele, 10 men high, standing resolutely in the center of the plaza, its surface etched with myriad sword marks, each radiating a distinct aura. Below it, many individuals were either seated or standing, immersed in their own realizations, including Ouyang Ruocheng and Bai Luocheng, which eased Zhong Linger's heart. In her previous lives, she had entered here thanks to Zhong Yushui's favor, serving merely as a treasure-seeking tool. At that time, she had no understanding of the sword path and felt no resonance with the steel, but now it was different. Upon gazing at the steel, she felt an inexplicable profundity, as if each sword mark were whispering to her, eager to share an intriguing tale. Zhong Linger was entranced, staring upward along with those around her, captivated by the steel, as the flickering light enveloped her in a wondrous world. This was a realm brimming with countless sword intents. Unlike the aggressive aura encountered earlier, this was the essence of the sword path. Each sword intent was tranquil, graspable for careful examination. To comprehend one sword intent was to set forth in pursuit of another. The more one absorbed, the deeper their understanding of the sword path became, ultimately leading to the formation of one's own sword intent. Zhong Linger gazed at the multitude of sword intents surrounding her and, without hesitation, raised both hands, pushing her mental faculties to their limits. The Qingqi Academy allowed but 1 hour for comprehension, and as the last to arrive, her time was fleeting. What are you in such a rush for? If you cannot finish your studies, simply take the stone with you. Old G's voice resonated within her consciousness. Zhong Linger was taken aback. Take it? How would I do that? The people of Qingqi Academy would never permit it. The Qingqi Pavilion may wish to seize the steel, but despite their efforts, they could not move it. I, however, am different. I am the library. The steel is, at its core, merely a tome of techniques, and I can contain it. Zhong Linger contemplated before responding. Old G, what have the Qingqi Pavilion done to you? It seems they have wronged you gravely, little girl. Some matters lose their significance once exposed. Old G gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of indignation. The members of the Qingqi Pavilion sought to move the steel, to locate the Tsangyu divine sword, and to compel him to surrender the technique manuals, yet they deemed him worthless. Such was a profound humiliation. He resolved to leave this place, determined to take everything of value, leaving not a single hair behind for the Qingqi Pavilion. Zhong Linger refrained from probing further, instead focusing her mind on comprehending the sword intents. Though the steel could be taken, she still needed to cultivate. Before long, the radiance of the steel faded, and all present emerged from their meditative states. Zhong Linger looked up to see the Qingqi Academy members enveloping the steel with a magical artifact, its profound aura dissipating, leading many to lament the loss. That artifact has ensnared the spirit of the steel. You must find a way to cast my true form within, and return here in a quarter of an hour to retrieve it, Old G instructed. Zhong Linger immediately complied, joining the crowd as they surged toward the main hall. As she passed near the steel, she tossed the palm-sized library inside the hall. There was nothing extraordinary, save for its grandeur. It was simply empty, with little to admire beyond the intricately carved pillars and the sea of heads around her. Spotting Zhong Yushua approaching, Zhong Linger acted swiftly, applying a retreating talisman. Having previously attuned herself to Zhong Yushua's aura, the talisman activated, resulting in both women being propelled away. Their sudden flight drew the attention of many, prompting the members of Taiqiong Sect, searching for Zhong Linger, to rush over. Bai Luocheng helped Zhong Linger to her feet, concern etched across his features. Little junior sister, what has happened to you? Chapter 35. A mischievous youngster's Zhong Linger shook her head, mentally giving herself a thumbs up. The effect of the talisman was remarkable, and she was quite fond of it. Zhong Yuxue was also helped to her feet, and a flicker of unwillingness passed through her eyes as she gazed at Zhong Linger. Sister, are you all right? The incident from last time was a misunderstanding. Please allow me to explain. With tears welling in her eyes, she approached Zhong Linger, only to find a strange force preventing her from coming closer. She exerted herself slightly to take a step forward, but discovered that Zhong Linger retreated a step in response. Once again, Zhong Linger felt that binding force, but under the influence of the talisman, every time Zhong Yuxue advanced, she would retreat, maintaining a distance of 10 paces between them. She could see the surprise and disbelief flickering in Zhong Yuxue's eyes, which alerted her to the unusual nature of the situation. She could sense the binding because she was the one directly affected, but why did Zhong Yuxue possess that incredulous expression? How could she know? Why can't I get close to you? Zhong Yuxue questioned, and at that moment, the sense of binding around Zhong Linger dissipated, piquing her interest. I acquired a talisman from my master uncle that allows me to keep my distance from you and avoid your bullying, Zhong Linger intentionally replied loudly, ensuring that everyone present in the grand hall could hear her. The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment, some whispering about the enmity between the two sisters, which notably included the incident of the elder sister stealing her younger sister's fiancé. Zhong Yuxue's face flushed crimson, feeling so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into a crevice in the ground, her tears escaping uncontrollably. Sister, you cannot behave this way, there has been a misunderstanding between us. How could I ever bully you? Zhong Linger once more felt that binding sensation and involuntarily spoke. Sister, I was wrong. Little junior sister, are you hurt? Allow me to take you away. By Luochang, ever observant, noticed that his little junior sister was acting strangely again. Typically lively, she now seemed wooden, like a puppet. Recalling her previous words, he quickly intervened, placing himself between Zhong Linger and Zhong Yuxue. Hasn't the little junior sister publicly severed ties with the Zhong family? I heard you even stole her fiancé, forcing her to withdraw from the engagement publicly. I truly do not understand how you still have the audacity to appear before her, Zhou Shue's languid voice interjected, igniting a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Indeed, I was present at that time and heard Zhong Linger publicly break off the engagement, stating she would give her fiancé to her sister. This woman appears gentle and demure, yet privately she is so flirtatious. What is this? The Zhong family is in disarray. Zhong Daoshi's wife is none other than Zhong Linger's mother, who remarried uncle and became Zhong Yuxue's stepmother. This is far too chaotic. I would not endure a day in such a family. No wonder she wishes to keep her distance from this cousin. One must tread carefully around such a person. This cousin has usurped her mother's position, stolen her fiancé, and still refuses to let her off the hook. The murmurs grew louder, and Zhong Yuxue felt so humiliated that she wished to disappear. El Mingyu, unable to bear witnessing his beloved being ridiculed, stepped forward to vehemently refute the claims. You should not speak so recklessly. Yuxue is the true victim here. The engagement was withdrawn by Zhong Linger of her own accord. It has nothing to do with Yuxue. Oh, still calling her Yuxue, how affectionate. Are you swearing you have not confessed your feelings to her? A mocking voice from the crowd broke in, drawing a chorus of laughter, leaving El Mingyu speechless. It was true that he had confessed, but that was not something he could swear to. Zhong Yuxue seethed with frustration. Why did this fool choose to intervene now, adding to the chaos? Leng Qingyu frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such matters. Initially, he had thought Zhong Linger to be eccentric, but now he found her behavior somewhat justifiable. His lingering affections for Zhong Yuxue began to fade significantly. However, he could not ignore the ridicule directed at his little junior sister. Just as he was about to step forward, a commotion erupted outside. We found it! We finally found it! Quick, stop it! It's the Sangyu Divine Sword. Upon hearing of the Divine Sword's emergence, the crowd lost interest in gossiping and surged outside. A beam of azure light darted through, revealing the silhouette of a sword. Following closely behind were numerous individuals from the Tianji Pavilion and Tianji Academy, forming a surrounding formation to encircle the sword, which made 2 circles but found no opportunity to escape. Many cultivators extended their hands. This was an ownerless divine sword, and acquiring it would be a tremendous fortune. The Sangyu Divine Sword was discovered by our Wintian Pavilion. Even if you obtain it, you must return it to us. A warning rang out, inciting dissatisfaction among the cultivators. Why should we? It is an ownerless object, and whoever is fated to possess it shall claim it. Why should it belong to you? We have stated that the divine sword was discovered by us, therefore it rightfully belongs to us. But it has fled. The divine sword possesses its own spirit and will choose its master. If it recognizes me, am I to relinquish it? Taking advantage of the quarrel between the Qingqi Pavilion and the cultivators, the Tsanyu divine sword locked onto Zhong Linger's aura, charging directly towards her. Zhong Linger observed the unfolding scene, feeling as though everything was aligning with her memories. The divine sword approached her, and she was initially astonished, then exhilarated, eager to reach out and grasp it. However, the binding sensation returned, compelling her to push the divine sword towards Zhong Yuxue. Zhong Yuxue's face radiated with delight and triumph as she reached out to seize the sword. Unlike previous lifetimes where she stood beside Zhong Linger and easily obtained the Tsanyu divine sword, this time there was a distance of 10 paces, necessitating a momentary flight for the sword. Yet, it still soared towards Zhong Yuxue, leaving Zhong Linger's heart feeling desolate. Was the divine sword truly beyond her reach? Suddenly, a figure darted past, revealing Qi Haoren's smug grin before Zhong Linger. Little junior sister, you are the one who pushed the sword away. I am not the one trying to seize it. Qi Haoren brandished the ancient sword in his hand, feeling immensely satisfied, relishing the opportunity to snatch away the fortune that was meant for her. Zhong Linger nearly erupted in cheers. When a mischievous child wreaks havoc, even the heavens must find it troublesome. Indeed, only magic can defeat magic. If she was destined not to possess the Tsanyu divine sword, then she would ensure that Zhong Yuxue did not claim it either. Giving it to fifth senior brother would suffice, but before they could exchange further words, Zhong Yuxue charged at Qi Haoren like a whirlwind, colliding directly with him. That is my sword. How dare you steal my sword? Caught off guard, Qi Haoren staggered back a few steps from the impact, causing the divine sword to slip from his grasp and soar away once more. Chapter 36, The Three Treasures of the Ancestral Tomb. Standing a little farther away, Bai Luocheng supported his fifth junior brother and glared discontentedly at Zhong Yuxue. What are you doing? However, Zhong Yuxue did not respond. In a frenzy, she lunged towards the Tsanyu divine sword, shouting, "This is mine, everyone, move aside." The others, unwilling to yield, reached out as the Tsanyu divine sword soared into the air, the crowd jostling together, and several individuals began to fight fiercely, attacking those closest to the sword. After darting around a couple of times, the Tsanyu divine sword let out a long cry and plunged into the towering Xianyi sword steel, disappearing from sight. The frenzied crowd came to a halt, eager to inspect the steel, but were thwarted by the protective artifact shrouding it. The members of the Qingqi Pavilion were overjoyed. The enchantment surrounding the steel allowed entry but prevented exit, indicating that the divine sword had unwittingly delivered itself into their hands. They barred all access, declaring that it was time for everyone to leave. Some attempted to protest, but the appearance of two nascent soul elders from the Qingqi Pavilion silenced any dissent. Zhong Linger obediently approached her second senior brother, making a circuit around the Xianyi sword steel, confirming that old Ji had indeed retrieved his true form before departing the sword ancestor's tomb with the group. Outside, many waited anxiously. Numerous junior disciples from various sects had been unable to enter, and several smaller sects had suffered total annihilation. Consequently, the atmosphere outside was a mix of joy and sorrow, with only the elders of the Wuzhezong and the enigmatic Xuanqing of the Wanluozong wearing beaming smiles as they engaged in lively conversation with the unperturbed Jinren Wuchan. Upon seeing the disciples emerge and hearing of the Tsanyu divine sword's appearance, Dean Tianxian had no time to greet the crowd, merely uttering, "There are matters to attend to," before hastily departing. Once the disciples returned safely, Jinren Wuchan led them onto the spiritual vessel, embarking on their journey back to the sect that very day. On the vessel, the disciples recounted their experiences within the sword ancestor's tomb and discussed their gains, the atmosphere lively and filled with laughter. Zhong Linger examined her sea of consciousness, where the white jade pavilion stood serenely, and as she probed with her spiritual awareness, she observed a petite stone stele and a suspended long sword within. Old Ji, you did well. Not only did you bring back the stele, but you also managed to retrieve the Tsanyu divine sword. An elderly voice, tinged with pride, echoed. In the tomb, we had but 3 treasures, companions for several millennia. Naturally, they should depart together. I didn't come for you. I sensed potential in this young girl, believing she could achieve greatness, which is why I wished to accompany her. However, my dear girl, what do you mean by pushing me away? A striking young figure appeared, standing quietly atop the hilt of the Tsanyu divine sword. You are the sword spirit? You are stunning, or rather, both beautiful and discerning. Following me is indeed your wisest choice. However, my current strength is quite feeble, and I cannot contend with the members of the Qingqi Pavilion. Even if you recognize me as your master, I cannot bring you out of there. Even if I did manage to bring you out, I cannot use you publicly unless I grow strong enough to stand against the Qingqi Pavilion. The Tsanyu divine sword assessed Zhong Linger's situation and replied coldly, "It is indeed remarkable that you can cultivate with such a shattered spiritual root. Your strength is undeniably low, thus, I shall wait for you to grow before acknowledging you as my master." Joan Linger had no objections to this. She had only just begun to establish her foundation, and contracting the divine sword would not allow her to harness its full potential. It would be wiser to conceal her light and wait until her strength increased before proceeding. Upon returning to the sect, a sense of tranquility settled and Joan Linger meticulously reviewed the events from the secret realm to the ancestral tomb, noticing several irregularities. Firstly, the binding force of destiny became markedly apparent only when encountering Joan Yushue, who seemed aware of this power's existence, even able to manipulate it. Typically, when she sought to alter circumstances, this force would manifest, albeit not overwhelmingly. Her master could counter it with ease. Having altered numerous events, it was clear that destiny had been shaken, rendering change a possibility. Moreover, the Tianyu sect was an adversary of the Taiqiong Sect, which was easily understandable, as the Tianyu sect coveted a place among the 5 major sects, aiming to displace the Taiqiong Sect. Yet, the Lingjian sect appeared to be closely allied with the Tianyu sect. In previous lifetimes, the Lingjian sect had only strengthened ties with the Tianyu sect after the latter ascended to one of the 5 major sections. However, in this lifetime, connections had already been established, evident in the collaboration between the Lingjian sect's 5 elders' disciples and artifacts during the sword chi trial within the tomb. Additionally, the head of the Wentian Academy seemed to exhibit favoritism towards the Tianyu sect. Was this merely a case of elevating one while suppressing another, or had some form of pact been reached with the Tianyu sect? And above the Tianji Academy loomed the even more powerful Tianji Pavilion. Should the Tianyu sect maintain ties with the Tianji Pavilion, it would pose significant trouble. Regardless, her impression of both the Tianji Academy and the Tianji Pavilion was far from favorable. Having retrieved the 3 treasures from the Sword Ancestor's tomb, she feared that an eventual confrontation with them was inevitable, and thus, vigilance was paramount. Lastly, there was the demon sovereign. The appearance of that wisp of demonic soul was exceedingly suspicious. Why would the demon sovereign seek to draw her second senior brother into darkness? Would he come after him again? Was the annihilation of the Taiqiong sect 10 years hence orchestrated by the demon sovereign? Joan Linger felt overwhelmed by the multitude of enigmas. Her confusion stemmed from her insufficient elevation, while her anxiety and frustration were due to her inadequate strength and lack of a formidable fist. The grand competition of the sects was imminent in 6 months, and merely securing a position within the top 5 would only preserve their previous resources. It did not guarantee a solidified standing. Therefore, if the Taiqiong sect wished to avoid a path of decline, it must grow stronger. She herself required more resources to expedite the recovery of her spiritual root. She must strive to reach the transformation stage to gain the capital necessary for navigating the world. Upon inspecting her storage ring, she lamented the disheartening reality of having only a few carcasses of the Huamian beast left. The hard-earned stone monsters and toads had been discarded to pelt others, and the meager amount of python meat had been handed over to Chef Zhou in the kitchen. She did, however, possess 6 bottles of spiritual spring liquid within the Tsanghai Pearl, which could serve as a starting point for body tempering. Thus, she began to circulate her cultivation method as instructed by the Dragon Tendon Phoenix Essence technique, soaking a bottle of spiritual spring liquid into her body to absorb its spiritual energy for refinement. To her dismay, she found it ineffective, as it seemed her prior intake of spiritual spring liquid had already completed that phase. Henceforth, she would need to seek other means for body tempering. Joan Linger concluded that it was time to wash up and rest. She was far too impoverished to effectively restore her spiritual root and would need to devise alternative strategies. However, she did not lay down to sleep. Instead, she rose to seek her master, who had promised to teach her a formidable technique. Seeing his young disciple visit him late at night once more, Jinren Wuchan promptly prepared his writing materials, smiling as he inquired, "Speak, what talisman do you wish to draw this time?" Joan Linger was at a loss for words. "Master, let us put the talisman drawing on hold for now. We should discuss other matters first." Chapter 37 of The Poverty of the Taiqiong Sect. Joan Linger retrieved the library from her sea of consciousness and instructed old Ji to extract both the Xianyi sword tablet and the Tsangyu divine sword. The jaw of real person Wuchen dropped in astonishment as he trembled, pointing at the stone tablet and the Tsangyu divine sword, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence for quite some time. With a compassionate gesture, Joan Linger helped her master close his mouth, offering him a cup of tea to steady his nerves before subsequently placing the Tsangyu divine sword into her own sea of consciousness. "Master, I have submitted these 2 items to the sect. As for their disposition, please discuss it with the elders, but I promised old Ji that I would fill it with books to create a true library," she explained. "Who is old Ji?" he inquired. "He is the spirit of the library," she replied. Joan Linger encouraged old Ji to greet her master, and after a considerable pause, real person Wuchen finally regained his composure. "A spirit, ha, only treasures of heavenly grade and above can possess such life." "Excellent, splendid. Old Ji, observing Wu Chen's lack of composure, merely rolled his eyes before retreating back into his original form. Real person Wu Chen stored the two items in his sea of consciousness and then remembered to ask Zhong Linger about how she had acquired them. She disclosed that Old Ji had been suppressed by the Tianji pavilion until she rescued him, and he had decided to accompany her, bringing along his two companions as well. Wu Chen was eager to share this delightful news with others, but Zhong Linger extended her small hands, saying, "Master, what about my reward? The last one has yet to be fulfilled." Flustered, Wu Chen rummaged through his storage ring, retrieving a manual of techniques, and after searching further he could only find 2 8th-grade spirit talismans, which were not suitable for gifting. "Linger, the reward will be deferred for now. I will find something good for you later," he promised. Zhong Linger accepted the manual from her master, which was titled Wind Escape Technique. This was indeed a rare method, and she promptly stored it away. "Master, surely our sect has a treasury? Why not allow me to select a couple of items from there?" Wu Chen glanced at his tenacious disciple with a sigh. "Linger, truly there is nothing of worth in the sect's treasury. Tomorrow, go find your second senior brother, let him take you for a look. You may take whatever catches your eye out. If nothing appeals to you, speak to your master, and I shall compensate you later." Zhong Linger's heart sank. How impoverished could the Taiqiong Sect be, such a grand sect, and yet it could not produce anything valuable from its treasury? Where had the accumulation of 5,000 years gone? Turning to leave, she paused at the door, then returned to meet her master's puzzled gaze. "Since I am here, I might as well draw a couple more talismans," she proposed. Before she could find a better way to resist the binding force, it would be prudent to prepare a few more retreat talismans. Wu Chen chuckled. "Very well, let us include a divine thunder talisman as well." Zhong Linger nodded, agreed, the usual arrangement. The following morning, undeterred, Zhong Linger dragged her second senior brother to the sect's treasury for a tour. The treasury was indeed vast, large enough for a game of rugby. How could a treasury with 5,000 years of heritage be so barren? Aside from a few shabby items and a collection of trinkets with more sentimental than practical value, she could find nothing useful. "Second senior brother, why is our sect so poor?" she queried. "That is a secret, little junior sister. You shall understand once you reach the nascent soul stage," Bai Luocheng replied, patting her head before adding, "While there may be nothing in the treasury, the material storeroom contains some decent items. Would you like to take a look?" Zhong Linger nodded, and Bai Luocheng led her to the various material rooms. There were indeed many items, but few of high quality, and the records indicated that most were returned by disciples. Zhong Linger refrained from taking anything. These were the contributions of the disciples to the sect, and a shared resource for cultivation. She could not bring herself to take them. Real person Wu Chen fell into a deep slumber due to his depleted spiritual consciousness, leaving the discipline of the disciples to Ouyang Ruocheng. Soon after, the 6 disciples gathered in the back mountains, where Ouyang Ruocheng personally assessed their cultivation achievements. Although Bai Luocheng was no longer troubled by demonic energy, his sword heart had been damaged, making further advancements in swordsmanship difficult. However, his original strength remained intact, and he engaged in a spirited exchange with Ouyang Ruocheng, eventually stopping after 100 moves. Zhou Yizhu, at mid-golden core stage, was on par with Bai Luocheng now, but his understanding of swordsmanship lagged far behind. He was defeated in less than 100 moves. As for the remaining 3, they were thoroughly outmatched by Ouyang Ruocheng. However, Ouyang Ruocheng did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he pointed out their shortcomings and instructed Zhou Yizhu to guide the 3 in their training. After the 2 senior brothers departed, Zhong Linger finally understood what was meant by the loving touch of the third senior brother. Zhou Yizhu's training method was straightforward and ruthless, involving real weapons with no mercy. Although it was meant to be practice for his junior brothers and sisters, it turned into a one-sided beating. Zhong Linger, sensing danger, lay still after receiving a couple of blows, while the honest Yu Chengpeng and the tenacious Qi Haoren cried out in pain. At the end of the day's training, the 3 disciples leaned on each other as they made their way to Yiqinglan for treatment. TSK, I knew as soon as the third junior brother returned, you would come find me. Looking at your injuries, the third junior brother must have given you a thorough thrashing, Yiqinglan remarked, applying ointment to their wounds while entering gossip mode. Isn't that the truth? He can't compete with the Taiqiong twin talents, so he can only vent his frustrations on us. Qi Haoren grinned through gritted teeth, wincing with pain. Seriously, it would be one thing if he competed with the 2 senior brothers, but why does he need to join in? This is clearly jealousy, jealous of how much more famous his brothers are, he complained. This time, while we were out training with the 3 uncles, as soon as people heard Taiqiong Sect, they immediately mentioned the twin talents. The expression on the third senior brother's face was as if he had eaten something foul. "Fifth junior brother, watch your words." Yu Chengpeng interjected sternly, silencing Qi Haoren and leaving both him and Yiqinglan somewhat disheartened. Linger began to understand that the fourth senior brother was rather rigid, which affected his closeness with the other disciples. The fifth brother seemed to align with the first and second brothers while holding a strong opinion against the third brother. The third senior brother, being a unique individual, was envious of the two senior brothers, leading to a lack of camaraderie. The fourth brother was too rigid, while the fifth brother was too free-spirited, making it difficult for him to connect. The first and second brothers had many friends, but she had never heard of the third brother forming close ties with anyone, which explained his obstinate nature, ultimately leading him to fall deeply in love yet unable to escape. Little junior sister, look, many people are praising the first senior brother. Inside the sword ancestor's legacy, he summoned a sea of swords with a single move, astonishing many, Yi Qinglan remarked, pulling Linger back to reality as she pointed to a message on the jade slip, her face glowing with pride. This feat of the first senior brother is not particularly surprising. What is impressive is that I threw a stone and knocked the head of the Taiqiong Sect's chief, giving him quite the headache. Why is no one talking about that? Chapter 38. Discovering new perspectives upon witnessing her fifth senior brother engrossed in the jade slip, Linger felt a surge of inspiration. She promptly retrieved her own jade slip and entered. Shock, the chief of Taiqiong Sect has been besmirched by a toad. Who knows the truth? Let's discuss. The news she disseminated was akin to a boulder plunging into the sea, creating ripples of excitement. What, Li Sentaying has been smeared by a toad? Where did this occur, and when? Heavens! That ostentatious fellow has finally met his comeuppance. Let those in the know elaborate. It happened at the Sword Ancestor's estate just a couple of days ago. He was cornered and pelted with toads by a group of people. How thrilling! The Sword Ancestor's estate, who would bring toads to such a place? It was a junior sister from Taiqiong Sect. Not only did she bring toads, but also numerous other beast carcasses. This is trivial. What matters is that the esteemed chief was assaulted by toads. Ha ha, let me laugh heartily 3 times first. Yi Qinglan, upon seeing the torrent of information, leaped up in excitement. Junior sister, you are truly remarkable. With just one sentence, you've stirred such a commotion. Taiqiong Sect has surely lost face this time. Chi Haoran's fingers danced furiously across the screen as he plunged directly into the fray. The jade slip was inundated with accounts from those present at the incident, each message appearing with astonishing speed. Judging by the names, it appeared that over 10,000 individuals were engaged in the discussion. Yet this was only the beginning. Having traversed the era of information explosion, Linger was acutely aware of the immense power of the media, and her lingering questions swiftly found resolution. Alas, the people of Taiqiong Sect dare to deny it, claiming we are spreading rumors. Humph, there are so many witnesses. Chi Haoran's temper flared, his fingers moving ever faster, leaving only a blur in their wake. Linger chuckled. This was merely the inception, the most thrilling parts lay ahead. Once back in her chamber, Linger unwrapped her jade slip and began to delve into its workings. The principles behind it were akin to that of a modern smartphone, comprising hardware and software. The hardware consisted of jade and materials harvested from various mystical beasts, while the software was represented by the runes inscribed on spiritual bee wings. The power source, too, was spiritual energy. When utilized by cultivators, they would channel their spiritual energy to activate the runes, thus connecting with the essence of the universe, which the artifact would then manifest. Of course, while the explanation seemed straightforward, the actual implementation was far from simple. It necessitated the collaboration of a weapon refiner and a talisman master. The latter also required to comprehend the principles of spatiality to facilitate long-distance communication. Linger not only aimed to grasp the jade slip's principles but also sought to enhance its capabilities to transmit images and sound, a task of even greater complexity. However, for a genius, such challenges were merely opportunities for growth. After 5 days of diligent study, she mastered the runes of the jade slip and subsequently headed to the scripture pavilion to seek texts on weapon refinement. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, she immediately sensed a difference. While the exterior remained unchanged, the interior had been entirely transformed. The layout was unmistakably reminiscent of a library. Linger made her way to the entrance and glanced at the plaque, confirming that the name had indeed changed from scripture pavilion to library pavilion. Though only a single character had altered, the essence of the place had shifted entirely. As expected, on the second floor, she found old G, who was whimsically dusting while flipping through a book. It's so clean in here that your duster is of no use, Linger remarked. Old G chuckled and put away the duster. So, do you feel the fragrance of the books is more pronounced now? It's significantly better than before, isn't it? Linger surveyed the neatly organized rows of books and had to concede that a competent librarian was indeed essential for a library's success. How did you negotiate with my master to assume this role so quietly? I would love to showcase my brilliance and elegance, but your master advised against being too ostentatious, as it might attract the attention of thieves. Thus, I've concealed myself within the original structure for a time." Zhong Linger rolled her eyes silently. For someone who claimed to be burdened, his grin was positively radiant. "By the way, there are matters you need to attend to." Old G directed her to a corner filled with tables and pointed to 2 piles of books. "This pile is incomplete. Please inquire if you can find the missing parts. That pile is damaged. Have 2 individuals with neat handwriting transcribe them anew." Zhong Linger gave him a thumbs up. "Old G, you're quite diligent. I admire your thoroughness." Old G beamed with pride. "No need for your praise. I am a spirit tool of the highest order, and having me is a blessing for your sect." After collecting the 2 piles of books, Zhong Linger continued, "Old G, could you assist me in locating texts on weapon refinement and the principles of spatiality?" Old G chuckled lightly. "With me here, what more do you need to search for? I've perused every book in this place and can share my findings with you." He then pointed his finger at Zhong Linger's forehead, and a beam of white light entered her consciousness. Zhong Linger felt carefully, realizing that this was a mobile library. She no longer needed to spend time reading. She could simply extract the knowledge she required to comprehend, expediting her learning process by at least tenfold. Her gaze towards Old G ignited with fervor. She had initially perceived this spirit merely as a custodian, yet now understood she had underestimated the capabilities of a top-tier spirit tool and the realm of cultivation itself. Old G is a semi-divine artifact. Had Li Xuanyi not taken away all his stored knowledge before his consciousness awakened, he would have long ascended to the rank of a divine artifact. If you continue to provide him with more books, he will continuously evolve. Song Yu's voice echoed in Zhong Linger's mind. She blinked in surprise. As long as he reads, he'll enhance such fortune. He does not merely read books, he absorbs the principles contained within. As he masters more profound truths, his rank will naturally elevate. Zhong Linger understood and pondered before asking Old G, "Can this method be applied to others as well?" This was astonishing. It could potentially cultivate more versatile talents. Old G shot her a sidelong glance. "What are you thinking? What I just did would overwhelm even the consciousness of a tribulation-transcending powerhouse. Not everyone possesses the gem to stabilize such knowledge." Disappointment washed over Zhong Linger as she took her leave, simultaneously scouring her consciousness for texts on spatial principles, only to discover a mere single volume, hardly sufficient. Thus, she once again knocked on her master's door. The recently awakened Wu Qingqi grimaced at his young disciple, Linger. "Crafting talismans is quite taxing on one's spiritual consciousness. I cannot sleep indefinitely, with numerous matters to oversee." "Could you possibly wait a couple of days before drawing your talismans?" Zhong Linger was speechless. Her thoughts were not solely occupied with talisman creation, but rather with her master's own fixation on the 8th grade Divine Thunder talisman. "Master, I just visited the library pavilion, and Old G requested I bring you 2 piles of books." Chapter 39. Devoted to infrastructure, Zhong Linger presented the book to her master and communicated Old G's request before finally revealing her own purpose for visiting. "Master, is this all the literature our sect possesses?" "I just searched, and there is only one book on the path of space. Our sect has a legacy spanning 5,000 years. While we may lack in other areas, we certainly have an abundance of texts. Most of the volumes in the library are meant for disciples, but the true teachings that represent our sect's heritage are held by the peak masters. If you wish to see something, I will procure it for you." Zhong Linger's eyes sparkled. "I desire books on talismans, weapon forging, and also on the path of space." "You wish to study weapon forging as well?" "It's not advisable to spread yourself too thin." Observing her master's worried expression, Zhong Linger pouted. "I want to read, Master. Please don't ask so many questions, just gather them for me." The ever-patient Wu Qingqi gently patted his little disciple's head, his heart nearly melting. Indeed, girls were often more charming than boys. When Xiao Wu was of her age, he was more inclined to mischief than to such obedience. It soon became evident that Wu Qingqi truly cherished his little disciple, for the very next day, after receiving that affectionate caress from her 3rd senior brother, Zhong Linger was bestowed with 3 storage rings brimming with books. However, at that moment, she had no intention of perusing them herself. Instead, she sought out Old G, the reading machine, to assist her in storing the knowledge within her consciousness. Just a couple of days later, Bai Luocheng unexpectedly approached Zhong Linger, regarding her with a peculiar gaze. "Second senior brother, if you look at me like that, I might start to think you have fallen for me." Bai Luocheng's face flushed, and he playfully tapped Zhong Linger on the head, saying, "Nonsense. You mustn't joke like that. I have encountered the Xin sword steel and Old G." Only then did Zhong Linger comprehend the meaning behind his look. After listening to Bai Luocheng's account, she finally understood his intentions. After arranging matters with old Ji, Wu Qinjinren contemplated how to maximize the potential of the Xianyi sword steel. He approached Bai Luochang and inquired whether he could set up an array to conceal the steel while allowing the sword intent to emanate, enabling them to enter the formation and comprehend the sword intent. After much deliberation, Bai Luochang could not conceive a suitable idea, prompting old Ji to suggest consulting Zhong Linger, who had previously dismantled the formation of a 7th-tier array master from the Tianji Pavilion, demonstrating her remarkable proficiency in the art of formations. This reminded Zhong Linger of her previous lives in the Qingqi Sect, where disciples earned contribution points through tasks to exchange for resources. However, it seemed that in the Taiqiong Sect, the term contribution points had never been mentioned. By Luochang's side, did not our little junior sister visit the treasury? Our sect's disciples also possess contribution points, albeit recorded in accounts with nothing tangible to exchange. Then why can't we exchange them for sword intent? For instance, a certain number of contribution points for a corresponding amount of sword intent? Bai Luochang was taken aback. That is indeed feasible, but the secret of the sword steel must remain concealed, and how would we control the amount of sword intent? Zhong Linger produced her disciple token, stating, "This item records the disciple's identity and aura. Why can't it also record contribution points? Essentially, these points represent a unique aura. To increase them, one simply inputs the amount, to deduct, one extracts it." Without hesitation, Bai Luochang seized Zhong Linger and rushed into their master's chamber, startling Wu Qinjinren and Wu Fengjinren, who were engaged in a game of chess. Upon hearing Zhong Linger's proposal, Wu Fengjinren excitedly overturned the chessboard, exclaiming, "This idea is brilliant, but can you actually arrange such a formation?" The formation itself is not particularly difficult, however, I require a substantial number of foundational materials, and their quality must not be inferior. I will also need Master's assistance. Zhong Linger exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Qinjinren, who promptly nodded in agreement. "Shall we establish this formation on my sword peak?" Wu Fengjinren proposed. Although the sword intent would be accessible to all disciples, it was primarily the sword practitioners who needed to enter, thus placing it on the sword peak would be more convenient for his disciples. Wu Qinjinren smiled, "You may prepare the location, and then go fetch fifth uncle." Fetch fifth uncle. Zhong Linger was perplexed, sensing a deeper significance in the word fetch, but recognizing that it was not her place to inquire further, she remained silent. Wu Fengjinren designated a mountain peak for the construction of this sword intent formation. Observing the ample space available, Zhong Linger suggested the creation of 2 rows of practice chambers. One to house a spirit-gathering formation for cultivation, and the other to conceal the sword steel, allowing for the comprehension of sword intent. This idea received enthusiastic endorsement from Wu Fengjinren, who swiftly departed, leaving Wu Qinjinren, who was clutching his purse, in a state of melancholy. The fifth uncle mentioned by Wu Qinjinren referred to Wu Zhuozhinren, the master of the weapon peak. Unlike typical weapon practitioners, he possessed the demeanor of a refined scholar. He was thoroughly impressed by Zhong Linger's imaginative and unrestrained ideas, spending half a month sketching concepts with her until every last ounce of inspiration was extracted. After immersing herself in the foundational knowledge of weapon forging for half a month, Zhong Linger's prodigious mind finally succumbed to fatigue, requiring 2 full days and nights of sleep to recuperate. Subsequently, she began drafting the array diagrams, utilizing old Ji to communicate with the sword steel, iteratively refining the array patterns, alongside enhancing the disciple token, which consumed yet another month of her time. When Zhong Linger completed the final rune on the disciple token, a familiar sensation washed over her, and a gentle cascade of spiritual dew enveloped her. A radiant white column of light began to coalesce. In a flurry, Zhong Linger dashed to find her master, tugging at his sleeve with urgency. "Spiritual dew, hurry, we must conceal it." Wu Qinjinren promptly activated the mountain protection array, simultaneously broadcasting a message throughout the sect, summoning the core disciples and peak masters to Yunxian Peak, while forbidding movement by others. Ouyang Ruochang and the others hastily arrived, and upon witnessing the soaring, holy column of light, they immediately grasped their master's intent. Once again, they encircled Wu Qinjinren, holding Zhong Linger in his embrace. Wu Qinjinren felt a significant influx of spiritual dew entering his body. He sensed he was encroaching on his little disciple's opportunity and wished to step back, yet was firmly held in place by her grasp. Wu Zhuozhinren, filled with excitement, inquired, "Master, have you experienced another epiphany in your cultivation?" Wu Qinjinren glanced at Zhong Linger, noting her nod. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "It is Linger, this spiritual dew is brought forth by her. Linger, you are among those closest to you here, there is no need for concealment. Should such an event occur again, you will require their assistance to shield you. Moreover, this heavenly spiritual dew is a blessing, nothing to hide." Zhong Linger smiled shyly, "I merely feel I am still young, being too conspicuous may attract misfortune. With your master and uncles present, we shall all protect you." Joan Linger beamed as she embraced her masteress waist, relishing the warmth of being cared for. In this strange new world, she was no longer alone. Qi Haoren stepped forward and pulled Joan Linger gently. Stop with the endearments and tell us how this spiritual do came to be. Chapter 40. The troubled senior brother's Lingza, oh, what an extraordinary treasure. He desires to host an event that would reverberate throughout the entire realm of cultivation, undoubtedly elevating his fame to new heights. Oh, it's nothing much. I merely refined the inscription on the disciple's token and constructed a new function for storage and payment. The crowd appeared bewildered, their comprehension lacking, except for Bai Luocheng and the real person Wu Chen, who grasped a bit of the concept but did not intend to elaborate, for once the item was completed, they would naturally understand its significance. Suddenly, Qi Haoren felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, as a significant portion of Lingza was drawn to him. A flicker of spiritual light enveloped him, and he unexpectedly broke through to a minor realm, achieving the 7th layer of foundation establishment. This advancement felt unprecedentedly exhilarating, and the Lingza continued to flow into his body, igniting an irresistible urge to soar. Real person Wu Chen furrowed his brow in concern. This Lingza belonged to Linger. While it was acceptable for everyone to benefit from its overflow, directly absorbing it by little 5 felt somewhat excessive. This Lingza might indeed assist Linger in restoring her spiritual roots. He raised his hand, intending to awaken the blissfully absorbed little 5, but was halted by Joan Linger, who grasped his wrist. Noting her shake of the head, he sighed and instinctively distanced himself from her. Are you truly willing to share the Lingza with him? I thought your relationship was strained, the voice of Song Yu echoed in Joan Linger's mind. It matters not, I shall have more Lingza in the future. Besides, it is a rare opportunity for senior brother 5 to enter such a state. Furthermore, my relationship with him is not poor. I merely teased him in the past. He is my lucky star. How could I harbor ill feelings towards him? Lucky star, as long as you are happy. He possesses a trace of the primordial phoenix bloodline, which has awakened under the nurturing of the Lingza. However, due to his tender age and low cultivation, he cannot yet perceive much. Once he encounters the right opportunity and truly awakens, he shall surely ascend to the celestial realm and become a formidable force. Yet, if you are unconcerned about losing some Lingza, it might be better to grant more to your 4th senior brother. His fortune appears somewhat waning, resembling that of an ancient being devoid of youthful vigor, which is rather peculiar. Ah, so it is vigor. I sense something lacking in 4th senior brother. Do you know why he is like this? I do not know. Among you, there are indeed several with issues. Your 2nd senior brother's heart of sword clarity is shattered, your spiritual root is fragmented, your 4th senior brother's fortune is declining, and your 5th senior brother's bloodline remains dormant. Ha, you truly ought to gather more Lingza to assist them. Is Lingza beneficial for everyone? Can it resolve their issues? Do you truly believe Lingza is as plentiful as cabbage, available at will? Furthermore, Lingza is not omnipotent. As for you, I cannot discern much. Lingza has little effect on your 2nd senior brother, yet it can accumulate within him. If his heart of sword is mended, it will then be of use. For your 4th senior brother, it may serve merely as a supplement to slow the decline of his fortune. As for your 5th senior brother, if he cannot enter this state, he is no different from the others. Upon hearing this, Joan Linger left her master's embrace and approached her 5th senior brother. Since the opportunity was rare, she decided to share more with him. As the Lingza dissipated, Qi Haoren noticed his little junior sister nearly glued to him, and his face flushed instantly. Why are you so close to me? I only intended to absorb a bit of your Lingza. You wouldn't be so petty as to hold it against me, would you? I have matters to attend to. I shall go cultivate now. Qi Haoren hurriedly fled, not oblivious to the fact that his junior sister had just aided him, yet he felt quite unaccustomed to her treating him this way after having always found her irksome. The crowd chuckled, and real person Wu Chen handed Joan Linger the key to the protective formation, allowing her to utilize it whenever necessary, after which everyone dispersed. In hindsight, real person Wu Chen's decision was indeed astute. Thereafter, the protective formation of Taiqiong Sect was activated multiple times, with several direct disciples developing a habit of rushing to Joan Linger whenever it opened, assured of benefits. Real person Wu Chen and the peak masters visited less frequently. Once their internal injuries were mended, they ceased their appearances. The subsequent 2 months were spent on arranging the formation, a monumental undertaking that necessitated the return of many disciples from the outside to assist. Among them, real person Wu Chen bore the brunt of the labor, as Joan Linger illustrated the formation diagram and instructed him on how to arrange the foundation. Being the only ones capable of fully unleashing the power of the 8th grade formation, they eventually required their little disciple to inscribe the formation patterns upon him. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, time sped by swiftly. The 2 rows of imposing cultivation chambers on Sword Training Peak were completed, and at the moment when everyone was utterly exhausted, the radiance of the formation finally illuminated the area. Zhong Linger returned to her own body, as real person Wuchen, depleted of spiritual energy, nearly succumbed to a fall. However, he felt elated. The sword intent, if more disciples could comprehend the sword intent, their cultivation would surely ascend, strengthening the Taiqiong Sect, making him, as the sect leader, not appear too much of a failure. Everyone rejoiced. Not only did Taiqiong Sect now possess cultivation chambers, but they also had a unique sword intent training room that other sects lacked. The sword intent, they could now ponder the sword intent whenever they wished. Naturally, real person Wuchen did not mention the matter of the Xianyi sword steel, merely stating that the predecessors of the sect had left their sword intent for future generations to comprehend, previously fearing its dissipation and hesitating to bring it forth. Now, with Master Zhong's formation established, they had finally created a sword intent training room for the disciples to practice. Bai Luocheng had also been quite busy these days, preoccupied with replacing the disciple tokens for all disciples and calculating contribution points for everyone. With the cultivation chambers completed, he produced the prepared disciple tokens to distribute among the crowd. Qihaoren was the first to rush into the sword intent training room, presenting his disciple token and placing it within the circular plate inside. With a mere thought, 100 contribution points were deducted, and the room darkened, revealing a manifestation of sword intent before his eyes. Zhong Linger examined her new disciple token and found it brimming with contribution points, the maximum capacity of 5 nines. She bestowed a sweet smile upon her second senior brother before entering the room herself. However, Zhong Linger did not remain within the chamber for long. After approximately a day, she emerged. Having already brushed against the edge of sword intent, she merely needed a final push, and with just a day of cultivation, she had entered the first realm of sword intent, comprehending the summoning of swords into the sea. Upon seeing her fifth senior brother emerge from another room with a distressed expression, Zhong Linger approached him. "Fifth senior brother, what troubles you? Have you encountered some difficulties?" Qihaoren sighed. "Do you think it's possible that second senior brother miscalculated my contribution points?" This seemed to be an excuse for insufficient contribution points. Zhong Linger smiled and offered her own disciple token. "I have plenty, take mine, fifth senior brother, but do not let second senior brother know, for disciple tokens are not to be casually lent." Chapter 41. Everyone comprehends the sword intent. Qihaoren scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed to extend his hand. He had already borrowed quite a bit of light from his junior sister. It was becoming awkward to take any more, yet, he truly yearned to grasp the sword intent, as he felt he was on the verge of it. Zhong Linger, with a smile, slipped her token into the hands of her fifth senior brother and whispered, "Fifth senior brother, I have already comprehended the sword intent, so you must put in more effort. You can't possibly lag behind your junior sister, can you? I have an abundance of contribution points that I can't even exhaust. After you use yours, pass them on to the third and fourth senior brothers. It is imperative that all our clan members attain the sword intent." "You've comprehended it?" Qihaoren exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. While he may not have heard the rest clearly, this sentence resonated with him the most. He had been surpassed by his junior sister. This simply couldn't stand. How could he retain the dignity of being a senior brother like this? He needed to swiftly grasp the sword intent and reclaim his status. Seeing her fifth senior brother dash into the training room, Zhong Linger shook her head, deciding to take a nap before continuing her lucrative endeavors. Upon learning that there was a vacancy in the sword intent training room, several disciples from the Sword Peak hurried over to greet Zhong Linger. It was then she realized that Taiqiong Sect had acquired quite a number of new members, creating a lively atmosphere. For the next 3 months, Zhong Linger immersed herself in the study of her creation, Palm of the Universe, a name she had given to the new jade slip she developed. The simple term jade slip hardly reflected her ambitions. What she had crafted was meant to unlock new realms in the world of cultivation. When the visage of her third senior brother appeared on her Palm of the Universe, Zhong Linger leaped with delight, shouting to the opposite end, "Sister Yi, come back quickly. We must go out for a grand feast to celebrate." The shrill cries of the two girls startled Zhou Yizhua, who was elegantly sipping tea, causing him to splutter. After a brief celebration, Zhong Linger dragged her second senior brother to their master's quarters, where they engaged in discussions that lasted through the night. 3 days later, the master of the Rune Peak, the venerable Wuji, returned. The disciples of Rune Peak were summoned back as well, having been engrossed in a secret training that kept them exceptionally busy, but it was rumored to yield remarkable results, with many achieving breakthroughs amidst the hustle. During this bustling period, Taiqiong Sect experienced its most vibrant phase, as disciples steadily advanced in their cultivation, with numerous members of the Sword Peak comprehending the sword intent. Qihaoren, finally grasping the sword intent with the support of Zhong Linger, progressed to the 9th level of foundation establishment after 2 rounds of spiritual nourishment, thus regaining his stature as a senior brother. However, he no longer harbored any jealousy towards his junior sister. Recognizing her exceptional qualities, he decided to relinquish his claim to the second senior brother position in her favor. Meanwhile, Qingqi not only comprehended the sword intent but also broke through to the golden core realm, fortunate to receive a generous share of spiritual essence from Zhonglinger, which enabled him to survive an entire day of tribulations. Zhou Yizhua, under the covert assistance of Bai Luoqiang, also grasped the sword intent and, spurred on by Ouyang Ruoqing's encouragement, ascended to the pinnacle of the golden core realm. The process was arduous, but he deemed it worthwhile. Zhonglinger, too, reaped significant rewards. With several doses of spiritual essence, she attained the 5th level of foundation establishment. Amidst this flurry of activity, as the sect's grand competition approached within a month, she suddenly recalled that she had not seen her senior brother for quite some time. Reflecting on past lives, she remembered that during the last sect competition, the twin prodigies of Taiqiong had both perished, with the sect fielding 3 direct disciples and 2 temporarily promoted as participants, ultimately failing to secure a position in the top 5. At that time, rumors circulated that her senior brother had tragically passed away during an external expedition, but the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Anxious, Zhonglinger sought out her second senior brother to inquire about their master brother's whereabouts, but he merely stated that it was of no concern and refused to divulge further details. Resigned, Zhonglinger approached her master upon seeing his little disciple. The venerable Wuchen's eyes crinkled with a smile. "Linger, back again to have your master draw talismans, are we?" Zhonglinger, exasperated, replied, "Master, the sect competition is imminent. You should summon our senior brother back to prepare for the contest." After a moment's contemplation, Wuchen responded, "Indeed, it is time for him to return. Your second senior brother will not be participating, and your master brother has had little interaction with you all. Some adjustment is necessary. Second senior brother isn't participating. Why? I have the lowest cultivation. It should be me who refrains from competing." Zhonglinger exclaimed in astonishment, realizing no one had informed her of this critical development. This competition held immense importance for Taiqiong Sect, and she had been so preoccupied with her Palm of the Universe project that she had scarcely cultivated. Wuchen gently patted Zhonglinger's head, saying, "Do not overthink it. Your second senior brother has chosen to shift his focus to the formation path, believing it will afford you more opportunities for experience. You need not worry. With your master brother present, our sect's ranking will not falter." It was such a pity that an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship like her second senior brother would abandon the sword path. Was it truly impossible to mend his sword heart? No, this was not the time to worry about her second senior brother. Her master brother was the one in peril. "When will master brother return?" she pressed. Wuchen stroked his beard thoughtfully before replying, "In a couple of days, I expect." 2 days later, Zhonglinger indeed encountered her master brother alive and whole, but for some reason, instead of relief, she was engulfed by an ominous premonition. Just as she pondered how to persuade her second senior brother to compete, an alarming message arrived. Several disciples from the Pill Peak were trapped in the Blazing Valley and had sent a distress signal to the sect, necessitating immediate rescue. Though referred to as a valley, the Blazing Valley was, in fact, a secret realm nestled within a gorge. While this realm appeared frequently, few dared to enter, for it was filled with flames that burned perpetually, posing significant danger. Moreover, the realm forbade entry to those below the nascent soul stage, further limiting the number of individuals willing to venture inside. The mention of the nascent soul stage triggered Zhonglinger's sensitive nerves. As expected, Ouyang Ruoqing volunteered to undertake the mission, asserting that the round trip to the Blazing Valley would only take 3 to 4 days, making it quite feasible to return in time for the sect competition. Zhonglinger immediately rushed forward, clinging to Ouyang Ruoqing's arm. "Master brother, I want to go with you. I haven't been outside in ages. I'm practically going stale." "Linger, your master brother is going to rescue people. It wouldn't be convenient to bring you along," he replied gently. Wuchen stepped forward to pull his little disciple away, but Zhonglinger refused to let go. She rolled her eyes and seized her master's sleeve, pleading, "Then master should come along with us. While master brother saves people, you can take me to explore the secret realm. You promised me a reward." "Release me, your master cannot enter," he retorted. "Master, you can enter if you simply disguise yourself so that no one recognizes you," Zhonglinger insisted, winking at her master. Wuchen immediately understood. His little disciple had indeed been confined within the sect for half a year, only engaging in drawing and arranging formations without any opportunity to relax. A brief excursion for a couple of days would not be unreasonable. "Very well, master will accompany you. Please wait for me a moment." Chapter 42. Farewell to the black-robed man. After a brief absence, the master Wuchen returned, transformed into a strikingly handsome young gentleman. Zhonglinger widened her eyes in disbelief. Was this truly her master? Master Wuchen took Zhonglinger's hand and said, "Come, my dear disciple, let us first rescue those in peril and then explore what treasures lie within the Flame Valley." Though his voice remained unchanged, revealing him as her master, she found it disconcerting to suddenly have such a youthful and charming figure as her mentor. Ouyang Ruoqing, however, was unperturbed by his master's appearance, hesitating only momentarily before deciding to follow. The speed at which Master Wuchen soared on his sword was remarkable. In just half a day, the trio reached the entrance of the Flame Valley. Master Wuchen suppressed his cultivation to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, affixed a heavenly mechanism shielding talisman, and led his 2 disciples into the valley. Upon entry, they were immediately met with a wave of intense heat. Master Wuchen conjured a protective barrier around them and surged deeper into the valley. Along the way, they encountered numerous individuals, all drawn by the rumor of the flame fruit's existence. The flame fruit was indeed a treasure, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation of fire-attributed practitioners, allowing those below the nascent soul stage to break through at least one minor realm. This allure had attracted many, including several from the Taiqiong Sect, who were seen heading towards the rift. As the 3 hastened towards the rift, Zhonglinger gazed into the distance at a towering peak, cleaved in 2, forming a deep chasm. Once they entered this chasm, the air grew increasingly scorching, eventually feeling as if it were ablaze. At the depths of the chasm, they finally spotted 4 disciples from the Taiqiong Sect, trapped on a piece of deadwood floating above the lava, trembling before a colossal fire serpent. The fire serpent seemed wary of the deadwood and dared not approach, yet it was intent on capturing the 4, occasionally flinging molten rock towards them. The 4 struggled to evade, with one nearly falling into the lava. Upon seeing the trio, they couldn't help but cry out, "Ouyang Shixian, save us, big brother, over here, we're here." Master Wuchen cast a knowing glance at his eldest disciple and said with a smile, "Go on, that is the flame python. There may indeed be flame fruits nearby. I shall accompany Linger to search for them." However, Zhonglinger stood still, producing an elongated recording stone crafted by her 5th uncle, which she levitated into the air. "Master, there is no rush. I wish to capture my big brother's indomitable grace." Master Wuchen chuckled softly. His little disciple had always been close to her brothers, and he found no reason to be displeased, so he paused to watch quietly. Ouyang Ruoqing, with his sword poised above the flame python, unleashed a fierce strike. The sword's intent surged forth, sending waves rippling through the lava, saturating the area with a tempestuous sword aura. The body of the flame python thrashed amidst the molten flow, sustaining a grievous wound from the sword aura, causing it to rear back and emit a pained roar. Its tail lashed out, hurling fiery debris towards Ouyang Ruoqing. With each swing of his sword, he unleashed radiant slashes, each brimming with unparalleled sharpness, cleaving the flames to shreds. The battle between man and serpent raged fiercely, and Zhonglinger watched anxiously, fearing for her brother's safety. Master Wuchen chuckled lightly, gesturing for the deadwood to drift closer to the shore. The 4 disciples, their legs trembling, collapsed onto the ground, murmuring their gratitude. Zhonglinger promised her master not to reveal his identity, offering only a smile instead of words, her gaze fixed on the ongoing skirmish. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged towards Ouyang Ruoqing amidst the chaos. Master Wuchen sensed the impending danger, snorted coldly, and summoned a sword into his hand. With a swift motion, he sliced through the boiling lava, conjuring a vast net of fire that enveloped the black-robed figure. Flames surged, radiating an insatiable heat, as the very space around them seemed to ignite. Not merely a blaze, each flame carried an aura of lethal intent. The black-robed man, seeking to retreat, found no escape, writhing and howling in the inferno until he was reduced to ash. With a single strike, Master Wuchen had dispatched an opponent of at least the nascent soul stage. Zhonglinger gazed at her master with admiration. Such was the prowess of a true master, transcending boundaries even when suppressing his own cultivation. "Alas, I may have been too ruthless. I left no survivors," Master Wuchen lamented, realizing that another black-robed figure had targeted his eldest disciple. This necessitated a thorough investigation, suggesting a premeditated scheme. "What led you to venture here?" Master Wuchen inquired, his thoughts mirroring those of Zhonglinger as he turned to the 4 disciples. One of them replied, "We were deceived by a fellow cultivator we met halfway. He provoked the flame python and fled, abandoning us here." Zhonglinger exchanged a knowing glance with her master. It was clear this had been a trap. Ouyang Ruoqing, having slain the flame python, soared back to the shore, collecting its remains and handing over the storage ring to Zhonglinger. His movements were fluid and practiced, a routine he had mastered. Zhonglinger beamed with gratitude towards her elder brother, then pointed at the floating deadwood. "This item can float on lava. It must also be a valuable find. Let us take it back to show 5th uncle." Ouyang Ruoqing retrieved the deadwood and handed it to Zhonglinger, seeking his master's guidance on their next course of action. "Since Linger has come all this way, why not take the opportunity to explore?" Master Wuchen suggested. Ouyang Ruoqing nodded in agreement. With his master present, he felt no apprehension. Accompanied by the 4 disciples, the trio began to delve deeper into this miner's secret realm. After a few paces, Zhonglinger paused, intrigued by the lava. She attempted to draw a small amount into her Sanhai pearl, only to find that it could indeed decompose it. However, she was faced with a dilemma. Lava could not be ingested, nor was there anything suitable to contain it, rendering it impossible to take away. "Drop me down, I will collect some for you," echoed the voice of Tsangyu. Startled, Zhong Linger replied, "Aren't you afraid of fire? I am a divine sword of the fire element, how could I fear fire? But your sword body is a blue light. My sword body is red, the blue hue is the seal of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. If you drop me down, the lava's temperature will dissolve the seal, and you shall witness my true form." Without hesitation, Zhong Linger cast the Tsanyu's sword into the flames. The inferno roiled as if a bucket of oil had been poured in, creating a tumultuous upheaval before gradually settling. The flames receded at an observable pace, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the molten mass had diminished by half. No wonder the temperature here is so high. Beneath the lava, a fire spirit pearl has formed. I can help you retrieve it, but what will you use to catch it? Tsanyu transmitted to Zhong Linger. Zhong Linger glanced at her master and leaned closer to whisper, "The fire spirit pearl." Master Wuchen was momentarily taken aback before erupting with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent, Linger is truly fortunate." Soon, a fiery sword emerged, bearing a bright red pearl. Chapter 43 The True Ambush. As the azure tongue swiftly entered Zhong Linger's consciousness, the fire spirit pearl was enveloped by the power of the unperturbed sage, who cast a sealing spell. Subsequently, the brilliant flames dimmed, eventually transforming into an ordinary orb that fell into Zhong Linger's palm. In haste, she tossed the fire spirit pearl into her consciousness, uncertain of the consequences of such a treasure entering the Tsang Hai pearl. She refrained from further action, allowing it to quietly reside within her mind. The group proceeded onward, and upon reaching the valley's depths, they beheld a barren tree devoid of any fruit. The unperturbed sage sighed, "It seems the flame fruit has been harvested by someone. We have arrived too late." Yet, Zhong Linger was engrossed in studying the tree. If we were to uproot it, how long would it take for it to bear fruit again? "At least 50 years, he replied, "but this tree can only thrive in an environment rich in fire spirit energy. Failing to meet its requirements, it will not yield fruit, thus uprooting it would be futile. No, if we uproot it, I have a method to ensure its survival and enable it to bear fruit." Seeing Zhong Linger's unwavering confidence, Ouyang Ruocheng, without waiting for his master's command, swiftly wielded his sword, uprooting the tree along with 3 feet of surrounding earth and placing it into a spirit beast pouch, which he then handed to Zhong Linger. In that moment, the unperturbed sage finally grasped the meaning behind his second disciple's words. His little junior sister truly knew how to navigate life's challenges, leaving no remnants behind. With the unperturbed sage and Ouyang Ruocheng present, the secret realm proved to be an easy endeavor for them. Having scoured the area, they had indeed gathered a substantial bounty. Upon exiting the secret realm, Ouyang Ruocheng soared forth on his sword, leading the 4 disciples, while Zhong Linger sat upon her master's sword, discussing the recent events. "Master, could you perhaps be a touch gentler next time? I had set up the recording stone, hoping to capture their true forms, only for you to incinerate them, rendering my efforts in vain," she lamented. I shall be more cautious in the future. I cannot fathom who would dare plot against the disciples of Taiqiong Sect. Should I uncover their identity, I shall demand an explanation." In response to her master's indignation, Zhong Linger remained remarkably composed. "Master, you are mistaken. They do not aim to harm the Taiqiong disciples, but rather my senior brother. Consider the upcoming sect competition, having the only nascent soul disciple among us, who could possibly rival the entirety of our sword cultivators. Certain factions would undoubtedly relish seeing us fall from the ranks of the top 5 sects. You refer to Qingqi Sect, they have indeed been quite audacious of late. Missing that person earlier was a miscalculation on my part. Master, even if we had captured them, what would it matter? The Spirit Sword Sect's representative left us with a corpse, merely attributing it to a grievance among disciples, and the matter was settled with an apology." The unperturbed sage felt a flush of embarrassment. The last time an elder from the Spirit Sword Sect came to apologize, their demeanor was exceedingly sincere, and despite the simplicity of their explanation, he could not press further, accepting their offerings and allowing the incident to pass. Yet, his little disciple had berated him thoroughly after the fact. He had forgotten to inquire how such a high-grade artifact had come into their possession. With no one to instruct them, how could they possibly know how to wield it? Surely, the esteemed 5th elder would not be so oblivious as to lose his own artifact without realizing it. Moreover, who were their accomplices? Even if it were merely a dispute among disciples, those involved ought to be disclosed, for this matter was intertwined with that fragment of demonic soul. How could it be so easily brushed aside? The unperturbed sage desperately wanted to express that during those days, he had been incessantly tormented by the formation patterns, leaving him mentally exhausted and unable to think clearly. Yet, he felt these were merely excuses, fearing his little disciple might mock him, thus he fell silent. Zhong Linger wished for her master not to be overly accommodating. She did not genuinely blame him. The individuals behind the plot were undoubtedly linked to the demonic clan and would surely conceal their actions. Even if pursued, the outcome would likely yield little more than a couple of scapegoats. Master, should there be a next time, please involve second uncle. His thick skin allows him to broach matters that you might find difficult to address. Joan Linger winked at her master, eliciting a chuckle from the unperturbed sage, who playfully pinched her cheek. Your second uncle holds you in high regard. Is this how you conspire against him? Hee, second uncle is wonderful, but you are even better, master. The little disciple's words delighted the unperturbed sage, causing him to burst into hearty laughter. Yet, midway through his mirth, he sensed something amiss. The nearby space quivered violently, and a formidable, oppressive aura suddenly emerged. Joan Linger was struck by an ominous premonition, a potent sense of danger, as if the heavens themselves might collapse at any moment, heralding a repetition of past calamities. It became clear that the ambush in the Flame Valley was not the ultimate threat. The true peril awaited them here. A recording stone flew from Joan Linger aside, and feeling it was insufficient, she hung another around her neck, then tugged at her master's sleeve. Leave a survivor. The unperturbed sage's expression grew solemn as he first conjured a protective barrier to shield his little disciple before turning his gaze toward his eldest disciple. Ouyang Ruoqing immediately cast the 4 disciples to the ground, sword drawn, standing motionless in a specific direction. Who goes there? Step forth. Ouyang Ruoqing, you are indeed a promising talent, yet it is a pity you've obstructed the paths of many. A figure cloaked in black robes materialized before them, the aura he emanated creating a momentary distortion in the surrounding space, pressing everyone down against the ground. Core formation. The unperturbed sage was taken aback. A being of such caliber could only be a formidable power, either an elder of a major sect or the leader of a minor sect. How could they possibly have come to confront a mere junior? Ouyang Ruoqing was forced to one knee by the oppressive force, yet he refused to yield, propping himself up with his sword, defiantly lifting his head, the veins in his neck visibly straining. Who are you? The cloaked figure merely chuckled. You shall never know the answer to that question. I will kill you, shatter your soul, and ensure you vanish from this world forever. With that, he raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of flames that morphed into countless fiery crows, soaring through the air like a tempest, instilling dread in all who beheld them. The flames rained down, enveloping the entire area, including the 4 disciples, as well as the unperturbed sage and Joan Linger. Clearly, the cloaked figure intended not only to eliminate Ouyang Ruoqing but to eradicate all remaining nuisances in one fell swoop. Joan Linger rushed to stand alongside the 4 disciples, as her talismans flickered to life, warding off the inferno. Ouyang Ruoqing soared upward, his sword slicing through the air, creating streaks of light akin to falling stars, aimed directly at the fiery crows. Meanwhile, the unperturbed sage emulated the cloaked figure, gathering his spirit energy to conjure countless fireballs, which hurtled downward with intense heat toward the cloaked adversary. The cloaked figure let out a disdainful hum, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, a barrier of spirit energy materialized, blocking Ouyang Ruoqing's barrage of sword strikes. Yet, astonishingly, the fireballs were not halted. Chapter 44. Preparing for contingencies. The cloaked figure was struck by 2 fireballs, igniting his garments and causing him to retreat in fright, hastily performing several incantations to extinguish the flames. His gaze then fell upon the previously overlooked figure of the unperturbed master. I had no idea that the Taiqiong Sect produced someone of your caliber. Nevertheless, being merely at the nascent soul stage is still a long way off. The unperturbed master let out a cold chuckle, standing beside Ouyang Ruoqing. Indeed, it is quite a distance. Just wait, I shall catch up shortly. With that, his aura began to ascend, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, then progressing through the layers of the transformation stage, from the 1st to the 9th, culminating in the harmonization stage. Yet, he did not cease there. His energy continued to rise through the layers of harmonization stage until it finally stabilized. This should be about right, he declared, drawing forth his long sword. As the blade was unsheathed, a gust of wind swept through, and sword chi began to coalesce in the AI or die in the blink of an eye. Thousands of swords hovered above, encircling the cloaked figure, their gleaming tips aimed menacingly at him, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the scene. Ouyang Ruoqing swiftly positioned himself in front of Joan Linger. The battle of harmonization stage experts was beyond his capacity to engage. Fortunately, with his master present, he felt assured that he would not be returning empty-handed today. Joan Linger naturally grasped her senior brother's arm, quietly affixing a grade 8 directional teleportation talisman onto him. Having just extended her spiritual awareness, she sensed a formidable presence not far off and, wary of probing further, retreated. Indeed, altering fate was no simple task, but she was grateful for her foresight. The cloaked figure was evidently unprepared for the unperturbed master's prowess, rendered utterly flummoxed by the unexpected turn of events. Who would willingly suppress their own cultivation to feign weakness? This man was, after all, a renowned sword cultivator, unmatched among his peers, having even reached the threshold of sword intent manifestation. This was a confrontation he could not afford to engage in. You Taiqiong Sect are truly despicable. Realizing he had encountered insurmountable obstacles, the cloaked figure immediately sought to flee, casting forth numerous talismans that conjured layers of earthen walls to obstruct the sword intent and block the unperturbed master's line of sight. Seizing this opportunity, he hastened his retreat. The unperturbed master had anticipated this move. Fireballs rained down, severing the cloaked figure's escape route, and he unleashed a sword strike aimed directly at the figure's face. He recalled his disciple's admonition to ascertain the identity of the cloaked man, intent on capturing him alive. How dare they call us despicable? Does he harbor some misunderstanding regarding his own actions? Zhonglinga remarked, astonished by the audacity of the cloaked figure's retort. Ouyang Ruoqing snorted quietly, glancing at the hovering recording stone beside him, ultimately choosing silence. Though the figure initially employed techniques, he resorted to talismans at a crucial moment. Given his adeptness with the talismans, it was evident that he was a talisman practitioner, one of considerable skill from the Eastern Continent's harmonization stage sects, most likely an elder from a specific sect. The fifth elder of the Spirit Sword sect, for instance, was known to be a talisman practitioner. However, this inference could not be hastily voiced. It remained merely speculation until his master could apprehend the individual. Burn the cloak. Beneath it, he likely wears the sect's robes, Zhonglinga observed keenly. Though the cloaked figure's mask was tightly secured, the flames had scorched through the fabric, revealing a glint of white interwoven with gold, colors characteristic of the Spirit Sword sect's attire. Prompted by this revelation, the unperturbed master unleashed fireballs without restraint, intent on incinerating the cloaked figure, shifting his focus from the mask to delivering lethal blows to the garments beneath. The cloaked figure, alarmed, defended himself from all sides, casting talismans one after another. Yet, as he busied himself with defense, his offensive capabilities waned significantly. Within mere exchanges, he found himself in disarray against the unperturbed master's relentless assault. Corpses can serve as evidence too, Zhonglinga noted, recognizing that her master aimed to capture the individual alive. However, with an awareness of an unseen presence lurking, she deemed it prudent to resolve matters swiftly and voiced her concerns once more. The cloaked figure nearly spat blood in frustration. How insufferably annoying was this child, so infuriatingly vexatious. "If you do not act soon, I shall surrender and divulge everything," he exclaimed, uttering a bizarre declaration. Before anyone could fully comprehend his words, another powerful presence emerged, akin to a streak of black lightning racing towards Ouyang Ruoqing. Simultaneously, a pillar of light surged upward, piercing the heavens, and a grand formation materialized, ensnaring both the unperturbed master and the cloaked figure within its confines. The newcomer, though not clad in black robes, obscured his visage with a technique that rendered him shrouded in mist, revealing only a veil of clouds. Upon activating the formation, his oppressive aura radiated outward, exerting immense pressure upon the others, compelling Ouyang Ruoqing to kneel once more. Struggling to move, Zhonglinga leaned against him, holding tightly to her senior brother. As long as he remained standing, she would not find herself sprawled on the ground like the four others. Sensing the weight of the oppressive aura, Ouyang Ruoqing could only offer a bitter smile. Another formidable expert of the harmonization stage, what merit had he, Ouyang Ruoqing, possessed to warrant the dispatch of two such mighty beings to eliminate him? The enigmatic figure remained silent, drawing forth a sword to shatter the recording stone, then lunged toward Ouyang Ruoqing with his blade. Ouyang Ruoqing attempted to evade, but the disparity in their realms rendered movement exceedingly difficult beneath the weight of the pressure. He could only watch helplessly as the sword's tip sliced through his garments. The unperturbed master, trapped within the formation, bellowed in anger, "How dare you!" As he struck the formation's barrier with his sword. The barrier merely trembled but did not yield. The cloaked figure sneered, while the mysterious newcomer smirked, and Ouyang Ruoqing felt the icy blade graze his skin, leaving all present convinced of his impending demise. Yet, it was at that very moment that an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A flash of light erupted, and Ouyang Ruoqing vanished from sight. The mysterious figure paused, muttering, "A teleportation talisman." He immediately dispersed his spiritual sense, pursuing the dissipating trace of energy. Zhonglinga promptly called upon the four disciples, urging them to charge towards the formation. The four disciples, stunned by the series of chaotic events, were left in a daze, following along as if someone had taken charge. It was only as they entered the formation that they regained their senses. Why, they wondered, had they not seized the opportunity to flee but instead entered the very trap? Clarity dawned upon them when they saw the mysterious figure returning with a flash. Escape was impossible. However, they could still attach themselves to a powerful ally. Though the ally was ensnared within the formation, he could still provide them protection. The unperturbed master shielded the five behind him, his first disciple having been teleported away, and he no longer rushed to break the formation, channeling all his fury towards the cloaked figure instead. The cloaked figure, trapped within the formation, found no space to evade. His talismans and artifacts shattered one after another, his robes tearing apart until the Spirit Sword sect's attire, white with golden threads, became vaguely visible. While Zhong Linger searched for the formation escort, she remained vigilant against the mysterious figure outside. Noticing him turn to gaze in their direction, she entertained a bold hypothesis. Your companion must be a formation master. His skills in arranging formations are formidable, yet he lacks prowess in combat, otherwise, why would he not come to your aid? Chapter 45 of the lightning symbol strikes the void for a fleeting moment. The breath of the figure in the black robe halted, and seizing the opportunity, Wu Qingjianren fiercely slashed his sword across the man's arm. Did your accomplice not inform you how to exit this formation? Surely, he did not intend to leave you trapped from the very beginning. You cannot possibly be allies. Could it be that he aims to silence you? Silence, she speaks nonsense. I never contemplated your entrapment. Before the black-robed man could ponder further, the mysterious figure swiftly interjected, recognizing her cunning attempt to sow discord and exacerbate their already fragile alliance. He too was devising a solution to the predicament at hand. Though the formation could ensnare individuals, it bore no lethal force. It had originally been designed to capture Ouyang Ruoqing, yet unexpectedly, a pinnacle sword cultivator had arrived. What could a formation master do at this juncture? Said another killing formation. Crafting a deadly array capable of vanquishing a peak fusion cultivator was not a feat achievable in an instant. Could he flee once the array was dismantled? Yet, he feared that if the formation collapsed, neither would escape unharmed. Initially, he had contemplated taking a hostage, but the hostage had already entered the formation, beyond his reach. Now, caught in a dilemma, with an insistent young lady causing trouble, he found himself in a dire predicament. The teleportation talisman employed by Ouyang Ruoqing was undoubtedly of high grade. His spiritual sense had swept 100,000 miles yet found no trace of him. That talisman was at least of the 7th rank. Wasn't Taiqiong Sect rather impoverished? When did they acquire such a remarkable item? The mysterious figure was growing frantic outside the formation, while the black-robed man within could endure no longer. Break the formation, let us flee. The black-robed man commanded, and the mysterious figure immediately struck the formation's barrier with a palm. A flash of brilliance illuminated the grand array for an instant before it extinguished. As the array's patterns disintegrated, the mysterious figure vanished in an instant, and the black-robed man attempted to retreat, but Wu Qingjianren had anticipated this, raising his hand to seal the space around him. Stay here. Let me see who you truly are. With a booming voice, Wu Qingjianren's aura surged once more, the oppressive force of the Great Ascension period emanating forth as he raised his hand to unveil the black-robed man's mask. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the void, and a gigantic hand descended from the heavens, pulling the first black-robed figure into the void just as swiftly as it appeared. Wu Qingjianren's heart trembled violently. Tearing through the void was a feat achievable only during the tribulation phase. The only beings capable of reaching such a level were the 4 great sect ancestors, who had not been seen in nearly a century. To think they would be stirred for the sake of a junior, Zhong Linger, witnessing the impending failure, stomped her foot in frustration, the void's rift resembling a merciless maw, mocking her meticulous schemes that had come to naught. A spiritual talisman flickered in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped forward and, in the final second before the rift sealed, tossed the talisman into the abyss. Wu Qingjianren, realizing it was too late to intervene, was struck with fear as he waved his sleeve, whisking the 5 of them nearly 10,000 miles away. The thunderous roars and cries echoed behind them. Goodness, an 8th rank divine lightning talisman. Purple divine lightning cascaded from the heavens, enveloping an area of 1,000 miles in a tempest of purple lightning. The space appeared to shatter like glass, fragmented by the strikes. 2 figures plummeted from the void, one appeared gravely injured, while the other lay motionless, oblivious to the chaos, under the onslaught of the thunder. Both figures stumbled momentarily before vanishing once more. Zhong Linger withdrew her gaze from the distant sky, turning back to find her master staring at her in shock, and she smiled sweetly, her heart lightened. Linger, throwing a divine lightning talisman into the void, what were you thinking? Thankfully, your spiritual power is still modest, otherwise, had a void turbulence been created, none of us would have survived. Wu Qingjianren was now filled with trepidation. This child was far too audacious. It seemed he would need to reclaim those 8th rank talismans. Zhong Linger blinked her big eyes and patted her master's chest reassuringly. Master, what are we afraid of? The real fear should lie with those people. After this incident, will they dare to harm my senior brother again? Certainly, they would think twice. When an ancestor-level powerhouse intervenes and nearly meets their demise, who would be so reckless? Wu Qingjianren ruffled his little disciple's hair. Your reasoning is sound, but you must never undertake such actions again. I would like to, but conditions must be met. In just one day, I have used 2 8th rank spiritual talismans, costing me 60 to 70,000 spirit stones. Just thinking about it fills me with sorrow. Zhong Linger clutched her chest, casting a pitiful glance at her master, who covered his head in exasperation. You feel pain? My head is still throbbing. As the master and disciple bantered, a shadow rushed towards them. Wu Qinjianren stepped forward to intercept, and indeed, it was the sect's spiritual vessel Ouyang Ruocheng, Wu Jizhenren, and Wu Zhuozhenren emerged, visibly relieved to see everyone unharmed. They had come to rescue them, and after ensuring the group was safe, they immediately set off back, distancing themselves from this perilous locale. Once the spiritual vessel landed, Fairy Qianghua welcomed Yi Qinglan, Bai Luochang, and others. After confirming their safety, they all entered the Grand Hall to discuss the events that transpired. After the four disciples recounted how they had been deceived, they were allowed to rest. Zhonglinger requested her fifth uncle to prepare 2 backup recording stones. As she played the recording, she recounted the thrilling events that had unfolded. Upon viewing their harrowing battle, everyone began to piece together the motives behind it. The attack on Ouyang Ruocheng prior to the grand competition was undoubtedly aimed at ranking. The most likely culprit was Taiqiong Sect, yet their ancestor was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension phase and had not yet reached tribulation. Only the other 4 great sects could boast tribulation-level powerhouses, but which of them would be involved? What benefit would it bring them to engage in such matters? Someone is clearly intent on preventing our senior brother from participating in the sect competition. Do you think they would simply back down after one failure? Zhonglinger's question sent shockwaves through the group, and Wu Zhuozhenren slammed his palm on the table. What, do they still dare to lay hands on Ruocheng? I cannot predict their next move, but it is certain they do not wish for Taiqiong Sect to secure a top 5 ranking. Therefore, we might as well stoke the flames and see who dares to reveal themselves. Amidst the puzzled gazes of her peers, Zhonglinger pulled Yi Qinglan closer, producing a palm-sized Qianquan device and handing it over. Sister Yi, it is now up to you. Yi Qinglan pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently. Little junior sister, speak your mind. I assure you, I will handle this matter with utmost care. Release the news that our sect aims to secure first place in this grand competition. My 5 senior brothers are formidable, and we have complete confidence. Yi Qinglan contemplated for a moment before inscribing on the Qianquan device, shocking news. The sect master of Taiqiong Sect boldly declares their intention to claim the first position in the upcoming sect competition. Wu Qinjianren, who was observing the Qianquan device, was startled, his hand shaking. Nonsense. That is not what I said. If we fail to secure first place, I would be the laughingstock. Zhonglinger hurriedly reassured him. Master, you must have some faith in my senior brothers. They will undoubtedly bring home the first place. Chapter 46, an unexpected turn of events. 5 pairs of eyes turned towards him, and instantly, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. The serene Master Wu Chen was not consoled by his disciples' words. As he imagined the gazes of other sect leaders upon him, he suddenly felt reluctant to participate in the grand sect competition. Following Yi Qinglan's explosive statement, a fervent discussion erupted in the forum. On what grounds? The first place in the competition has always belonged to the Spirit Sword Sect. Indeed, Master Wu Chen has always been a humble person. How could he be so arrogant behind the scenes? Master Wu Chen buried his face in his hands, lamenting the damage to his reputation, as he helplessly watched the rumors unfold. Yi Qinglan posted again, is the Spirit Sword Sect truly formidable? Do they possess a nascent soul? Have they comprehended the sword intent? Just moments ago, Qi Haoran had also grasped the sword intent. With a 9th-layer foundation establishment and the sword intent, he would undoubtedly rival those of the Golden Core stage. What, someone at the foundation establishment has comprehended the sword intent? Is that for real? Isn't that more talented than the twin prodigies of Taiqiong? That can't be right. The Spirit Sword Sect has all members at the Golden Core stage, except for their new junior sister. 2 at the mid-Golden Core, 2 at the peak, their strength is solidly first. Taiqiong Sect even has a junior sister at the foundation establishment. Yi Qinglan swiftly retorted, Zhonglinger isn't competing, so her cultivation level is irrelevant. Taiqiong Sect has 1 nascent soul, 1 peak Golden Core, 1 mid-Golden Core, and 1 early Golden Core. They may have a 9th-layer foundation establishment, but defeating Golden Cores is not an issue. Yet they have all comprehended the sword intent, easily overshadowing the Spirit Sword Sect. What, they've all comprehended the sword intent? Is sword intent as common as cabbage? How could Taiqiong Sect all possess sword intent? That's just bragging. Wait, didn't they say by Luocheng isn't competing? Exactly, you must be talking nonsense, not even knowing who is competing. Yi Qinglan smiled faintly, continuing, I'm not talking nonsense. My brother is a core disciple of Taiqiong Sect. He said the senior brother was attacked. Fortunately he is fine, but the sect leader was furious, thus, there was an adjustment in the list of competitors. The sect leader also mentioned that Taiqiong Sect hasn't secured first place in a long time, and they are almost being regarded as soft persimmons, so he decided to let Bai Luocheng compete to show everyone the true strength of Taiqiong Sect. What? Ouyang Ruoqing was attacked. When did this happen? How come I haven't heard about it? I did see the skies near Taiqiong Sect torn apart by thunder. Judging by the pressure, it must have been a battle of the integration stage or above. It seems something serious has indeed transpired. So it turns out Master Wu Chen was provoked and is now vying for first place. Do you think there is some hidden secret behind this? Is that even a question? An integration stage attacking a nascent soul disciple, no wonder Master Wu Chen is furious. The ensuing discourse veered towards conspiracy theories. Zhong Linger smiled, realizing that no one would dare to harm the senior brother now. Yet, not to mention first place, even fifth would be hard for Taiqiong Sect to secure, thus, it remained to be seen what moves they would make and who would emerge next. Zhong Linger instructed Yi Qinglan to monitor the forum's developments. This topic needed to be discussed for at least another 2 days to ensure that the majority of cultivators in the eastern state were aware. Subsequently, she was taken into a room by her master to discuss the fate of her 8th grade spirit talisman. 2 days before their departure, the esteemed dean of Tenji Academy personally visited Taiqiong Sect, bearing an invitation from Tenji Pavilion. The Divine Fallen battlefield urgently required personnel as demonic creatures were nearing the array's exit, prompting a frantic mobilization of forces from various regions. In eastern state, only Ouyang Ruoqing met the criteria, thus the opportunity fell solely to him. The Divine Fallen battlefield was a remnant space left after ancient deities vanquished the heavenly demons. It is said that although the heavenly demons perished, their malevolent essence endured, transforming into countless demonic entities that assailed the cultivation realm. The deities transformed their own bodies into vessels to imprison these creatures, sealing the entrance with arrays. However, as time passed, the entrance array became unstable, allowing numerous demonic entities to escape and ravage several cities. It was the collaborative effort of Tianji Pavilion and various sect cultivators that suppressed the demonic creatures and repaired the array, but due to continuous assaults from the demons, cultivators were needed to guard it. Due to the restrictions of the secret realm's laws, only nascent soul cultivators below the age of 50 could enter if few met this criterion. Thus an unwritten rule emerged in the cultivation realm. Whoever Tianji Pavilion invited must go, lest they bear the blame for neglecting the safety of the cultivation world. Naturally, Tianji Pavilion would not send anyone off without compensation. Those who entered the Divine Fallen battlefield would receive a spiritual vein as payment, and the battlefield was rife with opportunities for enhancement, prompting many to willingly participate. Ouyang Ruoqing, however, was reluctant to go. Did he have the luxury to refuse? Is there truly no other candidate qualified to participate in the sect competition? Shi Haoran inquired, unwilling to accept that first place was slipping away. The dean smiled. The Divine Fallen battlefield concerns the lives of thousands. It is far more significant than the sect competition. Wow, my senior brother is shouldering the lives of thousands. Zhou Yizhu's languid voice interjected, laced with mockery. The dean twitched his mouth, maintaining his smile. Not quite. It's merely a precedent. If others take example from it, the consequences could be dire. Can my senior brother even return alive? Yu Changpeng asked directly, voicing everyone's concerns. The dean's smile faded. Many have returned alive, and they all broke through to the transformation stage. Are you implying that once they enter, their lives are at stake, and only those who break through to the transformation stage can be brought back by the secret realm? Zhong Linger asked innocently, yet her tone was frosty, as she had not anticipated that her efforts to save her senior brother would lead him to another perilous situation. The dean's expression also turned serious. Which cultivator entering the Divine Fallen battlefield is not risking their life? None of us wish to see them in danger, but the cultivation realm requires their protection. Safeguarding the cultivation realm is the duty of every cultivator. Master Wu Chen sighed deeply, inquiring if Ouyang Ruoqing could postpone his departure until after the competition, but the answer was a firm no. Tenji Pavilion granted only 1 day's notice. They were to depart early the next morning. That night, the entire Taiqiong Sect was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Elders imparted many words to Ouyang Ruoqing and bestowed upon him numerous gifts, followed by farewells among the disciples. Senior brother is going to the battlefield, not to the gallows. Do not wear such expressions. Senior brother will return. Bai Luocheng spoke gently, alleviating the heavy mood. Ouyang Ruoqing, rarely smiling, managed a slight grin. I cannot partake in the sect competition. Do your best to ensure we at least remain in the top 5. Senior brother, do not underestimate us. Even without you, we will secure first place, Shi Haoran declared with pride, though tears glimmered in his eyes. Chapter 47. A farewell to the senior brother. Ouyang Ruoqing gently patted his head, saying, all right, I shall await your good news. It's not a big deal. At the pace you're cultivating, you might very well reach the transformation stage within 10 years. If you wish to return sooner, just put in the effort. If it's late, I'll take my leave first. Zhou Yizhu's eyes reddened, yet he resolutely turned and walked out. What a coincidence! Suddenly raising his head, Yu Chengpeng, who had been keeping it lowered, firmly uttered those words. Ouyang Ruocheng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't overthink it, it might just be a coincidence. Zhong Linger rolled her eyes, pulling her fourth and fifth senior brothers along. We will await the return of our senior brother. Let us give him and second senior brother some time for farewells. We shall return to rest first. Zhong Linger dragged the two away, not addressing the fifth senior brother's question as to why they needed to avoid the farewells, and left the two bewildered brothers in silence. Zhong Linger did not truly go to rest. Instead, she turned and headed to her master's room. Master, I wish to draw a talisman. You might get struck by lightning. Zhong Linger's expression was earnest, and Wu Chen, taking a deep breath, quietly inquired, what kind of talisman? Zhong Linger pointed to the sky and shook her head. Wu Chen did not press further and immediately prepared himself. After more than half a year, the rolling thunderous punishment descended once more. Wu Chen was struck, leaving him charred, and as he watched his little disciple snatch the talisman and flee, his heart felt as if it had been plunged into icy waters. Ouyang Ruocheng also heard the thunder and rushed over to inquire what was happening, but was dismissed by his master with a simple "it's nothing." Upon returning to his room, he found his little junior sister waiting for him. Senior brother, entering the Divine Ruins battlefield is not necessarily a bad thing. At least you can focus on your cultivation now. You might find these items useful, so be sure to keep them safe. These talismans are crucial for saving your life in dire moments. Do not hesitate to use them. And this talisman, place it within your sea of consciousness, but remember not to remove it. Ouyang Ruocheng accepted the items his little junior sister handed him, scanning them with his spiritual sense, his expression changing instantly. Little junior sister, where did you acquire these 8th grade talismans? Don't ask. They were given by master. Also, take this Qingqi divine sword to the battlefield. It is a divine sword and should be used to vanquish demons on the battlefield, rather than remain idle with me. Zhong Linger retrieved the Qingqi divine sword from her sea of consciousness and handed it to Ouyang Ruocheng. Did you not think to consult me beforehand? The spirit of the Qingqi sword appeared, crossing its arms and looking at the brother and sister, feeling a sense of indignation akin to being abandoned by a fickle lover. You are a divine sword, so you must protect my senior brother well. Wait for me. Once I grow stronger, I will personally bring you both back. Zhong Linger declared with unwavering determination, embracing her senior brother briefly, and solemnly stated, Senior brother, wait for me. I will ensure you and second senior brother reunite. Ouyang Ruocheng's initial feelings of being touched dissipated instantly. In truth, he and the second junior brother were not that kind of relationship. The following morning, after leaving behind a spiritual vein, the dean of Tianxian took Ouyang Ruocheng away as Zhong Linger conceived a bold idea regarding this spiritual vein. The Taiqiong Sect lacked many things, but most critically, it was in short supply of medicinal pills, and the disciples primarily sought various spiritual herbs for alchemy during their outings. Although the sect possessed a medicinal field, it was only cultivated with common herbs, while high-level spiritual plants struggled to survive due to the constraints of their growing conditions. In fact, the growth environment for high-level herbs could be simulated through formations. For instance, herbs that only thrived near magma could grow similarly if provided with sufficient fire spiritual energy. Setting up a large 5-element formation was not difficult. The challenge lay in maintaining the formation, which required a continuous supply of pure spiritual energy. This spiritual vein precisely addressed that issue. Once Zhong Linger articulated her idea, everyone unanimously raised their hands in agreement, not bothering to seek the approval of the slumbering sect leader, and the matter was promptly settled. Of course, there was no time to set up the formation now. Zhong Linger briefly outlined the necessary materials and foundational elements, entrusting fifth uncle to prepare them during their absence, while the others began making preparations for departure. The slumbering Wu Chen was lifted onto the spiritual vessel by Wu Ji. The flying vessel traveled for 3 days, leaving him with a day's worth of time for pre-battle mobilization. This time, the sect leader was leading the expedition, accompanied by Wu Ji and Fairy Chiu Moai. In addition to the 5 participating disciples, 10 core disciples were brought along to observe. 18 individuals filled the spiritual vessel to capacity. Severely overloaded Zhong Linger could not help but ask Yi Jinglan if the sect did not possess a larger vessel. Yi Jinglan whispered, there was a larger one, but it was too damaged and would require considerable materials for repairs. Furthermore, it consumes too many spirit stones, so we prefer not to use it. There is a divine beast residing on the Beast God Peak, which can also be ridden, but the divine beast refuses to carry us due to dissatisfaction with the food. What kind of divine beast is so high and mighty? It sounds as if it's being treated like our ancestor. Isn't a divine beast meant to be ridden? Zhonglinger knew that there was a divine beast on the beast god peak, reputed to possess cultivation equivalent to the integration stage, yet she had never seen it. Hearing this, she realized it was a flying divine beast. It is a saber-toothed tiger with the bloodline of Baizé, said to be the mount of our founding ancestor, now over 5,000 years old. Zhonglinger understood, so, essentially, it is a spirit beast with divine blood, just a mixed breed? 5,000 years to reach integration is not that impressive. Yi Jinglan smacked Zhonglinger lightly, anxiously warning, do not speak of this in its presence. If it loses its temper, it could create chaos in the sect. Zhonglinger nodded, unconvinced. The saber-toothed tiger paled in comparison to the Qingwan of the Spirit Sword sect, which she regarded as a true divine beast. The first match of the grand competition was held at the Wuji sect in the north, as the largest secret realm, the Beast Forest, was located there. When the spiritual vessel descended upon the Wuji sect, representatives from 21 of the 22 sects in the eastern state had already arrived, making the late arrival of the Taiqiong Sect particularly conspicuous. My heavens, such a small spiritual vessel belongs to the Taiqiong Sect. It seems rather shabby. Poor vessel, it can still fit so many people, there must be a spatial formation inside. The Taiqiong Sect is as impoverished as its name suggests, not even comparable to the grandeur of the Tianyuzong. As soon as Zhonglinger stepped off the vessel, she overheard numerous discussions. She held her head high, striding forward with pride. At the same time, she urged her fellow disciples, keep your spirits up, we are here to claim first place, not to compare vessels. The others, upon hearing this, straightened their backs, each walking out with the demeanor befitting the first place. The sect leader of Wuji, Taisu, approached them with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Master Wu Chen, if you had not arrived sooner, I would have come out to greet you from 3,000 miles away. Today, you must drink 3 cups of penalty wine. What a jest from Master Taisu. Master Wu Chen is here for first place. If we cannot secure the top spot, we shall only aim for the bottom. Chapter 48. The manipulation of public opinion. The countenance of Master Wu Chen grew solemn, and the leader of the Tianyu sect, Master Ming Yuan, ceased his mirth. Alas, I may have overstepped with my jest. Master Wu Chen, please do not take offense given your declaration of intent to vie for the top position, it is indeed yours. This title is earned through merit, not merely spoken into existence. Furthermore, whether one holds the title of first is of little consequence, there is no need to burden our disciples with undue pressure. Master Xuanqing of Wanluozong approached, attempting to ease the tension among the leaders. Noticing Gu Yanzi in the distance, Zhonglinger hurriedly tugged at her senior brother to join him. Brother Gu, we arrived late, what is the current situation, please enlighten us. Zhonglinger offered a radiant smile. Drawing from her past experiences, she understood that during the secret realms of the grand competition, many sects would clandestinely form alliances to eliminate formidable adversaries. Thus, she sought to grasp the situation before seeking an ally, with the host sect, Wujizong, being the most suitable candidate. Gu Yanzi's expression turned troubled as he led the two to a secluded spot before speaking. I would indeed like to collaborate with you, but your claim to the first position has ruffled many feathers. Everyone is eager to eliminate the greatest threat, which is you. Consequently, we have allied with the Lingjian sect. Zhonglinger bit her lip, realizing her sect's precarious position. It is of no concern, Brother Gu. In a competition, there can only be one victor. It is all for the benefit of our sect, and such rivalry is inevitable, as long as it does not affect our personal rapport. Seeing Zhonlinger's clarity of thought, Gu Yanzi felt a twinge of embarrassment, his gaze towards Bai Luocheng becoming somewhat evasive. It is reassuring to hear you think this way. Although I cannot form an alliance with you, I can share some intelligence. The Danqiang Pavilion has allied with Tianyu Sect, Wanluozong with Lingxi Valley, Qingquan Sect, and Zixiao Sect with Feixing Sect, while Echo Valley has partnered with Fengming Sect. Currently, only your Taiqiong Sect remains isolated among the 12 major sects. As for the smaller sects, their alliances hold little significance. Bai Luocheng's heart sank. Why does it feel as though our Taiqiong Sect is being ostracized by the major sects? What is the reason behind this? Gu Yanzi raised an eyebrow. The results of the competition determine the rights to the spiritual veins of Eastern State for the next 2 decades. For millennia, the 5 major veins have remained under the control of the 5 major sects, including the governance of the 5 major cities. It is not surprising that other sects have aspirations. Who wouldn't want to contend for such privileges? Indeed, the 5 major sects are not unassailable, and we, with only a peak golden core and 2 foundation establishment disciples, represent a potential breakthrough. However, the attitudes of the other four sects are disheartening. Naturally, I can understand. After all, a knife does not hurt until it is thrust into one's own flesh. Zhong Linger's words dripped with sarcasm, piercingly elucidating the harsh truth. Taiqiong Sect had been forsaken by the other four major sects. Gu Yanzi chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Brother Gu, may I inquire how the Danxiang Pavilion formed an alliance with the Tianyu sect? Were they not previously close to the Lingjian sect? The Lingjian sect wished to secure their position at the top, hence they chose to ally with us. The Danxiang Pavilion reached an agreement with Tianyu sect, offering a substantial discount of 20% on all their medicinal pills. So, it was an opportunistic arrangement. The Danxiang Pavilion thus acknowledged the Tianyu sect. Finally, Gu Yanzi sheepishly smiled at Bai Luocheng. I apologize for not being able to ally with you this time. Brother Gu, there is no need for apologies. Your failure to ally with us is a loss on your part, Zhong Linger declared with pride and arrogance, leaving Gu Yanzi momentarily speechless. Upon returning to their resting area, the expressions of Master Wuchan and the others mirrored their discontent, clearly having heard the news. Zhong Linger clapped her hands together. Come now, everyone, let us rally our spirits. Since they choose not to cooperate with us, we shall shine brightly on our own. Let us discuss our strategy for tomorrow. Each person must have a designated role, and we must not falter. That evening, Yi Qinglan fervently tapped on her handheld device, disseminating the strengths of each team and the intentions of various sects on the forum, successfully igniting a fervor of discussion that drew more attention to the Taiqiong Sect, now isolated by the four major sections. Voices of disparagement echoed regarding Taiqiong Sect. Ouyang Ruocheng has left at such a critical time. Without him, Taiqiong Sect has lost all hope. Indeed, the top ranks include Ouyang Ruocheng as first, Lang Qingyu second, Li Sentang third, Lu Bin fourth, and Chang Xian fifth. Bai Luocheng does not even make the list, and it is uncertain who among Zhou Yizhua, Qin Dongshu, and Li Qingyao might be sixth. Without Ouyang Ruocheng, they stand no chance. Taiqiong Sect still has 2 foundation establishment disciples, but the other 4 major sects, along with Tianyu Sect, are all composed of Golden Core practitioners. Is it not said that Taiqiong Sect's junior sister is a talentless waste who cannot cultivate? How has she achieved foundation establishment? Your information is outdated. Taiqiong Sect likely employed some secret methods to directly achieve foundation establishment. It is said she is now at the 5th level of foundation establishment, but what does that matter? It is merely foundation establishment. Some claim she battles using talismans, while others say she wields a sword, albeit with little effectiveness. She seems to have a penchant for collecting corpses, regardless of their nature. This explains why the other 4 major sects have abandoned Taiqiong Sect. It seems that after this grand competition, the 5 major sects will no longer bear their name, with Tianyu Sect rising to prominence. Many expressed unwavering confidence in Tianyu Sect, with some even reordering the 12 major sects, directly placing Tianyu Sect among the top 5, relegating Taiqiong Sect to a position below the 10th. However, Zhong Linger remained resolute, determined to use her strength to deliver a resounding rebuttal to those disparaging Taiqiong Sect. Early the next morning, all sect teams gathered in an orderly fashion at the rear mountain of Wuzhizong. The Dean of Tenji Academy, Dean Tianxian, served as the judge, explaining the rules to all participants. As the name suggests, the beast forest is teeming with numerous beasts, ranging from those at the foundation establishment level to those at the nascent soul level, with some formidable beasts exceeding the nascent soul stage. However, that particular area had been cordoned off in advance. The primary task for each sect's disciples was to hunt these beasts and obtain their inner course. Points would be awarded based on the course grade. Inner cores from nascent soul level beasts would earn the highest points, while those from peak golden core beasts would yield 6 points, and mid golden core cores would yield 5 points, and so forth. Combat among disciples was strictly prohibited, as was the act of theft. However, they were permitted to use formations, talismans, magical implements, and elixirs, provided they did not exceed the 4th grade. Upon entry, each participant would receive a teleportation token, which contained a teleportation talisman. In the event of life-threatening danger, shattering the token would result in instant extraction. Subsequently, Dean Tianxian conjured a magical mirror that hovered high above, informing the disciples that every action taken within the secret realm would be displayed upon the mirror, subtly cautioning everyone to behave and refrain from any underhanded tactics. Zhong Linger scoffed slightly. She had seen this magical mirror in her previous lives. It could only provide a limited aerial view, making it difficult to discern details from a distance, and it lacked sound. The small antics of the Tianyu Sect would surely not go unnoticed. Chapter 49. A stunning entrance. Moreover, the grand competition has never been so harmonious. There are always casualties. As for the regulations against fighting and scrambling, those privileges are only afforded during the first round, specifically as a boon for the smaller sects, allowing them to score some points and avoid a humiliating defeat. Otherwise, no one would want to play the supporting role for the 12 major sects in the future. After a lengthy discourse, Zhonglinger raised a pertinent question regarding the ownership of the inner cores of the demon beasts and the opportunities contained within. The esteemed President Tianxian graciously declared that whoever obtains them shall rightfully possess them, with no one daring to contest. Zhonglinger felt relieved, and the direct disciples from each sect began to enter the secret realm, their figures vanishing one by one, randomly teleported to various locations within. The remaining sect leaders and disciples turned their gazes skyward, diligently discerning which sect and which disciple appeared on the magical mirror. Wu Chen, the real person, produced a misty mirror before the members of Taiqiong Sect, and soon, a voice emanated from within. "Ah, where is this? Master, I'm a bit scared." This was Zhonglinger's voice, clearly heard by many, but wasn't she supposed to be in the secret realm? The nearest disciple, Xianchang, immediately looked over, his pupils trembling in shock. The large mirror before Taiqiong Sect distinctly displayed the figures of 5 direct disciples, their surroundings vividly visible, even the sound of their footsteps resonating. "Wu Chen, what manner of magical artifact is this that it possesses such wondrous capabilities?" "Oh, this is called the Taiqiong Mirror, a treasure crafted by my 5th junior brother," Wu Chen replied cheerfully, his eyes glued to the image, equally curious as it was his first time using this device. Simultaneously, in the plaza of Qiongshao City, a Taiqiong mirror that had mysteriously been erected also revealed an image, with Zhonglinger's charming voice echoing throughout half the city, drawing numerous onlookers. "Heavens, this is footage from the sect competition. Does this mean we can also witness the sect competition?" Numerous exclamations erupted, followed by a frenzy of activity as countless cultivators rushed towards Qiongshao City, leaving the overwhelmed Wu Zhu to desperately maintain order. At the back mountain of Wuji Sect, several sect leaders crowded around the members of Taiqiong Sect. President Tianxian cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Wu Chen, since you possess such a marvelous artifact, why not share it? Place it by the magical mirror for everyone to view together." With a magnanimous spirit, Wu Chen smiled and nudged the Taiqiong mirror. "Since everyone wishes to see, let us all watch together." The Taiqiong mirror soared into the sky with Wu Chen's magical energy, settling beneath the magical mirror, then magnifying until every scene was vividly presented before the crowd. Once again, they were astonished. "I in the image." Zhonglinger wandered by a brook for a while before producing a jade slip. After fiddling with it, she spoke into the slip. "Brothers, can you hear my voice?" "We can hear you, little junior sister." "Where are you?" replied Chihaoren, holding the jade slip and speaking loudly. "Lower your voice, you're going to deafen me." Zhou Yizhu impatiently remarked into the slip. By Luochang also picked up a jade slip. "Enough of the chatter. Let us discuss our locations and regroup quickly. Let us first look around for any conspicuous objects at a higher elevation." Yu Qingping gestured towards the sky with his jade slip, and the images from his location appeared on the other 4 disciple slips. Outside the secret realm, the crowd erupted once more. "How is it possible for jade slips to be used within the secret realm? I have never heard of such a thing. Not only can the jade slips converse, but they can also display scenery. This is simply miraculous. Wu Chen, what is the meaning of this? Please explain to everyone." Tiansu could not help but interject, his expression serious, realizing they had underestimated Taiqiong Sect. They had come prepared. Wu Chen chuckled, his tone slightly proud. "This is not merely a jade slip, its functionality far exceeds that. It is a treasure crafted collaboratively by my 2nd and 5th junior brothers, called the Palm Universe. Its capabilities, as you can see, are extraordinary. This competition seems rather inequitable. Taiqiong Sect is taking full advantage of their magical artifacts," interjected Ming Yuan, while the other sect leaders fell silent, observing quietly. "Wherein lies the unfairness? It is permissible to use magical artifacts, is it not? Moreover, to claim we are exploiting our artifacts is rather ludicrous. How does this leave Wanluo Sect?" Wu Ji retorted with a hint of derision, casting a cold glance at Ming Yuan, then at Xianchang. Ming Yuan was left speechless. Wanluo Sect primarily focused on weaponry and relied on magical artifacts for combat. Though Taiqiong Sect's artifacts were rare, Wanluo Sect surely possessed even more extraordinary ones. Could he deny them their use? "Splendid, Linger and Luocheng have reunited," exclaimed Fairy Qianghua excitedly, as her greatest concern was Zhonglinger being isolated and bullied. Now, she could rest easy. As they conversed, Bai Luocheng, having recognized the surrounding features, swiftly flew over on his sword, being the first to reunite with Zhonglinger. The other sect leaders eagerly searched the magical mirror for their own direct disciples, some still turning in circles, while others were being chased by demon beasts, their reunions reliant upon fortune. After connecting with the little junior sister, Bai Luocheng felt relieved, surveying the dense forest they found themselves in, sensing the surrounding aura before addressing the other 3. "I have reunited with the little junior sister. We seem to be at the outskirts of the secret realm, surrounded mostly by foundation to early golden core stage demon beasts. Let us commence our endeavors from here. You all should hurry over. The other three assented, and Bai Luochang, alongside Zhong Linger, sought a flat and open area to begin placing their formation bases, appearing intent on establishing a formation. With clarity of purpose, Zhou Yizhu and the others hastily arrived on their swords, deftly evading demon beasts, prioritizing their reunion above all else. Just as Zhong Linger and Bai Luochang were nearing completion of their formation, the 5 members of Taiqiong Sect were the first to gather. They then divided their tasks, moving in different directions while dropping a peculiar disc-like object onto the ground, which vanished upon contact. Those outside the secret realm were left perplexed. President Tianxian inquired of Wu Chen, "What are your disciples up to? Why aren't they engaging the demon beasts?" Wu Chen was about to respond when Wu Ji interjected, rather curtly, "What else could it be? A formation, magical artifacts. Rest assured, they are all below 4th rank." President Tianxian recognized that the members of Taiqiong Sect were displeased and opted for silence, casting a glare at Ming Yuan. Within the secret realm, the 5 members of Taiqiong Sect dispersed, quickly encountering demon beasts. Except for the low-ranking ones that could be easily dispatched, they did not linger in battle, instead leading the beasts back as beams of light illuminated, trapping the demon beasts within their formation. Chapter 50. Embarking on business. The most extravagant among them was Zhou Yizhu, whose prowess at the peak of the golden core stage allowed him to navigate the forest with ease. Rather than luring ferocious beasts, he sought out a location, striking the ground with his sword to startle the beasts into revealing themselves. He then herded them toward the formation, which gleamed with increasing radiance, with many of the creatures being driven into the heart of the grand array. Witnessing the formidable efforts of their third senior brother, Zhong Linger immediately lavished him with praise. "Third brother, you are my hero, do not cease, we shall capture all these beasts." Zhou Yizhu, with an air of pride, flicked his head back. "Is that even necessary to say? These beasts are hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." "Is your dental gap that wide, third brother?" Zhong Linger silently scoffed, yet she extended her thumb in approval, delighting Zhou Yizhu as he continued his pursuit of the beasts. Such a commotion inevitably attracted a number of onlookers. Upon witnessing the radiant array patterns, everyone lost their composure, having momentarily forgotten that Bai Luochang was also a formation master. The fact that he could deploy such numerous formations indicated his considerable skill. However, they pondered the utility of trapping these ferocious beasts within formations. Surely, they could slay the remaining humans instead. One individual, spotting a pinnacle foundation establishment beast ensnared within a formation, thought to seize the opportunity and rush toward it, only to be repelled with a resounding bang by the formation's barrier. The array possessed the ability to distinguish between humans and beasts, preventing outsiders from entry, implying that all these beasts were indeed the property of Taiqiong Sect. Jiu Yenza was also drawn by the noise and hurried over to assist Bai Luochang in driving the beasts, while simultaneously seeking intelligence. "Bai Luochang, you have reached the status of a 5th-tier formation master, haven't you? Yet, it is not feasible to set up so many formations so swiftly." "No, I am still a 4th-tier master. This area is not entirely comprised of formations, the majority are magical tools." Bai Luochang, with a keen and precise swordlight, intercepted several straying beasts, his demeanor calm and his voice warm, as if engaging in a casual conversation with a friend. "What kind of magical tool is this, that it can integrate with formations?" "This is a formation disc crafted by our 5th uncle, designed to house formations within it, allowing for swift deployment when thrown, far more convenient than setting up formations on site." "But with so many beasts confined within the formations, will you be able to slay them?" "Once confined, these beasts become ours. As for whether we can kill them, we will always find a way." Having driven the beasts into the larger array, Bai Luochang produced his palm-sized universe and addressed the other 4. "This area is nearly clear of beasts. Let us return and commence the hunt." "Ah, second brother, I have brought back a Yuanying beast, hurry and prepare." Chi Haoran's voice rang out. Bai Luochang, ignoring Gu Yan's astonished expression, immediately made his way toward the sound. Upon seeing the beast following Chi Haoran, he quickly cast a disc in several array bases, which landed before the creature. The beast, unsuspecting, stepped directly into the formation. As the array's brilliance erupted, the Yuanying beast was ensnared within, repeatedly battering against the barrier, yet the wall remained steadfast. The other 3 hurried over, and Zhong Linger, eager to engage, proposed, "Shall we slay this Yuanying beast first?" Zhou Yizhu, growing impatient, retorted, "There are plenty of Yuanying beasts within. If you wish to take the lead, do not waste time." "Little junior sister, hand me a sleep talisman." Disappointed, Zhong Linger passed him a talisman, and with a single step into the formation, Zhou Yizhu flung the talisman. The beast, with its movement restricted, was swiftly struck by the talisman, causing it to stagger in a daze. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yizhuo swung his sword, decapitating the creature and extracting its core. Tossing the core to Bai Luocheng, Zhou Yizhuo contemplated for a moment before retrieving a storage ring to collect the beast's carcass, awkwardly stating, "The meat of this beast is edible." Zhong Linger, her eyes sparkling, thought to herself how considerate her proud senior brother was toward her, and his flustered demeanor was simply adorable. She pushed the ring back to him, smiling sweetly, "Fill it up and then give it to me." Zhou Yizhuo, with a twitch of his lips, retracted his hand. He found himself able to indulge this small request from his junior sister. Gu Yanzi, entirely oblivious to the brother-sister camaraderie unfolding before him, remained fixated on the image of the slain beast. The yuanying beast had fallen to their hands, and he had just been fretting about their inability to finish the task. Why had he worried? He ought to be concerned about the lack of beasts left to slay. No, he had far too many questions that required answers. Coming back to his senses, Gu Yanzi suddenly noticed that each member of Taiqiong Sect had a stone resembling an eye hovering nearby. "What is this object, and why does it follow you?" Zhong Linger approached with a smile, eager to explain. "Senior brother Gu, this is called the Thousand-Mile Eye, a magical tool for monitoring individuals. Our master is quite protective of us, fearing we might be devoured by ferocious beasts in the secret realm, so he had our fifth uncle craft this tool to keep a close watch on us. The master also possesses a Taiqiong mirror, allowing him to observe our actions, travels, and conversations from outside." Having finished, Zhong Linger waved at the Thousand-Mile Eye, cheerfully calling, "Hello, master. We are all very obedient and have listened to second brother." Outside the secret realm, the serene Master Wu Qin smiled, reproaching gently, "The master intended for the other disciples to witness the competition, not to monitor your every move." What a nonsensical claim. The other sect leaders exchanged glances, their concern for their own disciples apparent. They too wished to clearly understand their disciples' performance from outside, yet they were uncertain if Taiqiong Sect had any extra of such magical tools. Within the secret realm, Gu Yanzi posed a second question, "Little junior sister, how is it that your jade slips can communicate within the secret realm?" "Senior brother Gu, what we hold is called the Palm Universe, which possesses far more functions than a jade slip, essentially an upgraded version. The Palm Universe allows for direct conversation with specific individuals and also enables us to see their faces while speaking. While in the secret realm, as long as we connect the Palm Universe to the spatial laws of the realm, it can be utilized. However, the Palm Universe cannot guarantee functionality in every secret realm, as each has its own spatial laws. But its greatest feature is not merely this, it includes a forum function. In the past, everyone would speak whatever came to mind, creating chaos, so the Palm Universe introduced classifications. Look, this is the task area for posting missions and forming teams, the technique area for sharing experiences, and the gossip area for casual discussions. As Zhong Linger pointed out the features to Gu Yanzi, she sent a message in the gossip area to Zhou Yizhuo, "Come quickly to see the most beautiful person in the cultivation world," accompanied by a segment of Zhou Yizhuo's image. Bai Luocheng chuckled, showing his own Palm Universe to Gu Yanzi. The message itself was not surprising, but he found it peculiar to see Zhou Yizhuo's face at a 45-degree angle, tossing his hair. Indeed, he was worthy of the title, the most beautiful person. Chapter 51. The master's wife first called upon Zhou Yizhuo, who upon seeing the words, "the first beauty," instantly darkened in countenance. Just as he was about to make a move, he was firmly restrained by Yu Changpeng and Chihaoren. "Third senior brother, the junior sister must not act rashly, master is watching," one cautioned. "Calm yourself, third senior brother. A moment of impatience can ruin a grand plan," another interjected. De Zhong Linger tugged at Gu Yanzi's sleeve. "Gu senior brother, what do you think of our palms of the universe? Do you believe anyone would buy it for 1,000 spirit stones?" "1,000 spirit stones? Are you truly planning to sell the palms of the universe? Then I shall take 10, Gu Yanzi exclaimed, his initial shock giving way to ecstatic delight. Such a wondrous artifact, priced at merely 1,000 spirit stones, was an absolute steal. He simply had to acquire it. Bai Luocheng hurriedly clarified, "The price of 1,000 spirit stones is for the official sale later. The current price is 2,000 spirit stones." Gu Yanzi's expression soured. "This is outrageous. You raise the price just because you see my eagerness to buy? If you pay now, you can receive the item once we exit the secret realm. However, should you choose to wait, you may find yourself in line for years, as my fifth master is exceedingly busy and may not recall to craft more for quite some time," Bai Luocheng replied. Years of waiting. This was a valuable item to use in the forthcoming secret realm competitions. Possessing it would grant a significant advantage. There was simply no way to wait. Gu Yanzi produced a storage ring, and Zhong Linger, beaming with delight, accepted it. "Typically, one person is allowed to buy only one, but I trust you, Gu senior brother, will not resell it at a high price, so I shall make an exception." She then turned to Qianlian and instructed, Sister Zhong, remember to give Gu senior brother 10 palms of the universe. And for the brothers and sisters outside the secret realm, if you wish to purchase, you may seek me, Sister Zhong. Each person is limited to one purchase. The newly opened Taiqiong Trading Company in Yunxiao City also has them for sale. Purchasing now means immediate acquisition at 2,000 spirit stones each. If you find that price excessive, you may wait. Later purchases will revert to 1,000 spirit stones each. The onlookers from outside the secret realm were left speechless. How did this turn into a business transaction mid-competition? Nevertheless, this item was essential, as it could be utilized in the next contest, and 2,000 spirit stones was genuinely a reasonable price. Thus, under the indication of their respective sect leaders, the disciples hurriedly approached Yi Qinglan to buy the palms of the universe. Yi Qinglan, accompanied by 10 disciples from her sect, commenced her entrepreneurial venture, assisting in converting the aura of the old jade slips and providing on-site instruction on usage, with impeccable after-sales service. Within Qiongxiao City, the newly inaugurated Taiqiong Trading Company was besieged by eager customers, the shopkeeper calling out, "Do not push, buying now will cost you double, return in a few days for a cheaper price." What's the rush? Don't give me that. Do you think I'm one to quibble over 1,000 spirit stones? I want it now. How many days is a few days? Who knows how long the line will be? Someone just posted a portrait of the first beauty. Who knows if we'll still see her in a few days? Master Wuzhu could only bring his disciples to maintain order, yet even so, the 1,000 palms of the universe were snatched up in an instant. The shopkeeper, grinning from ear to ear, presented a storage ring to Master Wuzhu, whispering, "Master, 200,000 spirit stones, the speed of profit is astonishing." Master Wuzhu, equally amused, replied, "Return and urge the disciples to work harder. We need more stock." Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the disciples of Taiqiong Sect had completed their transactions and began hunting demon beasts. The quartet advanced with remarkable efficiency, dispatching easily vanquished foes, while teaming up for the more formidable ones. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they had amassed over 30 inner cores. Zhonglinger, however, refrained from engaging in combat, instead trailing behind to collect the spoils of war, the corpses of the demon beasts and the formation bases and discs. Naturally, she also took the time to exchange pleasantries with her fellow disciples, reporting on their achievements. Jiyu Yenjia, initially intending to seek out his own sect members, found himself captivated by the Taiqiong Sect's prowess in slaying demon beasts. Their speed and efficiency were astounding. It was clear that simply hunting low-level beasts would not suffice to catch up with them, but he resolved to venture deeper to hunt higher-level demon beasts instead. As Gu Yenjia moved further inward, the onlookers dispersed. A shy young girl took a few steps forward, then hesitated, turning back to Zhonglinger. "Little sister, may I exchange a pill for a low-level demon beast, just the one beside you?" Zhonglinger looked up to see a round-faced girl whose sect uniform did not ring a bell, suggesting she was from a lesser sect. "Sister, which sect are you from?" "Ah, I am from the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion." "It's a lesser sect you might not have heard of." The Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, Zhonglinger recalled it well. After the inexplicable demise of Taiqiong Sect in her past life, only the pavilion master had spoken out on their behalf, persistently seeking the truth behind the events. The pavilion master, Fairy Yueyao, was no ordinary figure. She hailed from a reclusive family, a grade 8 alchemist, who had supposedly run away due to familial discord, later being rescued by Master Wuchen in the secret realm. She had spent 2 years at Taiqiong Sect before establishing her own sect. Rumor had it that Master Wuchen and Fairy Yueyao had nearly become partners in the Tao, but the reasons for their separation remained unknown. Zhonglinger had inquired about this from Yi Qinglan once, but she was uncertain. Only Fairy Qianghua had sighed, expressing regret at the matter. With a bright smile, Zhonglinger grasped the girl's hand with remarkable warmth. "Of course I know. How could I not? Your sect leader is Fairy Yueyao, isn't she? I often hear my elders mention her." The girl, taken aback by Zhonglinger's exuberance, was at a loss for words, her suspicions rising. Bai Luochang approached, pulling Zhonglinger's hand away and gently tapping her forehead. "Do not frighten her, this is Lin Chuchu from the Medicine Fragrance Pavilion, Fairy Yueyao's third disciple. You should address her as Sister Lin." Upon catching his meaning, Zhonglinger brightened. "So she is the disciple of our master's wife. Then we are all family. Sister Lin, feel free to take whichever demon beast you fancy, do not hesitate to be polite with us." Bai Luochang nearly choked on his own saliva. Did she truly consider the familial bond to be established so swiftly? Was it appropriate to address her as such? Outside the secret realm, Master Wuchen found himself blushing furiously, muttering, "What nonsense, this child is simply being outrageous." He cast furtive glances towards the crowd, spotting a figure with her head bowed, and contemplated approaching her for clarification. Fairy Qianghua was swifter, pushing through the throng to pull her away. Sister Yueyao, don't take offense at Linger, she is just innocent and enthusiastic. However, these children get along well, and it's beneficial for them to bond. With the girl whisked away, Master Wuchen felt it inappropriate to pursue further explanations, turning instead to face the teasing and mocking gazes of several sect leaders, dryly stating, children are often unaware. Do not take it to heart. Well, since the Masteress' wife had been invoked, we shall not take it to heart. Chapter 52. United with 14 sects within the secret realm, Lin Chuchu observed by Luochang displaying a touch of generosity. Senior brother Bai, we are unable to catch the low-tier beasts, nor can we contend with the high-tier ones. Would you be so kind as to spare us 2 beasts? We can exchange them for medicinal pills. Bai Luochang smiled gently. Certainly, you can give the pills to my junior sister, these dozen creatures belong to you. We shall proceed ahead. If you require assistance, simply call for me. He patted his junior sister on the shoulder before departing with the other 3. Zhong Linger produced 5 jade tokens and handed them to Lin Chuchu. Senior sister Lin, with this, you can enter the formation. What about your fellow disciples, can you reach them? Master provided us with a few tracking bees, they will arrive shortly. Lin Chuchu then presented 2 bottles of medicinal pills to Zhong Linger, casually brushing her fingers over the 2 small buds atop Zhong Linger's head. Did senior brother Bai mention us? And why do you refer to us as master and mistress? My master has no partner. Zhong Linger swatted away the mischievous hand on her head, rolling her eyes as she resolved to speak well of her master. I heard master mention you. When I first joined the sect, I sought his help to braid my hair, but he was utterly incapable. I jokingly suggested he find me a mistress, and he replied, you were nearly bestowed with one. You sought him for hair braiding? Your master must dote on you greatly. Indeed, he said I am his treasured find. As their conversation deepened, Zhong Linger produced a new palm-sized spatial artifact from her robe, infused it with her essence, and gifted it to Lin Chuchu, instructing her to seek her out after they had dealt with the beasts for another exchange of pills. The area was swiftly cleared, and the 4 re-entered the formation, engaging in a flurry of attacks, resulting in substantial gains. After gathering all the formation bases, Zhou Shuzhui intended to lead them deeper, but Zhong Linger grasped his arm firmly. Third senior brother, those major sects are likely within. They aim to slay high-tier beasts for significant points, dismissing the low-tier ones entirely, yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Junior sister, we are but a handful, you must choose between high-tier and low-tier beasts. Third senior brother, only children make such choices. We are adults now, we desire both. Zhou smirked slightly. I am an adult, while you remain a child. However, considering you are my junior sister, speak your mind, how do you wish to proceed? Zhong Linger huddled the group together and whispered a few words. Soon after, 4 thumbs were raised in unison. It must be said, junior sister is indeed clever. Very well, let us split up. The 5 relocated and resumed their array formation, causing considerable commotion that drove the beasts into the trap. Uniquely, Zhong Linger retained every individual from the lesser sects and the disciples of Tianyu Sect, guiding them to the shimmering formation. Let us negotiate a deal. We possess spiritual artifacts capable of swiftly and safely dispatching the beasts, yet we are too few to do so efficiently. Therefore, let us collaborate. We shall ensnare the beasts while you take care of the killing, as we circle through the beast forest. The corpses shall belong to us, and you shall relinquish 1/3 of the inner cores, whether they be high or low tier is up to you. Naturally, should we encounter particularly formidable beasts, my senior brother will lend his hand as well. What say you? The efficiency and safety of killing the beasts imprisoned by the formation, compared to hunting on their own, was undeniable. Though some beasts bore treasures, at such a grand competition, who could afford to be concerned? As for surrendering 1/3 of the inner cores, they had stated that low-tier ones would suffice. Such an opportunity was not to be dismissed lightly. Thus, a grand coalition for slaying beasts was formed, with Bai Luochang and his companions driving the creatures into traps while a multitude followed to execute them. Zhong Linger trailed behind, tasked with inspecting corpses and collecting formation bases. The group advanced rapidly, continuously welcoming new members. Within a mere half-day, they encompassed nearly all but the 4 great sects, Tianyu Sect, Qingqi Valley, and Qingqi Sect. Naturally, they encountered disciples from the 4 great sects and Qingqi Valley, who also wished to join. However, Zhong Linger turned them all away. Feng Ziyang from Wuliang Sect expressed his indignation, demanding to know why he was rejected. Zhong Linger pointed to a disciple nearby and inquired, "What is your objective in this competition?" The disciple replied loudly, "To rank in the top 10. Zhong Linger then asked Feng Ziyang, "And what is your goal?" Feng Ziyang fell silent. The smaller sects aimed for the top 10, while the 12 major sects strived for the top 5. Who would not contend for first place among the top 5, thus, they were rivals, not allies. Humph. Even if you gather the remaining 14 sects, what then? Can you contend with the high-tier beasts? I doubt you will remain pleased for long. In response to Feng Xian's resentment, Bai Luochang frowned. Junior brother Feng, I approached you to discuss an alliance from the outset, yet it was your senior brother who declined. Why then, must you interfere now that we have allied with others? Indeed, you dismissed us before, yet now that we demonstrate capability, you wish to join. Where do you find such audacity? Is it wrong for Taiqiong Sect to wish to collaborate with us? If you have the ability, go and battle the high-tier beasts, why compete with us? Others chimed in, and Feng Xian, begrudgingly, retreated outside the secret realm. The sect leaders furrowed their brows. They were not preoccupied with the verbal sparring of their disciples, but rather the speed of slaying the beasts. Though they could not discern the situation of their own disciples, a careful comparison of the time taken to fell a Yuanying beast deep within the secret realm revealed that it was nearly equivalent to the time taken by a large group outside to slay 30 beasts. This indicated that their team had earned a mere 10 points, whereas Taiqiong Sect had amassed at least 30. Their team still needed time to seek out the beasts, while the external group could directly pounce on the next ensnared beast. Should this continue, Taiqiong Sect's score would undoubtedly surpass all others by a wide margin. If this trend persisted, victory would surely belong to Taiqiong Sect. Meanwhile, some sects lamented their plight. After considerable time had passed, the majority of their disciples had gathered, yet some unfortunate souls remained disoriented. While leisurely hunting beasts was not an issue, encountering high-tier beasts posed a genuine threat. Not only could they not defeat them, but they were also pursued relentlessly. Lei Fengming from Wanluo Sect was one such unfortunate soul, relentlessly chased by a Yuanying beast for nearly a day. He could not fathom why this beast was fixated on him, as if harboring a vendetta against him. Along his path, he encountered several groups, only for them to retreat in terror upon seeing the peak Yuanying beast trailing him, with not a single soul offering assistance. In that moment, he missed his senior brother immensely. With him around, he would undoubtedly be rescued from this dire predicament. Chapter 53. I do not want such a foolish junior brother. If Xiao Haotian were to know, he would undoubtedly inform him that he is overthinking. A peak Yuanying demon beast, and not a single Yuanying cultivator exists within the entire secret realm. Upon encountering one, he would instinctively flee. After narrowly avoiding a swipe from the beast, Lei Fengming quickened his pace further, and upon hearing voices ahead, he rushed forward as though he had spotted a savior. Ah, help me! Upon seeing Bai Luochang, Lei Fengming appeared as if he had found hope, exclaiming, Senior brother Bai, hurry, I am about to be devoured by the demon beast. Sensing the aura of the Yuanying beast, Bai Luochang approached for a glance, and without hesitation, he kicked Lei Fengming, sending him sprawling. Danger! Everyone, step aside! Bai Luochang shouted to the group behind him, immediately dashing back in search of his junior sisters. Grabbing his junior sister, he watched as Lei Fengming, chased by the enormous demon beast, rushed past them in a frenzy. Bai Luochang sighed in relief and turned to his fourth and fifth junior brothers, speaking earnestly, do not emulate him, I have no desire for such a foolish junior brother. Zhong Linger tugged at her senior brother's sleeve, isn't second brother going to rescue him? There's no need. He can run quite well, he will be fine for a few more days. If he cannot endure, he will shatter the talisman to exit the secret realm, so do not worry about him. The fact that he charged towards them with a peak Yuanying beast was already a sign of mercy. But what if senior brother Xiao becomes displeased with our inaction? He is a good person and has gifted me numerous magical tools. Bai Luochang eyed his junior sister suspiciously, pondering whether her intentions were genuinely to save him or if she had taken a fancy to the beast. Earlier, senior brother Feng mentioned that we will eventually clear the perimeter, and entering the inner realm is only a matter of time. Therefore, how about we use this demon beast to test our skills? Zhong Linger's suggestion not only convinced the second brother but also garnered the approval of the others. Though the potential rewards were significant, nothing compared to the thrill of personally engaging in battle. Thus, the group began to strategize and collaborate. Bai Luochang and Zhou Yizhe were pursued to aid Lei Fengming, while Yu Chengping and Qi Haoren assisted Zhong Linger in clearing the area. Zhong Linger meticulously calculated, occasionally discarding a piece of formation base or a formation plate, fully immersed in her array crafting. Those outside the secret realm were left astounded. Zhong Linger can set formations. Although she had previously fiddled with the formation plates and bases alongside Bai Luochang, everyone believed she was merely assisting her senior brother. It was now clear that she was independently arranging the formations. Realizing this, Master Hongyuan turned to look at Master Wuchan, asking, from whom did Zhong Linger learn the art of formations? Master Wuchan stroked his beard and chuckled, Linger is the daughter of Master Zhong. Is it surprising that she can set formations? It's not about being surprising, it's about regretting having inadvertently rejected a prodigy of formation arts. Master Warji directly stabbed at Master Hongyuan's heart, infuriating him to the point of flinging his sleeves in frustration. I did not reject her. You all snatched her away. Promised to take her on as a direct disciple, only to later change her status to an inner disciple. She made it clear that she would not accept anything less than being a direct disciple. There were plenty of witnesses to this. Master Wuchan, known for his lack of decorum, was unafraid to counterattack. If you dare to turn the tables, I will expose all your misdeeds. Let us see who fears whom. Master Hong Yuan, gritting his teeth in anger yet unable to retaliate verbally without losing face, simply huffed and turned away. The other sect leaders observed in silence, feeling regret for not having taken Zhong Lingren earlier, but as they considered the qualifications for direct discipleship, they shook their heads. Talent in formation arts was indeed scarce, but they wondered if she would ever grow into a 6th or 7th grade formation master, or if nurturing one's own direct disciples would be more reliable. Within Qingqi, the cultivators erupted in astonished exclamations. Heavens, Zhong Linger can set formations. Given her youth, her prowess in formation arts must be exceptional. After all, she is the daughter of Master Zhong. It is not surprising that she can craft formations, is it? Not surprising. Master Zhong passed away when she was merely 7, what could a 7-year-old possibly learn? Taiqiong Sect has only Bai Luochang who understands formations. Could he be the one teaching her? Is Bai Luochang's formation art truly that formidable? One wonders if Lingjian Sect regrets rejecting Zhong Linger. How could the daughter of Master Zhong be ordinary? Surely not. From the looks of her, she only knows a bit of formation arts. She has been trailing behind just picking up items. The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet no conclusions emerged. Someone then took out a palm-sized device and entered the forum for the sect competition, posing the question, is there anyone familiar with Bai Luochang? What is his level in formation arts? Did he teach Zhong Linger? Within the secret realm, Zhong Linger swiftly completed her formation. Afterward, she addressed her palm-sized device, saying, all done, and then turned to the Qianlian, making a wish. Master, you must ensure we defeat that enormous creature, or else your 5 disciples will be unable to provide for you in your old age. Shi Haoran dashed forward, pushing Zhong Linger aside, and exclaimed to the Qianlian, Master, I am about to challenge the demon beast across 2 major realms, so watch closely as I bring you honor. Yu Chengping, helpless, grabbed his junior brother and sister and quickly moved aside, while Bai Luochang, graceful as ever, rushed over, carrying the wailing Lei Fengming. The furious beast behind them seemed to grow even more enraged, its massive form shaking the ground as it sped forward. In a few flashes, it caught up to Bai Luochang. He tossed Lei Fengming aside, who promptly spun around and kicked the beast squarely in the face. Seeing the beast's face swollen from multiple kicks, Zhong Linger understood why it was now angrier. After all, striking a person is one thing, but a demon beast also has its pride. Bai Luochang moved even faster, disregarding Lei Fengming's plight and ignoring the rips in his clothing caused by the beast's claws, as he charged straight into the formation. The demon beast followed closely. The formation activated upon sensing the beast's aura, radiating light that ensnared the creature while countless wind blades emerged, piercing towards it. The beast could only watch in frustration as Bai Luochang and Lei Fengming escaped through the formation, swiping its claws in a futile attempt to block the surrounding threats. Lei Fengming, tossed to the ground by Bai Luochang, scrambled to his feet, pointing at the trapped beast and shouting, Chase me, will you? What grudge do you have against me? Now you're stuck, aren't you? Zhong Linger took out a recording stone, capturing Lei Fengming's frantic gestures and the exposed area behind him. To her surprise, his muscles were quite firm and well-defined. Yu Chengping swiftly covered Zhong Linger's eyes, grumbling, Junior Sister, do not look at such indecency. Shi Haoran laughed, pointing at Lei Fengming, hey, your clothes are in tatters. If you keep jumping around, you might just reveal more. Only then did Lei Fengming realize the state of his clothing. While it was indeed torn in several places by the beast's claws, it was hardly the case of being indecent. Chapter 54 Slaying the Yuaning Beast. Bai Luochang pressed his forehead and reminded, behind you. Shi Haoran projected a sequence of images from the palm-sized device, then presented it to Lei Fengming. To his astonishment, instead of hastily changing his clothes, Lei pointed at the beast and berated, Lecher, I could tolerate your desire to kill and consume me, but to strip me of my garments, how dare you? No wonder you've been relentlessly pursuing me, it appears you have taken a fancy to me. Senior brother Lei, while it is true that this beast is female, is it not possible that she is enraged not by your allure but by the fact that you crushed her egg and killed her offspring? Only then did Lei Fengming glance down, noticing the gooey substance clinging to the edges of his shoes. Recalling the cracking sound he heard upon being transported into the secret realm, it indeed seemed plausible that he had inadvertently crushed the beast's egg. I knew it. Oh my goodness, Junior Sister. Lei Fengming, initially oblivious to the presence of women around him, suddenly remembered that there was indeed a younger female disciple from the Taiqiong Sect. He let out a shriek and dove behind Bai Luochang to don his clothes. Bai Luochang was speechless, utterly perplexed by how someone as astute as Xiao Haotian could have such a foolish disciple. Zhou Yizhua approached with 5 golden core cultivators in tow. I have negotiated with them. When shall we strike? Do you truly intend to encircle and eliminate a Yuaning beast with merely 8 golden core cultivators? Wait until the formation's spiritual energy is exhausted. Remember, your attacks must not falter, lest the beast self-destruct. Zhonglinger naturally organized the strategy. Bai Luochang and the others nodded, positioning themselves around the formation, ready to act once the killing array was concluded. Lei Fengming, momentarily embarrassed, regained his composure. Count me in, I have a score to settle with this beast. Qi Haoran also jumped in. I wish to test my skills and gauge the strength of a Yuaning beast. The wind blades finally ceased, the formation's radiance dimming. The beast was now riddled with countless wounds, its blood soaking the ground in a dark crimson hue. The 10 cultivators launched a concerted assault, light and shadows flickering, sword energies flying in all directions. Some were sent sprawling by the beast's counterattacks, while others pressed forward outside the secret realm. Master Xuanqing furrowed his brow. Though there are 10 of them, dealing with a peak Yuaning beast remains a daunting task. Master Yueying shook his head. It is solely due to the formation that the beast has been injured. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. Master Mingyuan scoffed. These disciples are woefully overestimating their capabilities. Golden core cultivators challenging a peak Yuaning, how absurd. Master Wuqi shot him a disapproving glance. Let us refrain from premature conclusions until the outcome is evident. We must avoid the embarrassment of being proven wrong. Within the secret realm, Zhonglinger discerned that their current method could not sustain much longer. The beast occasionally released a pressure that made it difficult for her seniors to approach. Producing 2 array bases, she hurled them into the formation, shouting, "Second brother, position the eastern Xinyu." Bai Luochang promptly dashed forward, slamming his palm onto the ground and bellowing, "Rise!" A vibrant beam of light shot skyward, and spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a colossal fist-shaped phantom above the array. As more energy gathered, the phantom grew increasingly solid. The earth trembled with a resounding roar as the fist descended rapidly, its immense pressure causing nearby trees to splinter and fall. The 10 cultivators swiftly retreated from the array's perimeter, while the beast sensed impending danger, yet the formation firmly held it in place. The beast rampaged against the array wall, causing it to shake violently, but no cracks appeared. It let out a furious, unwilling roar, a glimmer of light enveloping its form. Interrupt it, it's about to self-destruct. Zhonglinger cried out. Zhou Yizhua stood firm, sword poised before him, his aura swirling. The sound of his sword echoed as countless sword beams materialized from thin air, piercing toward the beast in unison with his strike. Zhou Yizhua had genuinely comprehended the essence of sword intent. As the beast was besieged by a multitude of sword energies, its self-detonation was thwarted, forcing it to swat away the sword energies while the colossal spiritual fist was already descending. With a thunderous crash, the earth quaked, dust billowed, and the formation vanished, leaving behind a deep pit where the Yuaning beast lay. Motionless cheers erupted as Qi Haoran shouted, "I'm coming." He leaped into the pit, extracting the beast's inner core with a sword. However, instead of emerging, he called to Qingqi Junior Sister, "Record this moment, I shall be renowned for eternity." Qingqi produced a recording stone, and Qi Haoran, standing atop the beast, posed dramatically with the inner core. Lei Fengming, suddenly eager for a memento, jumped down to join him. The onlookers outside were left speechless, Master Wuqi covering his forehead. While the disciples' joint effort to slay the Yuaning beast was indeed valiant, the subsequent display seemed unnecessary. What manner of formation is that, capable of such tremendous power to slay a peak Yuaning beast? It must exceed the 4th tier. Master Mingyuan's words drew everyone's attention, as the head of Tianxian Academy turned to the Taiqiong Sect members, hoping for an explanation. Master Wuqi chuckled, "I am no expert in formations and cannot discern their tier. Perhaps you should seek someone knowledgeable?" The crowd fell silent. Each major sect typically boasted a few formation experts, but whether they could ascertain the formation's tier was moot, as it had already been depleted within the secret realm. Suddenly, Zhonglinger's melodious voice rang out, "Master, the other sect leaders will undoubtedly inquire about the tier of the recently employed formation, especially given its immense power to slay a Yuaning beast. Surely it must start at 5th tier. But you lack understanding of formations. How can you provide a credible answer? The other leaders will not let you off easily, they might bully you," she continued. "Thus, your most cherished and considerate disciple has come to your rescue." The formation was a combination of 3 third-tier formations: a spirit-gathering array, a gravity array, and a diamond facile array. The evidence lies in the fact that while the beast's body was driven into the ground, it remained intact. Had it been a 5th-tier formation or higher, the spiritual energy would have crushed the corpse. Bai Luochang used his spiritual energy to levitate the beast's body, allowing everyone to see that despite numerous wounds, it remained relatively unharmed. Its demise was not due to being crushed but rather a fractured neck. The thoughtfulness of his disciple filled Master Wuqi with pride, and he turned to glare at the other sect leaders, who could only awkwardly avert their gazes, enviously pondering why they lacked such a considerate disciple. Having collectively vanquished the Yuaning beast, Bai Luocheng asked if they wished to accompany them. The outer perimeter had been largely cleared of beasts, and they were preparing to venture inward. The beasts within were predominantly of mid-golden core level, with several in the early Yuaning stage even trapped within formations. They would not be easily dispatched, thus requiring the disciples to make decisions based on their own capabilities. After deliberation, they elected Lin Chuchu to represent them in negotiations, acknowledging their limited abilities. They believed that achieving a commendable rank by slaying more beasts in the outer perimeter would suffice, hence requesting that a few individuals assist in containing more beasts before they departed, under the same trading conditions as before. Chapter 55 On my experience in slaying flying beasts. Zhonglinger, taking the initiative, agreed, and then the four senior brothers led a group to hunt the beasts. She remained behind to arrange the formation while engaging in conversation with Lin Chuchu. Senior Sister Lin, how have your gains been? Why not join us? We could form an alliance, with second brother and third brother protecting us. No need for that. We, as a group of alchemists, do not expect to achieve any ranking, and we wouldn't want to hold you back. Please, Senior Sister Lin, do not be so courteous. If we fail to take care of you, Master will scold us when we return. Ha, little junior sister, really, it's unnecessary. By the way, where did you learn about formations? You are quite impressive. Of course, I am formidable. However, my father is even more so. He claims I am a genius and often says that despite my spiritual roots being compromised, my expertise in formations makes it a boon for the Qingqi Sect to have me as an inner disciple. Unexpectedly, I became an inner disciple of the Taiqiong Sect instead. Fortunately, Master cherishes me and says he has stumbled upon a treasure. As the two young women chatted, the outside crowd once again discussed the events that transpired during the disciple recruitment ceremony, with various opinions circulating, leaving the Qingqi Sect disciples visibly displeased. Once the beasts were trapped within the formation, the two young women exchanged heartfelt farewells. Senior Sister Lin, you must praise me in front of the Master when you return. Whether I can style my hair beautifully in the future depends on you. Rest assured, Linger, I will certainly speak highly of you. Once we are outside, message me, and we shall have fun together. The few men nearby were left speechless. There were still 3 days until they exited the secret realm, and they would have ample time to meet again. Was such urgency truly necessary? Zhonglinger glanced at the several trapped beasts and addressed her senior brothers. Brothers, do not just stand there. Lend a hand in striking a few blows. After all, Senior Sister Lin is an alchemist. Indeed, she was an alchemist, but her two senior brothers were sword cultivators, albeit with cultivation only at the early golden core stage. Bai Luocheng and the others sprang into action, wounding the beasts significantly before gracefully departing with their junior sister. Outside the secret realm, Fairy Yueya blushed with embarrassment, while real person Wucheng awkwardly touched his nose, turning it red. The rest wore expressions of amusement, having privately concocted tales of the love-hate entanglements between the Taiqiong Sect master and Fairy Yueya. Within the forest, chaos erupted as disciples from the 8 major sects gathered and reunited with their companions. After entrusting Lei Fengming to Xiao Haotian, Bai Luocheng and his junior siblings ventured deeper into the woods. The formidable beasts exhibited a strong territorial awareness. Aside from a few that lived in groups, most were scattered, making them time-consuming to locate. However, Zhonglinger's gaze wandered restlessly among the towering trees, her consciousness extending outward in search of a two-headed bird. In her past lives, Zhang Yushua had been captured by a two-headed bird in this vicinity and brought back to its nest, where she discovered a nearly dead branch, which she later cherished as a treasure. After nurturing the branch, she realized it was a seedling of the semi-divine Wudao tea and, upon uncovering the truth, Zhang Yushua went to great lengths to reclaim it. Now, Zhonglinger could no longer expect her elder sister to gift her this treasure, but she could certainly retrieve it herself. Are you searching for something, junior sister? Bai Luocheng's gentle voice broke the silence, eliciting a sweet smile from Zhonglinger. Second brother, many of the ground-dwelling beasts have been slain, yet it appears that few aerial beasts have met the same fate. There are still plenty remaining. Aerial beasts are notoriously difficult to kill. They soar through the skies, fleeing when threatened, unlike the ground-dwelling beasts that are easier to control. Bai Luocheng's words did not deter Zhonglinger. Instead, they solidified her resolve. Second brother, let us consider it from another perspective. If we can control these aerial beasts, they would be the easiest to slay. Once they land, their only means of attack is their beak, perhaps with their wings as an addition. Fear not, I have experience in taking down red-beaked pheasants. What comparison could there be between red-beaked pheasants and yuaning beasts? The former do not even fly. No one offered an answer to this conundrum, and the 5 heads huddled together once more. After hearing Zhong Linger's plan, the 4 bore expressions of disbelief yet nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhong Linger set to work, finding an open area where she laid down the foundation for a grand formation, subsequently deploying the formation plates, scattering them one by one. Once she completed her tasks, mournful cries echoed from the depths of the forest, fierce winds howled, snapping numerous trees, and flashes of fire and thunder resounded, causing the earth to tremble. Many cultivators engaged in battle looked around, puzzled by the sudden surge of rampaging beasts. Was a formidable demon emerging? As the nearby beasts fled in panic, the sky darkened, revealing a multitude of massive beasts soaring above, casting shadows that obscured the sun, accompanied by flames, lightning, and even falling rocks, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. The ground-dwelling beasts took cover, while many pursued the flying beasts, only to be met with louder bangs ahead. As if massive rocks were plummeting, the ground shook continuously, trees toppled in droves, mournful wails filled the air, and dust clouded the surroundings, indicating something terrifying had transpired ahead. Fifth brother, what have you done to attract so many beasts? Didn't you say you wanted to steal the beasts home? What lies within their nests if not beast eggs? So, I took a few. 2 figures rushed over, seemingly choking on dust as they coughed while running, stopping only upon encountering the others. Gu Yanzi approached. Qingqi, little junior sister, did you create this commotion ahead? Indeed, quite sensational. Isn't it? Just wait, there is even more excitement to come. Zhong Linger pushed Qi aside. Gu Shixiang, we meet again. It is too suffocating ahead, you should find another place to hunt beasts. Just as Gu Yanzi was about to respond, several louder sounds erupted, causing the ground to tremor again, drawing more spectators to the scene. What is happening, little girl? What have you done? A handsome young man glared at Zhong Linger with a stern expression. Zhong Linger turned her head away, unwilling to engage. This was Nan Gongjing, the second disciple of the Qingqi Sect, known for his manipulative tendencies, often insisting that Zhong Yushui treated her well and urging her to obey her elder sister's wishes. Any resistance on her part was deemed ungrateful, creating a moral shackling that suffocated the original owner. Upon turning, she found herself face to face with someone she wished to avoid even more, her elder sister, Zhong Yushui. Zhong Linger let out a sharp gasp, and with a flicker of a spiritual talisman, she propelled herself 10 zhang away. Qi, startled, immediately chased after to assist his junior sister, knowing that any mishap under his watch would certainly earn him a beating from second brother. Zhong Yushui intended to display her concern as an elder sister, but as she took a step forward, an invisible barrier emerged, making her realize Zhong Linger had once again employed that talisman to maintain a distance of 10 zhang between them. Chapter 56. Struggling for the demonic beasts. With a contorted expression, Zhong Yushui found it impossible to feign the deep sisterly bond expected of her, thus she fell silent and lowered her head, seemingly overwhelmed with sorrow. Gu Yanzi hastened over, inquiring with concern about Zhong Linger's predicament. Grasping Gu Yanzi's sleeve, Zhong Linger, with a pained expression, replied, Senior brother Gu, I am fine, it's just that Zhong Yushui intends to harm me, so I must keep my distance from her. Gu Yanzi glanced back at Zhong Yushui. Having formed an alliance with the Qingqi Sect, he had interacted with Zhong Yushui and found her to be quite agreeable. However, he was also aware of the friction between her and Zhong Linger, especially since Zhong Yushui had taken away Zhong Linger's coveted personal disciple slot. It was understandable that Zhong Linger harbored animosity towards her, so he chose not to comment further. The device in Zhong Linger's hand emitted a sound. Junior sister, junior brother, where are you? Come back and join the fray. Hearing their third senior brother calling for assistance, Qi responded eagerly, pulling Zhong Linger along as he dashed forward. After a moment's thought, Gu Yanzi followed suit, while the others, intrigued by the unfolding events, trailed behind them. They had not ventured far when they encountered a series of intricate formations manifesting before them. Dozens of grand arrays sprawled across the entire area, each housing 1 to 5 day-level demonic beasts, many of which were injured and groaning on the ground. Bai Luoqing's figure danced within one of the arrays, engaged in a fierce battle with a mid-stage nascent soul demonic beast, while Zhou Yizhua and Yu Chengpeng observed nearby, occasionally pointing and commenting. Third brother, fourth brother, how goes the fight? Is it difficult? Qi eagerly approached, wedging himself between the two. Zhou Yizhua languidly replied, see for yourself. Yu Chengpeng, displaying the affection of a senior brother, added, it's quite manageable, the beast's strength is hindered, and fighting above its level isn't particularly challenging. Zhong Linger hurried over to observe, unable to suppress a smile, thinking to herself that there was nothing that could truly challenge her as a brilliant young woman. The demonic beast, affected by the gravitational formation, was unable to ascend, its movements sluggish due to its massive size. Its wings could only open halfway within the array, rendering wing-based attacks impossible. It could only rely on its mouth. That mouth, however, was formidable, leaving deep impressions in the ground and occasionally spewing fire, prompting the second senior brother to maintain his distance. If only it could not open its mouth, Zhonglinger mused. Second brother, toss a demonic beast carcass into its mouth, she shouted, inspired by a sudden idea. Seizing the moment the demonic beast opened its maw to unleash flames, Bai Luocheng indeed threw a carcass inside, effectively blocking the beast's mouth. The beast, taken aback by this unexpected offering, found itself choking. It did not consume whole carcasses, after all, and the obstruction in its throat was a grave issue. It thrashed its head, desperately trying to expel the obstruction, but Bai Luocheng swiftly struck, cleaving a deep gash in the beast's throat, causing a bloody carcass to tumble out. Could battles be fought in such a manner? Could demonic beast corpses be employed in such a way? Many spectators were enlightened by the spectacle, yet, Bai Luocheng, repulsed by the slimy carcass that had fallen, retreated to the side, taking a moment to recover. Ah Chen, you surely cannot finish off all these demonic beasts alone. Would you like us to lend a hand? Xiao Haoyan approached with a grin, patting Bai Luocheng's back in a supportive gesture. Bai Luocheng shrugged off his hand. No need, these few beasts are not enough for us to slay. Don't be like that. I heard from fourth junior brother that you've collaborated with other sects to hunt numerous demonic beasts. We could work together too. Bai Luocheng shot him a sidelong glance. If you wish to ally with us, why didn't you act sooner? You chose Lingxi Valley and Qingqi Sect over us. Xiao Haoyan blinked, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Ah Chen, are you upset with me? If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose to be with you, but matters of the sect are beyond my control. Senior brother Xiao, don't speak as if you and my second brother share an inseparable bond. My second brother is only close to the first brother, Zhonglinger interjected, poking Xiao Haoyan in the waist in dissatisfaction, causing both men to twitch their lips in response. Bai Luocheng resolved to have a discussion with his junior sister once they exited the secret realm. His relationship with the first brother was purely platonic, unlike Yi Qinglan, who often entertained inappropriate thoughts. Xiao Haoyan then produced a storage ring from his robe and offered it to Zhonglinger. Junior sister, how about I buy you 2 demonic beasts? Zhonglinger firmly pressed her left hand against her eager right hand, resolutely declaring, Senior brother Xiao, no matter how close you are to my senior brother, it cannot compare to my relationship with my master. Subsequently, she took out her device. Sister Lin, have you finished dealing with the demonic beasts? Once you're done, come in, we are ready, and the beasts are quite easy to handle. Master, does your master have a partner? Xiao Haoyan asked incredulously, for the notion of a grandmaster having a partner was a significant matter, and he had heard no whispers of such news. Bai Luocheng smirked, should be, probably soon. Such a nuanced response garnered Zhonglinger's admiration, as she gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Haoyan's attempt at bribery had failed, and others, upon witnessing the multitude of trapped and easily dispatchable demonic beasts, had their eyes gleam with greed. Lubin snorted derisively, do you think having trapped these demonic beasts means they belong to you? If I surround this forest, will it then belong to me? Since you refuse to engage, I shall take action. With that, he charged towards an injured mid-stage nascent-souled demonic beast, but the reality did not align with his expectations. He did not simply waltz in to easily dispatch the wounded beast, for he was instead rebuffed by the formation's protective barrier. Ji Yuyenza facepalmed, restraining his eager second junior brother. It's futile. They anticipated this move. Only by carrying their specially crafted jade tokens can one enter and exit the formations freely. The second senior brother of Danxiang Pavilion, Li Qiufei, stepped forward, declaring, it's merely a trapping formation layered with an entry-identifying array. It's no challenge for me. Zhonglinger regarded him with a cold smile. Among all the personal disciples, he and her second brother were the only 2 array masters. In a previous life, Li Qiufei had trapped the third senior brother in a contest when her second brother was absent, leading Taiqiong Sect to a crushing defeat. Today, she was curious to see how his skills would measure up. Li Qiufei approached one of the formations, spinning around it and recalculating repeatedly, before breaking into a satisfied grin and confidently stepping through the array. The others erupted in cheers, but soon gasps filled the air as Li Qiufei collapsed to the ground upon entry, unable to rise, while the demonic beast lunged at him with its sharp beak. Zhonglinger smirked inwardly, so this was the level of his prowess. He fancied himself capable of mastering the dual cultivation techniques of her second brother. At a critical moment, Li Qiufei narrowly avoided a fatal blow, only to have it. Suddenly, a swift azure figure darted in, and Bai Luocheng quickly pulled him to safety. Chapter 57. To save a life, one must offer spirit stones. If you manage to enter the formation, feel free to kill at your leisure. If not, I advise you to seek out other beasts swiftly, rather than squander your time here. Zhouyi's languid voice resonated, inciting envy among many yet leaving them helpless. Li Sentang unsheathed his sword, declaring, this is what you stated, thus I shall dismantle this formation. None of us shall lay claim to it. With that, he swung his sword at the formation, causing the intricate patterns to tremble. Although his initial strikes had little effect, prolonged assault would undoubtedly yield results, as it was merely a third-tier formation, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of a pinnacle golden core cultivator. The countenance of the 5 members from Taiqiong Sect darkened, while others began to rejoice, eagerly employing their weapons to damage the formation. "Sister, what is the purpose of this? It would be wiser for us to discuss and seek a resolution," chimed the gentle voice of Zhong Yuxue. Regrettably, the distance rendered her words a touch sharper. Zhong Linger felt the binding force surging anew, yet before she could voice her thoughts, Bai Luocheng had already positioned himself between the two. "You wish to seize our possessions and yet demand that we negotiate? Such audacity, proceed as you will, but should any misfortune befall you, I shall not come to your aid." With the oppressive force dissipating, Zhong Linger realized her second senior brother's vigilance would shield her from harm, prompting her to devise another strategy. "Lei Fengming, Lang Qiufei, do you also intend to pilfer our belongings? My second senior brother just saved your lives, is this how you repay us?" Her fury reddened her cheeks, and upon hearing her words, Lei Fengming promptly halted, sheepishly scratching his head. "Well, I shall refrain from taking your possessions. However," Lang Qiufei shouted, "that formation belongs to you. It is only right that you rescue me, spare me your talk of gratitude." Zhong Linger, sensing an opportunity, began to report, "Master, observe them, what distinguishes them from a band of thieves? This is truly a disgrace to our sect's reputation. And as for Lang Qiufei, saving him is akin to rescuing a dog. Since he shows no appreciation, let it be known that we shall not come to his aid in future predicaments. Master, you must bear witness to this. Oh, there are still a few good souls among us, like Senior Brother Xiao and Senior Brother Gu, and Lang Qingyu from Lingjian Sect has yet to act. They may be counted as virtuous individuals, perhaps we can call upon them in times of need. Nevertheless, Master, you need not worry for our sake, their destruction of the formation will only lead to greater calamity. There exists an even larger formation yet to be activated. When the beasts emerge, it will ensnare both man and beast alike. At that moment, these creatures will belong to them, yet their numbers are thrice that of humans. I wonder if they can withstand such an onslaught." Outside the secret realm, the crowd remained embroiled in fervent debate over whether to dismantle the formation. Several sect leaders confronted the formless Shinran and Wuji Shinran, while some remained silent. Yet, upon hearing Zhong Linger's words, they were taken aback and immediately shouted, "Quick, stop them, urge them to save the people." However, the information could not penetrate the confines of the formation, leaving their faces pale as they fixated on the scene. At this moment, their desire for their disciples to refrain from breaking the formation intensified. Inside the secret realm, the hesitant Xiaohaoyan, Gu Yanzi, and Lang Qingyu also caught wind of Zhong Linger's words, and they shouted in unison, "Danger! Halt!" Yet, while their junior brothers heeded their warning, the others remained obstinate. As cracks began to appear in the formation beneath Li Sentai's sword, the trio swiftly pulled their juniors away from the impending danger. Zhong Linger and her companions retreated to a safe distance, while the remaining 4 sects continued to rebel. Suddenly, they realized that the formation had collapsed, and the enraged beasts surged forth, prompting immediate panic as they fled. Yet, a larger array rose around them, ensnaring all within its grasp. The roars of the beasts reverberated through the heavens, as their homes were pillaged and they were violently yanked from the skies, adding to their fury. Having endured confinement for so long, their wrath blazed fiercely, and their wings beat furiously as they lunged at any human in sight, unleashing flames, stones, and venom in chaotic splendor. Caught off guard and scrambling to defend themselves, the disciples unleashed their swords, techniques, talismans, and artifacts, but the sheer number of beasts proved overwhelming, including many at the nascent soul stage, far beyond their capabilities to combat. 2 astute individuals, realizing they could not evade the onslaught, hurled the carcasses of the beasts into their mouths, successfully averting disaster. Yet, this was a rare exception, as it was unlikely that any righteous cultivator would gather the remains of beasts for them. Outside, Gu Yanzi and the others grew increasingly anxious. "Bai Luocheng, you cannot allow them to perish, quickly, save them." Bai Luocheng sighed, "It is not that I do not wish to save them. I simply cannot breach this formation." "How could there be a formation that cannot be breached? If you do not wish to save them, just say so." "Qin Dongxiu replied loudly." Zhong Linger stepped in front of Bai Luocheng, stating, "This formation is called the Beast Ensnaring Array. It will cease only when all the beasts within are slain. If you wish to save them, you need only enter and eliminate the beasts." Qin Dongxiu's face flushed red. "How can we possibly kill so many beasts? Your statement is tantamount to saying nothing. Hence why my second senior brother said this formation is unbreakable." Zhong Yuxue approached with a righteous demeanor. "Sister, how can you be so cruel as to leave people trapped in the formation to be slaughtered by the beasts? Listen to your elder sister and release them. Zhonglinger continuously stepped back, still contemplating the binding force. Zhou Yizhuo pointed his sword at Lang Qingyu, coldly asserting, "How can my little junior sister be deemed cruel? She is but a 12-year-old girl, such accusations do not befit her. Keep your sister away from her, and should she continue to provoke, I shall have no qualms about eliminating her." Zhonglinger felt compelled to applaud her third senior brother. Though he was typically unyielding, he displayed a protective side, justifying her admiration for him as the finest beauty in the cultivation world, both in appearance and in spirit. Lang Qingyu shielded Zhong Yushue behind him, speaking coolly, "None of this is important. What matters is saving lives first. You set this array, so you must also guard against ensnaring your own people. Surely, you have a way to resolve this. State your terms." Zhonglinger sighed inwardly. Her former senior brother displayed rare clarity when not entangled in romantic notions, and naturally, she could not bear to witness the demise of those trapped, for otherwise, her master would surely be consumed by the other sect leaders. Yet, the thought of releasing them left her feeling quite irked. There is indeed a method. While we cannot dismantle the formation, we can send individuals inside to rescue those trapped. However, those entering will also face peril, and what if they encounter ungrateful individuals like Li Qiufei again? We have no desire to experience the bitterness of betrayal once more. And thus? 10,000 spirit stones. Surely, Brother Lang understands that our Taiqiong Sect is rather impoverished. We shall not act out of righteousness but will consider it a task. Chapter 58. The collective effort to save lives. Very well, you may proceed with the rescue, he said. Doesn't Senior Brother Lang wish to inquire about the opinions of those inside? After all, they must contribute the spirit stones, or does Senior Brother Lang intend to cover the 200,000 spirit stones himself? Qingyu's lips twitched slightly. Are you suggesting that each person should contribute 10,000 spirit stones? Is there an alternative? Do their lives not hold the value of 10,000 spirit stones? Zhonglinger blinked innocently, causing Qingyu to fall silent for a rare moment. He could manage to produce 10,000 spirit stones, but 200,000 was indeed beyond his means. Sword cultivators were notoriously impoverished. Sister, hearing Zhong Yushua's voice, Zhonglinger swiftly interrupted her. If Sister is willing to cover their 200,000 spirit stones, that would be acceptable. Subsequently, Zhonglinger surveyed the group, adding, should you all be willing to contribute towards this cause, we would gladly accept your assistance. However, be wary of those among them who might repay kindness with ingratitude. The collective silence was deafening. Zhonglinger pouted, muttering under her breath, it appears that the earlier declarations of noble intentions to save lives were merely at the expense of others' generosity. Several individuals cleared their throats, their faces reddening as they averted their gazes. Zhonglinger then turned her attention back to Qingyu. Since Senior Brother Lang is so eager to assist, might I trouble you to inquire whether they are willing to part with their funds? We must prepare for the rescue. And that ungrateful scoundrel, Li Qiufei, has set his price at 20,000 spirit stones. Finding himself in a precarious position, Qingyu moved to the edge of the formation to relay the message. Upon learning that money was required, those inside erupted in curses. However, while some could endure a while longer, the frail alchemists who were unable to fend for themselves quickly sustained injuries and expressed their willingness to contribute spirit stones. Even Li Qiufei, upon realizing that the Tianyu sect could not spare him, agreed to double his offer. With some individuals relenting, the others soon followed suit, all agreeing to contribute. Zhonglinger smiled with delight. Senior Brother Lang is indeed an excellent negotiator. Now that we have reached an agreement, let us prepare to save lives. Her words were directed at everyone present. Xiao Haotian protested, surely you jest, little junior sister, you collect the spirit stones while expecting us to lend a hand. Does that seem fair? Quite fair, she replied, for with 4 senior brothers, we possess 8 hands, allowing us to rescue a maximum of 8 individuals. Just moments ago, were you not passionately declaring that these lives must be saved? Are you merely paying lip service without any intention to act? Will we receive spirit stones for our efforts? They retorted. That is for you to negotiate with them, Zhonglinger replied, her expression radiating innocence, leaving Xiao Haotian utterly flummoxed. Gu Yanzi patted Xiao Haotian on the shoulder. Cease your protests. The little junior sister intends for us to exert ourselves without compensation. Let us prioritize the rescue. However, Zhong Yushue pulled Qingyu back, asserting, whoever collects the spirit stones must take action. If you wish for our assistance, a share of the spirit stones is required. She stepped directly in front of the few from the Qingqi Sect, remaining unfazed by the anguished cries emanating from the formation, adamantly insisting on a share of the spoils, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual gentle and understanding nature. Zhong Linger chose to disregard her and instead focused on Gu Yanze and Xiao Haotian. Upon seeing their agreement to assist, she produced 10 jade tokens, stating, "Each sect shall dispatch 3 individuals, and along with my 4 senior brothers, that makes exactly 10. Upon entering, your task is to fend off the monsters. Each of you should target 2 individuals. When I shout action, each of you must pull out 2 individuals together. Remember, you must emerge simultaneously. Otherwise, those who delay will have to confront nearly 100 monsters on their own." Following Zhong Linger's arrangement, 10 individuals sequentially took their jade tokens and entered the formation to rescue those trapped inside. When the time was deemed right, Zhong Linger bellowed, "Action," and 30 individuals leapt almost in unison from the formation. Though their time trapped within had not been lengthy, the disciples from the 4 sects emerged, each bearing wounds and looking quite disheveled. Upon their exit, they vocally condemned the Taiqiong Sect for its treacherous formation, even attempting to evade payment for the spirit stones. Zhou Yizhu brandished his sword across his chest, coolly stating, "This is of your own making. Should you refuse to pay, I shall return you to the formation." The crowd fell silent. They knew they could not contend with Zhou Yizhu and were loath to face the monsters again. Reluctantly, they produced the spirit stones. Having secured 21,000 spirit stones, Zhong Linger joyfully shared the spoils with her senior brothers, distributing 3,000 each, reserving a portion for her eldest brother to entrust to her second brother for safekeeping, and then remitting another 3,000 to the sect. Outside the secret realm, the leaders of the various sects breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their disciples emerge unscathed. Though their expressions were far from pleasant, however, their countenances soon shifted once more. The heads of the 4 major sects and the dean of Tianxian received news from their respective sects. A large Taiqiong mirror had appeared in Qingqi, showcasing the ongoing sect competition, which drew legions of cultivators into the city. Qingqi was abuzz with activity, and the local businesses profited immensely, inciting envy among merchants in other cities, who hurriedly approached their own sects, hoping to acquire a Taiqiong mirror for their own towns. An elder from the Wanluo sect even made a personal visit, as many sought him out to inquire whether he could forge a poem universe. Initially, he was baffled by the term, but upon witnessing the frenzy over the jade slips related to it, he took it upon himself to come and witness the phenomenon firsthand. Of course, he shrewdly held on to numerous orders, knowing that if they deciphered the crafting method for the poem universe, those orders would belong to them. If they failed to understand, they would collaborate with the Taiqiong Sect, making those orders a bargaining chip in negotiations. Even the dean of Tianxian received inquiries from the Tianji Pavilion regarding the Taiqiong mirror and the poem universe, receiving direct orders to ensure that a cooperative agreement with the Taiqiong Sect was established, as both items were in high demand. After enduring countless eye rolls from the sect leaders, the once overlooked Wuqing suddenly became a hot commodity, being pulled in various directions by the sect leaders, nearly overwhelmed by their fervor. Fortunately, he remembered his apprentice's advice to neither agree nor refuse anyone, and if necessary, to shift the responsibility onto the absent Wu Juizhenren, for he was the creator of these items. Within Qingqi, the cultivators observed the unfolding spectacle with great amusement. How increasingly charming this little girl Zhong Linger becomes. This little junior sister possesses quite the sharp tongue, yet behaves so sweetly before her seniors and master. She has certainly won my heart. Who knew our little junior sister not only excels at scavenging but is also adept with formations? At least she has outmatched Li Qiufei. Grant me a junior sister like her, and I would gladly trade my senior brother for her. One brave soul dared to voice such a desire, prompting sideways glances from the crowd, only to be sent flying by a swift slap from his senior brother. In the secret realm, after distributing the spirit stones, Zhong Linger began contemplating strategies to eliminate the monsters. Perhaps we should consider confining them back into their respective formations. As long as we can disperse them, it should be manageable. Moreover, it seems only one formation has been compromised, and if we can repair it, we can restore it to its original state. Zhong Linger scribbled in the dirt with a twig, then pointed to a specific spot as she addressed by Luo Chang, second brother, "Can you place the formation disc at this location?" Bai Luo Chang scrutinized the area for a moment before nodding. "It is worth a try." Chapter 59. The sudden breakthrough in an unexpected turn of events, the 5 members of the Taiqiong Sect began to rest and await further developments. Strangely, the others did not disperse. Those who were injured sat down to recuperate, while the unscathed stood by, watching the spectacle. In truth, they were all unwilling to leave, for nearly 100 demon beasts were now weakened and trapped here, a vexing predicament of being able to observe but not partake in the spoils. Lin Chuchu led the remaining members of the 14 sects to join them. After exchanging a few words with Zhong Linger, 6 golden core sword cultivators stepped forward, charging into the formation alongside by Luo Chang and his companions. Soon, the sounds of roaring and combat reverberated within the array, eliciting a tense gaze from Joan Linger. Before long, beams of light illuminated the scene, accompanied by the resounding thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground, and the earth-shattering roars filled the air. Yet the fighting continued unabated. With a flash of swordlight, the patterns of the outer array dimmed, revealing 10 figures, one of which lay a yuanying demon beast at their feet. Qi Haoran declared with great satisfaction, "This demon beast is quite clever. It managed to evade the array, however, it could not escape my blade." Zhou Yizhua smacked him on the head, retorting, "What are you bragging about? As if we did not lift a finger ourselves." Joan Linger flashed a bright smile at the members of the 14 sects and shouted, "Charge!" The disciples, seemingly invigorated, lunged toward the array, each sect targeting a demon beast. Sword energy surged, and spells flew wildly, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Though their strength was indeed limited, making the battle against these beasts somewhat strenuous, the gravitational array significantly slowed the demons' movements. Additionally, many of the beasts had sustained injuries during prior skirmishes, rendering them less fierce. Even a gradual war of attrition would lead to their exhaustion. Joan Linger continued to share her battle experience with the group, even offering tactical advice. The demon beasts would find it exceedingly difficult to prolong their demise. Junior Sister Lin, first block the demon's mouth with its carcass, then take the opportunity to slit its throat. "Brother, your coordination is lacking. You take the lead, while the other two flank from behind." This type of demon is formidable in its bite, but its other areas are riddled with weaknesses. If the feathers are too tough, just pluck them out. The abdomen is downy and soft, use your sword to pierce there. Xiao Haotian weighed the jade token in his hand, cautiously advancing toward a formation, only to discover he could indeed enter it. He immediately signaled for the other two to follow as Joan Linger noticed and rushed over. "Brother Xiao, you can return the jade token to me now." Xiao Haotian pulled Joan Linger close and chuckled, "Junior Sister, this is where you are mistaken. We just lent our assistance. We won't be claiming your spirit stones. It would only be fair for you to share some of the demon beasts with us." Suddenly, he pointed ahead with his white jade fan. "Gu Yanzi, how dare you seize the spoils without so much as a word, how excessive." Joan Linger turned to see Gu Yanzi and 2 junior brothers had already dashed into the formation. When she looked back, Xiao Haotian had vanished from sight. There was no need to ask, they had finally seized an opportunity and would certainly not return the jade tokens. Fortunately, they were decent individuals, and she had no particular need for those few demon beasts, so she allowed them to proceed, as she had always been quite generous. The members of the Qingqi Sect could only feel regret. Had they intervened earlier, they might have secured at least 2 jade tokens and captured several demon beasts. Instead, they were thwarted by Zhong Yushui and could only stand idly by as spectators. Zhong Yushui kept her head down, hiding behind her senior brother, afraid to utter a word. Lang Qingyu displayed no outward reaction, but Nangong Jing felt a tinge of dissatisfaction toward Zhong Yushui. If it were not for her loose tongue, he would surely be slaying demon beasts now. Yuanying demon beasts, no less. Though the Wanluo sect and the Wujizong only possessed 3 jade tokens, the formidable prowess of the 5 major sects was undeniable. Even with just 3 members, their efficiency in dispatching demon beasts far surpassed that of smaller sects, with nearly 1/3 of the beasts falling to their blades. Once the battle concluded, Joan Linger began tallying the spoils. She first inspected the treasures gathered by her seniors from the demon beasts, and upon discovering a half-dead branch, she finally sighed in relief, secretly transferring it into her sea of consciousness. Next, she examined the corpses. The demon beasts at mid-golden core and above possessed a wealth of valuable materials. Beyond the inner cores, there were bones, blood, feathers, and more, all exceedingly useful for refining weapons and concocting pills. This was tantamount to a substantial windfall. Then came the inner cores. There were simply too many. Zhong Linger stealthily moved several yuanying inner cores into the Canghai Pearl, watching as they transformed into pure energy and vanished in an instant. She felt the spiritual energy around her surge violently, flooding into her body like the tide, leaving her utterly refreshed and erasing all fatigue. Her Dantian's aura skyrocketed, and with a resounding crack, it felt as though a barrier had been shattered. She leapt forth into the 6th layer of foundation establishment, witnessing Joan Linger tallying her gains, her aura suddenly shifting. The crowd gasped in astonishment. She had broken through so unexpectedly. Wasn't it said that one needed to accumulate a certain level of insight or find an opportunity to advance? What was going on here? You've just reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment? Lei Fengming voiced the collective confusion of the group. Zhong Linger mused silently, realizing that the Canghai Pearl needed to be nourished with high-quality items. Despite having feted numerous demon carcasses over the past few days without a hint of response, the moment the high-tier inner core was introduced, it sprang to life. In response to the inquiry, Joan Linger casually replied, "I just recalled my master's words and had a moment of insight, which led to my breakthrough." "What did your master say?" "My master said that cultivation begins with the heart." Cultivators must be at ease in content, and a clear mind is beneficial for training. I reflected that even though I did not ally with your formidable selves, I am surrounded by a group of steadfast companions who have believed in me and fought alongside me to vanquish foes. This brought me immense joy. This must be what it means to have a clear heart, and thus I broke through. Her words darkened the expressions of the members from the 7 major sects while eliciting smiles from the 14 sects that had trailed behind them. Junior sister, do not say such things. It is you who have always taken care of us. Junior sister's thoughts are unique, the array is masterful. It is we who have benefited from being with you. Indeed, if Junior sister is willing, we shall continue our collaboration and share a greater portion of the spoils with you. Yes, we trust you, Junior sister. This has been my most fruitful participation in the grand competition thus far. Voices rose and fell, addressing her affectionately as Junior sister. Zhong Linger waved to the crowd, "Come, let us continue hunting demon beasts." As the group moved on, Xiao Haotian deliberated for a moment before deciding to follow behind. Earlier, Bai Luocheng had glanced at him but did not ask for the jade token, implying he had no objection to sharing some demon beasts. Was it not foolish not to accompany them? He led his junior brothers forward, while Gu Yanzi, after some thought, also took the lead to follow behind, well aware of Bai Luocheng's intentions. As Zhong Linger walked, she pulled out the array disc, intending to alter the surrounding aura, but Bai Luocheng halted her hand, preventing her from proceeding. Chapter 60 of the Grand Vision for the Sect. Looking up, the gentle smile of second senior brother bore a hint of cunning. It dawned on Zhong Linger that it was indeed her second senior brother, possessing a commendable degree of shrewdness, which she found rather appealing. They paid little mind to the 2 additional teams that had joined behind them, as the remaining 5 sects of Tianyu Sect expressed their discontent. What is the intention of our friends from Wanluo Sect in Wujimen? Brother Gu, let us not forget that you have allied with us. Indeed, how can you abandon us for a few beasts? Are you willing to forsake your allies? Xiao Haotian halted his steps, expressing his dissatisfaction. We may be allies, but we are also rivals. In times of danger, we can look after one another, yet when it comes to the beasts, we shall fight independently for points based on our own merits. Lei Fengming also stepped forward, asserting, exactly. Just moments ago, when you faced peril, we lent a helping hand, and now that it is time to contend for points from the beasts, we have better opportunities elsewhere. Why should we remain with you? Do you expect the beasts to share their spoils with us? We would gladly share if there were any to share, Chang Xian retorted coldly. Everyone, do not forget that this is merely the first round of the secret realm. Should our alliance fracture, do not lament the consequences in the rounds to come. Ouyang Ruocheng is absent, and with only Zhou Yizhua at the peak of Golden Core in Taiqiong Sect, the rest are no match for either Leng Qingyu or my senior brother. You ought to think this through. Xiao Haotian and Gu Yanzi exchanged glances. Though reluctance flickered in their eyes, they ultimately ceased their advance. The rules of this secret realm prohibited disciples from attacking one another, yet the subsequent rounds would not maintain such tranquility, compelling them to yield for future considerations. It was evident that Taiqiong Sect suffered greatly in Ouyang Ruocheng's absence. Otherwise, they would have had no need to heed the others. Having overheard the quarrel from behind, Zhong Linger raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating their little scheme had failed. A smile graced Bai Luocheng's lips as he transmitted, "We had no intention of relying on external forces to secure first place. Our primary concern lies in avoiding isolation among the 5 major sects, hence the need to display goodwill. Of course, it would be even more advantageous to sow discord among them." Zhong Linger nodded obediently. Second senior brother had afforded them an opportunity, which they failed to seize, thus, she would not hold back in the upcoming competition. In the following 2 days, the forest was frequently disturbed by rampaging beasts, and entire hordes would vanish. Eventually, many beasts, frightened, refused to leave their lairs. After another failed attempt to drive off the beasts, Zhong Linger and her companions decided to cease their efforts, gathering around several campfires to indulge in roasted meat. Zhong Linger produced the Poems of the Universe, explaining its benefits and usage, and left a trace of her aura with everyone for future contact. When the time came, their figures vanished from the secret realm, returning to the back mountain of Wujimen. Upon reuniting with their respective sect leaders, they reported their accomplishments and tallied their scores. Yet, when the scores were revealed, jaws dropped in astonishment. Taiqiong Sect soared to the pinnacle with a staggering score of 5,100 points, followed closely by Zixiao Sect with just over 1,000 points in second place, and then Fengming Valley, Feixing Sect. Wujimen ranked 9th, Yaoxiang Pavilion 10th, Wanluo Sect 11th, Lingjian Sect 15th, Tianyu Sect 17th, Lingxi Valley 20th, Qingquan Sect 21st, and Danxiang Pavilion at the bottom with 22nd place. This meant that the 14 sects following Taiqiong Sect largely ranked among the top spots, while the once confident 4 major sects fell out of the top 5, with Danxiang Pavilion even descending to last place. This revelation shattered everyone's perceptions. The announcement of the ranking sent ripples through the cultivation community. What had transpired among the 5 great sects of Eastern State? Why did only Taiqiong Sect remain resilient while the others appeared on the brink of decline? The various sect leaders lamented in silence, hastily instructing their disciples to send messages to soothe the rising tensions. No one had anticipated that formations could wield such significant influence in the competition, nor could anyone have foreseen that the daughter of Master Zhang would manifest such ingenuity with formations. Zhang Linger's name began to gain recognition, as this astonishing ranking drew even more attention to the sect competition in Eastern State. However, the current focus was not solely on the competition but rather on the Taijiang mirror and the palms of the universe. Master Wuchen was swiftly whisked away after only catching wind of the rankings, while Master Wujiman exerted considerable effort to rescue him from the throngs. Upon closing the door and setting up a barrier formation, the members of Taiqiong Sect convened to deliberate on future matters. Master Wozhua participated remotely in the meeting. Master brother, haha, I bring you good news. We garnered 200 million spirit stones. Can you imagine that? After just a few days, 200 million. Moreover, many have approached us, seeking to discuss collaborations. The prominent families of Zhengzhou have sent word, expressing their intent to visit our sect. Fifth Martial Uncle, do not rejoice too soon. Please elaborate on how we acquired that 200 million. You haven't sold off all the palms of the universe, have you? Zhong Linger felt a sense of trouble brewing. Business was not conducted in such a manner. Ah, what is wrong with selling them all? We can always refine more as needed. Fifth Martial Uncle, do you think 200 million is a substantial amount? How many 200 millions can Lingjian Sect produce? How many can Tianjai muster? To these powerful factions, producing 200 million might not even cause them to flinch. Our goal in Taiqiong Sect is not merely to earn a few hundred million, we aim to expand our commercial empire. We aspire to establish a golden summit and become the second Tianjai. Indeed, we seek to surpass them, to become the wealthiest and most prestigious sect in the realm. The annual expenditure of spirit stones for our sect is considerable. While the exact purposes remain unclear, the future demand will undoubtedly be significant. Thus, we must not only consider the present but also plan for the future. Our disciples should not squander their time and energy searching for resources but should devote themselves to cultivation. Among the 5 major sects, why do the other 4 refuse to ally with us? Can Tianjai truly find no suitable nascent soul cultivators for the divine descent battlefield? Why then do they fixate on my senior brother? If Taiqiong Sect fails to seize this opportunity for ascendance, we risk being suppressed to the brink of extinction. Zhong Linger's words plunged all into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, Master Wuchen gently ruffled his little disciple's hair. Linger, I am remiss. It is I who have failed to manage the sect effectively, allowing it to decline while burdening you, a mere child, with these concerns. Master, it is not your fault. The prosperity of the sect is intimately linked to each individual. I was wrong to lash out at Fifth Martial Uncle. Master Wujua hastily interjected, do not blame yourself, Linger. Why did you limit the sale to only 1,000 palms of the universe? Because I wish to establish relationships with certain sects through the palms of the universe. Only by making this item scarce can we enhance its perceived value.